From the start of Team 7's career, it was always the exact same thing. The three of them would show up at the time that Kakashi had specified. They would wait 2 hours for the masked man to show up. And when he finally did arrive, he would give some lame-ass excuse on how a cat crossed his path, or he got lost on the road of life. Afterwards, they would go to the Hokage Tower to receive their rank mission, where he would do all the work while the rest of his team, his so-called comrades, would sit on the sidelines and watch him struggle to finish the mission. Once the mission was over, they would go through teamwork exercises where he and Sakura would spar Sasuke, and Kakashi would give the damn Uchiha pointers on how to fix his form. Once the official training sessions were over, he would leave along with Sakura, while Kakashi took Sasuke to a secret training ground where he would personally train the Uchiha in Taijutsu, Jinjutsu, and Ninjutsu. Hell, he even taught him some basic Genjutsu. The only reason Naruto knew this was because he had followed the two in hopes he could ask Kakashi for some pointers. After the wave mission, Naruto became even more depressed. During the mission, he had finally made a true friend. Haku was beautiful. She was the itinerary of beauty. She had a good heart, a kind spirit, and she understood his pain. Naruto felt like he was falling in love with her. The two had met the day after they brought Kakashi to Tezuna's place. The two had conversed and comforted each other as they spoke about their past. The two had gone on small dates around town. They had taken long walks in the forest. They even trained a bit together. By the end of the week, the two had grown extremely close. Naruto offered to bring both her and Zabuza to Konoha. Haku was easy to convince, and she swore that she would convince Zabuza to accept the deal. The two departed with a hug and a kiss on the cheek. Naruto was so happy that day that he had trouble sleeping, a mistake that he would never forget. The next morning, he awoke to find that his team had gone to the bridge. He quickly dressed himself as he stopped a pair of thugs who were about to kill Inari and Tsunami. He ran with all the speed he could muster and managed to get to the bridge as his team attacked the Zabuza and Haku, who were trying to make a deal. Sasuke had attacked Haku while Kakashi engaged Zabuza. He didn't make it 3 feet before he was ambushed by another group of thugs. When he finally finished, he ran to the bridge. When he finally got there, he was greeted to a morbid sight that would haunt his nightmares forever. Kakashi had ran a ball of lightning right through Haku and Zabuza's chest. Zabuza managed to stay alive long enough to kill Gato and a few of his thugs before death claimed him. When he finally managed to get out of his shock from seeing the life be ripped from his dear Haku-chan, he presented himself before his sensei, who ordered him to quickly bury the two. As the rest of his team left, he had to contain himself from attacking Sasuke as he kicked Zabuza's corpse and walked over Haku's arm. He had spent as much time as he could burying the only woman who had ever showed him kindness and her adopted father. He had spent hours carving out beautiful headstones for their graves. When he finally returned to Tezuna's house, he immediately went on the roof and cried himself to sleep. When they all returned to Konoha, he had reclused himself, trained until he dropped from exhaustion, only leaving his training area for team meetings and food. Besides that, he slept and trained in one of the older training grounds until he dropped from exhaustion. However, one day he felt drawn to leave his chosen training grounds. He ran through the village until he found a few Kyumo shinobi entering the village. The Kyumo ninja entered in a group of 4 with a man wearing Kage robes leading them. There was a girl with blonde hair and cat-like eyes. She appeared to be a year older than him. There was also a large dark-skinned man with 8 swords on his back wearing sunglasses. The last member did not interest him. Only his 2 teammates did. There was an aura of familiarity about the two. The same thing happened the next day. He ran to the place, he felt the energy, and found a young woman with crimson hair, wearing tomboyish-style clothes, entering the village with an elderly man with white hair. The two were both carrying medical field equipment, and he got the same feeling from the young girl that he got from those 2 Kyumonin. Later that day, he ran to the gates again to see a team from Mist being led by a beautiful-looking woman. She was leading a group of 3, but like the Kyumonins, only 2 interested him in the slightest. The man with silky black hair and kept a calm exterior while he blew bubbles from some form of pipe drew his interest. The same thing happened with the brash-looking man with a scar across his left eye. He had green hair and wore a basic Mist uniform with more natural applications added to it. He got the same feeling again from the 2 Kyumonin and the young woman. The same thing happened over the week. He got similar feelings of familiarity from a waterfall kunoichi to IWA ninja, as well as a sand genin. He wondered what the feeling was, and he wondered if they had the same sense of familiarity that he did. He pondered what the feeling was that was making him run to the gates until he decided it wasn't important. When he finally went to sleep, he slept with dreams, his tormented life, his anger, his pain, unaware that the other 9 shinobi he met were all a part of a plot that he and they would decide, unaware of the conversations going on in not only his head, but the other 9. With the Sand team, Gaara had been extremely confused. Ever since he entered the village, he felt at peace. The demon that always demanded he kill and slaughter, the one who he saw as a mother to him, had silenced itself of these demands. In fact, the demon now acted as if it were Gaara's mother. She cooed him to sleep, she comforted him, she encouraged him. The silence from their brother had unnerved his 2 siblings. They had become restless and more worried. What if their brother went insane at a moment's notice? The 2 often slept with their weapons right next to them, fearing they would be awoken with the need to fight for their lives. Gaara had walked through the village, and he always had this longing, this need to go search for something, anything, but he always ignored it. He would return to the place they were staying, always feeling hollow, as if he had not accomplished what he set out to do. He was not the only one who felt this way. With the IWA team, Han and Rashi were considered the hotheads of IWA. Out of all of IWA, the only person who could match them in craziness was the missing Nin Deidara. But now, the hotheads were calm, quiet, collected. That Sasuke had come with the 2 fearing that they would go nuts and destroy the village. True, he disliked Konoha, but regardless of how quickly IWA recovered from the last 3 shinobi wars, each war gave Konoha many benefits that only served to make them stronger. He was not going to risk Iwa's safety because of some old grudge. Rashi and Han always meditated, trying to contact their inner demon. But why? No one realized they weren't the only ones trying to contact their inner demons. With the Waterfall team, Fu was the most dangerous kunoichi in the Waterfall village. She is just one of several shinobi who make their village feared amongst the minor villages. She also was considered a tomboy. She was brash, rude, disrespectful. But now she was meditating, trying to contact the demon sealed within her by the former village leader. Most believe the old leader died from drinking the hero's water, when in reality, he died using a forbidden jutsu to seal the demon inside of her newborn body. She was told of her status as a Jinchuriki from the moment she turned 5 and was trained to be the strongest kunoichi of her time. Some even wondered if she could hold her own against some whirlpool ninja, if there were any still alive, that is. The young kunoichi was quiet while the rest of her team drank and gambled in the red light district, unaware that she wasn't the only demon container in Konoha. With the Mist team, Yagura and Utakata sat facing each other as they sharpened each other's blades while the Godame Mizukichi watched them. She was charged with keeping an eye on Yagura since she was the one who gave the tyrant Mizukichi a second chance. She had used her clan's special jutsu, a jutsu that returned one to the age of 13 and erased their memories to make the old tyrant a child again, thinking she could kill him. But she lost her resolve to kill him when she saw the innocence in his eyes. She took the title of Mizukichi and gave Yagura a second chance. Yagura and Utakata became quick friends as fellow Jinchuriki. The 2 became known as the dynamic duo of Mist. The 2, however, were nothing like they always acted. They were usually calm but brash. Now, they were nervous and edgy. They felt a familiar presence in this village, a presence that called them. Yet they ignored something another Jinchuriki did as well. With the medics, Amaru was repeatedly cleaning her medical supplies, constantly counting through the various nerves and pressure points of the body, all to keep her mind distracted from the presence that called to her. Her teacher was nervous. The 2 had come under Konoha's Ronin qualification, so she could become noted when they rebuilt their long-destroyed village. He was afraid that the young girl who he began to see as his own child would be hurt in these exams. Amaru was usually happy and cheerful. Now she was moody and annoyed. She always sat by the sink, cleaning her tools, counting through various body parts and lethal points. Hell, she ran through them in her sleep, trying to silence the feeling she felt. She wasn't the only one trying to silence something. With the Kumo team, Karabi and Yujito became cranky and moody. They were hardly ever without some form of weapon with them, and they would randomly shout for their Biju to shut the fuck up. Karabi's brother, the Raikage, was becoming nervous of his brother and his finest kunoichi. He was always readying the seals his father had given him before he died, sealing up the Hachibi in his younger brother. The two Jinchuriki always argued with their demons now, and they usually had such a great relationship with their Biju. No one knew the plot that was about to unfold. General POV. The 10 Jinchuriki all gathered in Konoha. None of them knew the plot that was about to unfold. The only thing they knew was that they felt a familiar presence, never knowing why, but always hoping they could find an answer. A single thought ran through all of their minds. What the hell is going on? Little did they know was that their Biju knew and were discussing it as that thought ran through their minds. Mindscape. A midnight sky, a full moon. This was the scene in the Biju's grand mindscape, where they conversed, planned, and made decisions that would alter the world they ruled. The calm scene was broken by a storm of chakra, as the energy created by the storm began to take form, make shapes known throughout the elemental countries. The first shape to form was a long, fat form with a dark aura emanating from it. As the form began to solidify, it showed a leech-like form with a white no mask with the kanji for 0 right upon the brow. This was the Rabi no Minhuru. The next shape to take form was a bloated shape with a chaotic aura around it. As the form began to solidify, it showed a tanuki made from sand and covered in purple vein-like markings. This was the Ichibi no Shikaku. The third shape to form itself was slim and cat-like. It had a cold, dead aura around it. As the form solidified, it revealed a cat made of black fire with glowing golden eyes. This was the Nibi no Baraniko. The fourth shape to form itself was bloated and covered in jagged shapes. As it solidified, it revealed a massive turtle that was missing one of its eyes. This was the Sanbai no Kaede game. The fifth shape to be revealed was slim, yet bulky, almost humanoid in appearance. As it took full form, it revealed a massive red monkey covered in fire. Its fangs were like massive swords. This was the Yanbi no Sura. The sixth shape was one of the largest. It had a slim figure with a bulky body with a slim and narrow head. As its form became true, it revealed a warped creature that resembled a horse with a dolphin's head. This was the Gobi no Irakama. The seventh being was bulky, and its form seemed to release a weird substance. When the being took shape, it revealed the most hideous creature one could ever see. The creature was a massive slug with 2 small feet that looked like they were too small to be considered useful. This was the Rokubi no Namakuji. The eighth being was slender, as well as smaller than all the other ones, but it still held an aura of power. Once it solidified, it revealed a massive beetle with horns. This was the Shichibi no Kabutamushi. The ninth being was bulky and slender. It had an aura of power that made all the others in the room seem pathetic. When the aura became solid, it revealed a massive ox with tentacle tails. This was the Hachibi no Kaio. And the final form, the one that emanated a power so great that it made all the others tremble in fear, was slender and muscular. As the great aura solidified, it revealed a massive fox that outsized and outpowered all those in the mindscape. This was the Kyubi no Yoko, current leader of the Biju since the true leader's passing. Kyubi looked around at his brethren, the demons who he fought with for the last 300 years. The ones who he had risen with to their current status as they trounced the former order of the Biju with their greatest leader, finally gathered together at last. Kyubi grunted in amusement. It's been a while since the 10 of us last convened, hasn't it? The Rabi was the one to answer. Indeed, Kyubi, not since the time that our leader's passing. Shikaku spoke up. Yes, not since we became leaderless. Had it not been for Kyubi guiding us up to this point, we would not be where we are. Nibi purred out a response. Indeed, but it is time we chose a true leader, one who can bring us above what we are, and we now have that opportunity. Sanbai snarled. When can we choose a leader? I have nothing against QB, but we have been idle for far too long for my tastes. Yambi spoke in a wise yet aggravated tone. I must agree. Without true leadership, we will merely disappear into history like most of the fallen Biju. Gobi added, Indeed, hardly anyone remembers that old dog except for his chosen clan. Rokubi gurgled out. I hope the chance we have been waiting for does not pass us by. We will not get another chance like this. Shichibi buzzed out. Indeed, we may be immortal, but we can only be sealed a few times before we cannot be sealed again, and most of us are on our last host. Hachibi grunted towards QB. So, what is the plan, QB? Or is it a work in progress, as usual? QB looked at Hachibi in annoyance. I have a plan. Hachibi, by the end of the next few months, we will have a new leader. The Biju nodded their heads as they faded into darkness, leaving QB in the mindscape, pondering their next move. With Naruto, team meeting spot. Naruto was walking up to the team's meeting spot at the bridge at 5 o'clock in the morning again. He had bags under his eyes that probably broke Konoha records. He had spent the entire night training himself into the ground, trying to forget that image from Wave. It didn't work. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw Haku's mangled corpse as he buried her in the ground. He saw the blood on his hands as he carried her in the ground. Why can't he just forget it? He shook his head and slumped to the ground as his teammates arrived at the bridge. Oh, Sasuke-kun, want to go on a date with me tonight? Naruto snorted at the annoying Banshee. How the hell could I have ever liked her? No, Naruto made a mental note. That's the 50th time he has rejected her since we returned from Wave. The two noticed Naruto and decided to comment, Hey Dobe, why do you even bother showing up when everyone knows you won't make it as a shinobi? Sasuke waited for Naruto's response. When he got none, he grew angry. Answer your superiors, Dobe. Naruto merely glanced at Sasuke and went back to ignoring him. Sakura shouted her agreement. Yeah, Dobe, you should be on your knees thanking Sasuke for acknowledging your existence. Naruto clenched his fist and released a small amount of killing intent. It wasn't much, but it was more than enough to make the other two tremble in fear. Naruto, the Baka is never like this. How can the Dobe release such killing intent? I should be the one to have this skill and power. Naruto stopped releasing killing intent as Kakashi entered the field. Kakashi saw that his two favorite students were trembling worse than Tay did on the Wave mission. He looked to see that Naruto had no reaction. He narrowed his eyes, thinking that the Dobe had caused this. Naruto, what did you do to your teammates? Naruto glared at Kakashi and snarled out a response. I shut them up, Ataki. Get used to this. Naruto got up and walked in front of Kakashi. Now, what excuse will it be today? I am not in the mood today. So I would like to know why you're late so I can get a training myself, since you clearly only care about the Uchihasa. Kakashi released a small amount of killing intent that didn't even faze the blonde. He sighed and rubbed his temple. Okay, I had to get these papers so you three could sign up for the Chunin exams. Kakashi pulled out 3 forms. Before he could pass them out, Naruto snatched one out of his hands as he quickly signed the form and shoved it back into Jonin's hand. Is that all? Kakashi sighed and nodded his head as Naruto left the field. The other two genin quickly signed the papers as they followed the blonde, wondering what was going on with him. With Naruto was walking through the village, that same feeling that has been driving him crazy for the last 2 weeks occurring again and again. Ever since those people entered the village, he felt incomplete, as if there was something he needed to accomplish. Naruto was about to make a left turn when, hey Naruto! Naruto turned around to see Sakura coming up the street. What the hell is wrong with you, Dobe? You ignored Sasuke. You disrespected Sensei. What the hell is going on here? Naruto turned around and began walking off. And on top of that, you haven't asked me for a date once since we got back from Wave. What's the deal? Naruto just kept walking. I'm talking to you. She ran after him as a square stone came out in front of her. She tried to stop but ended up tripping right over the rock, crushing it. Wait, what? Naruto heard a crash and turned around to find Sakura laying on top of a box that was on top of Konohamaru and 2 other brats. Konohamaru, why are you crushed under Sakura? Konohamaru smiled at the blonde and shouted. We were training, boss. We were looking for you so you could play ninja with us. Naruto chuckled at the three. That is until Sakura put her 2 cents in. PSH, what would a ninja be doing playing ninja? The three kids looked at Sakura and then at Naruto. The little girl amongst the brats raises her hand and starts shaking it in the air. Naruto noticed this. What is a kid? The girl stopped shaking her hand. Is she your girlfriend? Naruto quirked an eye at the girl's question and let out a soft and sad chuckle. No. No, she isn't. Naruto turned to walk off, nor will she ever be. Sakura was shocked at Naruto's proclamation. She wondered what had happened to the blonde. Konohamaru ran up to Naruto and tried to get him to talk. When that didn't work, he decided to grab Naruto's shuriken pouch and began running off with it. Hey, give that back, you brat. Naruto chased after Konohamaru. He was about to make a jump for the brat when he noticed a man wearing a black cat suit. He was one of the genin who came into the village with the sand genin that caught his interest. Konohamaru turned around and ended up running right into the sand genin. He looked up as his shirt was grabbed by the cat man with makeup. You little shit, I ought to teach you some manners. The genin was about to hit him when the blonde-haired kunoichi next to him grabbed his wrist. Kankuro, now is not the time. If you want to hit someone, wait for the exams, or he will be angry. The one known as Kankuro shivered a bit and threw the kid to the ground. Find Tamari. Where the hell is Gaara, anyway? Kankuro looked up to see Naruto glaring at him. The two glared at each other until Naruto quirked an eyebrow. He then snapped his head towards the tree as he saw the sand genin that caught his interest appear in a swirl of sand. He was followed by Sasuke appearing in a swirl of leaves. Naruto stared at the sand genin. This was one of the genin that released an aura of familiarity, but why? Gaara was staring at Naruto as Sasuke appeared right next to the blonde. What is your name? Sasuke smirked and answered. My name is Uchiha Asis. He was silenced by a glare from Gaara. Not you. He turned his attention towards Naruto, him. Naruto went wide-eyed. Why was this guy asking for his name? My name is Uzumaki Naruto. Gaara glared at him again. Who do you contain? Naruto was shocked beyond belief. How did this guy know he contained a Biju? Gaara was curious about why he was asking that question, but it was what his mother wanted. Yes, which Biju do you, sire? Naruto swallowed a lump in his throat. Kyubi no Yoko. How did you know what I was? Sasuke and Sakura looked at Naruto in shock and fear. He was a container of the demon that almost destroyed their village years ago. Gaara smiled. I know, for I contain one of its brethren, the Ichibi no Shikuko. We will meet again. Gaara shined away in a swirl of sand as his teammates followed. Naruto was still wide-eyed, but he was excited. There was another like him. He wondered if there was any others in the world. He smirked and continued to walk off as the 5 individuals with him stared at him with fear. The next day, Naruto arrived at the front of the academy where they would all be testing for Chunin. His teammates had arrived and were keeping their distance from him. He smiled as they all walked into the building. Naruto walked up the stairs of the academy as his teammates followed behind him, keeping their distance. Naruto walked up 2 flights of stairs when he stopped. He noticed an irregularity in the air, as if something was manipulating his senses to make him perceive something else. Jinjutsu, he mentally thought to himself. He looked to his left to find that there was a large group of people standing in front of a room that said 301, but any fool could figure out that it was a Jinjutsu. He smirked as he began walking up the stairs. Hey you! Naruto snapped his head to find that Sasuke and Sakura had walked over to the small group. He better not be doing what I think he is doing. Naruto quickly walked over to his 2 teammates. Sasuke decided to show how great he was by revealing the Jinjutsu. Drop the Jinjutsu. We all know this is the 2nd floor. Sasuke smirked when the 2 genin in front of him quirked an eyebrow. Sakura here saw it before anybody. He turned towards the Banshee. Right, Sakura? Sakura was wide-eyed that Sasuke was actually talking to her. Oh no. Yes, of course, this is clearly the 2nd floor. As soon as she finished, the Jinjutsu was dropped. Sasuke and Sakura smirked until the back of their shirts were grabbed and they were tugged back towards the stairwell. They tried to see who grabbed them, but before they could look, they were slammed against the wall. They looked up and were terrified to see that Naruto was glaring at them. I am surprised that you two did not use the opportunity given to us to avoid more competition. Naruto's tone was clearly aggravated, and he was obviously not happy with the two. The fact that he was the Jinchuriki to the Kyuubi no Yoko did not help their quivering fears in the slightest. Naruto dropped the two and was about to walk up the stairs. "Hey you." Naruto turned around to find a Hyuga, a girl with buns in her hairs, and a guy wearing a green jumpsuit with a bowl cut and massive eyebrows walking over to him. Naruto stared down at the three. "What is it?" His tone showed his annoyance. The Hyuga sneered and pointed at Naruto. What is your name?" Naruto snorted as if he was amused. To think a Hyuga has such bad manners that he would demand someone's name before giving his own. Naruto began walking off until the Hyuga grabbed his shoulder. "You insolent wretch. You need to learn how to properly address your betters." The Hyuga reared back a palm strike and was about to slam it into Naruto's chest, severely injuring him. That is until Naruto grabbed the hand that was holding on to his jumpsuit. The Hyuga quirked an eyebrow until, crunch, he cringed and made a grab for his hand as Naruto began to apply a severe amount of pressure to the hand. It seemed that a few of the finger's bones were broken. The Hyuga struggled until Naruto let go of his hand. He stumbled back but quickly righted himself. Naruto sent a glare at the Hyuga and then proceeded to continue up the steps with his team, falling close behind. The three Genin all had different reactions. The girl, Tenten, was shocked by the seemingly innocent boy's brutality. The boy wearing the leotard, Rock Lee, was shocked that someone had managed to do in a few seconds what he has been trying to do for years. The Hyuga Neji, was angry that this peasant had dared to lay a hand on him. Neji scoffed and proceeded to turn around to walk a different direction. Tenten followed close behind. Lee stayed put and began to walk up the steps after the blonde and his teammates. Meanwhile, Naruto was walking towards the testing room across a wide lobby with his teammates, standing away from him as they slowly followed. They had just reached the other side. "Hey you with the attitude." Naruto snarled in annoyance. The last thing he needed was some moron with an ego. He slowly turned around to find that the odd-looking Genin from before was standing on the balcony. "You have some nerve doing that to a fellow Konohanin." Naruto shook his head in annoyance. "What do you want, bushy brows?" Lee jumped from the edge and landed in a Goken Taijutsu stance. "I am Rock Lee. You're Uzumaki Naruto, am I correct?" Naruto smirked that this guy knew his name. "Indeed it is, and how exactly do you know my name?" Lee smiled a massive smile as he did a pose. "My sensei and Kakashi-san are rivals. He has told me of his rival's team. I heard about the Uchiha skills, Sakura-chan's intelligence, and I also heard about a no-talent genin by the name of Uzumaki Naruto. If what you did to Neji is considered no talent, then I wish to test how strong you are." Naruto quirked an eyebrow and shrugged as he got into a fighting stance that no one recognized. "All right, your move, Lee." Lee smiled as he got into a Goken stance. Naruto smirked as Lee shot himself forwards with his fist raised. Just before Lee's fist connected, he sidestepped it and delivered a knife strike to the elbow. Lee was shocked by the move. Having never seen this type of taijutsu used before, he was unprepared for the pain dealt by that blow. He staggered for a moment as Naruto dealt a painful kick to the middle of his chest. Lee staggered back and clutched his chest in pain. He looked up to find that a foot was coming right down on his head. He moved out of the way in time to avoid the foot. He watched as the foot did damage to the concrete floor beneath it. Naruto cringed a bit. The problem with that kick was that if you missed and it hit something hard, it hurt like a bitch. He moved his foot back to a fighting stance as Lee began pounding his chest to make sure it was fine. "Are you done testing me, Lee? If not, I can say we only have 23 minutes before we have to head to the exam room." Lee scowled and charged forwards. He unwrapped the bandages around his arms and threw a punch. The bandages went straight at Naruto, Shing, but were stopped by a sharpened windmill. Naruto quirked an eyebrow and then turned to see Turtle. The turtle was massive in size. It was not too big, but it was surely noticeable in size. It seemed to be scowling at Lee. Naruto also sensed a bit of chakra, suggesting that the turtle was a summon. Lee jumped in front of the turtle and kneeled. "Sensei, I am sorry, but..." Lee was cut off by the turtle. Damn it, Lee, you know that jutsu is forbidden. So why did you use it? You should be at the exam room, not fighting your comrades. Lee seemed to become downcast. Are you ready for your punishment? Lee nodded his head. The turtle yelled out, "Behold, Mado Guy." There was a poof of smoke on the turtle's back, and it revealed an older version of Lee with a jounin vest. Why hello, I am Mado Guy, the stunning green beast of a leaf and taijutsu specialist. The odd man struck a pose until he saw Lee. Lee, you imbecile! Lee was punched square in the jaw and sent to the other side of the room. The man quickly ran over to Lee. Oh, Lee, I am so sorry. You are too old to be a boy, and yet too young to be called a man. Lee began to let tears fall at his sensei's words. Guy sensei. Oh, Lee. The two embraced each other in a manly hug, or as manly as it can get with that damn sunset background, and cried tears as a sunset background with waves appeared behind them. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura began twitching at the sight. Oh my god, I'm trying to release it, but it won't go. Sakura kept up trying to release it, praying it would. I don't know which is worse, this Jinjutsu or the massacre. I am conflicted. Sasuke was twitching worse than when Itachi forced him to watch his family die. Find a happy place, find a happy place, find a happy place, can't think of one. Naruto was scared worse than any of the beatings he received growing up, and he had plenty to choose from. The two continued until the one known as Guy smiled at them. Well, if it isn't Kakashi's kids. Guy walked over to the turtle. So, has Kakashi taught you 3 properly, or is he slacking off as usual? Naruto snorted, yet he was training the Uchiha. The turtle noticed Naruto's annoyed misdemeanor and questioned it. Hey, Gaki, what's the problem? Naruto turned towards the turtle and snorted. None of your damn business. The turtle snarled at the blonde and marched over. Now you listen to me, you brat. I'm trying to be civil here, so you had better show me some respect, or so help me out. The turtle's rant was cut off by a substantial amount of killing intent. Everyone turned their heads to find a mist, Nin carrying a long pole with a camellia on the tip. He had purplish-colored eyes, a green scarf, a black shirt with short fishnet sleeves. He also had a stitched scar down his left eye. The turtle trembled as the man shined in a swirl of camellia blossoms. The man snarled at the turtle. I would suggest you watch how you treat my brethren, turtle. I doubt your master would be very pleased. The turtle trembled as the man walked over to Naruto. He was slightly taller than Sasuke, about the same height as the Hyuga from before. How are you, brother? Naruto quirked an eyebrow, causing the man to chuckle a bit. Sorry, I guess you didn't know, I too am a vessel. Naruto went wide-eyed as the man did a curt bow. Yagura, Jinchūriki of the Sanbai, to Kaede game. And you are? Naruto began to sputter, excited that there was another like him. Uzumaki Naruto, Jinchuriki of the Kyubi no Yoko. Lee was shocked that there were 2 Jinchuriki containers. Everyone else watched in fascination as the two conversed. Yagura looked at the clock and frowned. We better get going, brother, or none of us will become Chunin. Yagura walked off. He then turned towards Naruto. I look forward to fighting you, my brother. He then walked through the doors to the testing room, where the other 2 Miss Nin on his team were waiting for him. Naruto turned towards his team, who were trembling. Come on. Naruto began walking towards the testing room as his teammates followed. The moment that they got in front of the testing room, Kakashi appeared right in front of Naruto and sent a small hard glance at Naruto. The same thing from the anime happened. Naruto walked through the doors and saw the 100 or so Jinnin in the room. He smirked as he saw Gaara and Yagura. The 2 Jinchuriki brothers smiled back at him. Hey guys! Naruto turned to see Ino running up to them with Choji and Shikamaru trailing behind. How are you guys doing? She smiled as Sasuke came into the room. She quickly glomped him, which Naruto rolled his eyes at. Well, it looks like the whole gang is here. Naruto watched as Kiba and his team walked up to them. Naruto watched as Hinata got a dreamy look in her eyes from watching him. Naruto quirked an eye, wondering why she had that look. He shrugged and paid it no mind, thinking that she was looking at someone else. Hey, you lot should keep it down. Naruto and the gang looked to see a white-haired Konoha Genin with glasses begin to walk up to them This isn't the place to go shouting around, but I guess the cute little rookies wouldn't know this. Anyway, my name is Yakushi Kabuto. Kabuto looked at the 9 genin and smirked. Hey, do any of you want information on some genin? Naruto looked at Kabuto with a calculating eye as Sasuke walked up. I would like information on Sabaka no Gaara, Rock Lee, and Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto glared at Sasuke, who noticeably flinched, confusing everyone in the vicinity. Oh, you know their names? That's no fun. Kabuto reached into his ninja pouch and pulled out a deck of blank cards. Naruto quirked an eye until he noticed that Kabuto was pouring a bit of chakra. The card showed a picture of Sabaka no Gaara with his various stats. Okay, let's see here. Sabaka no Gaara, Genin rank, has been on 5 D ranks, 2 B ranks, and 1 A rank. He has never been scarred in his life. Impressive. Kabuto took out another card and began charging chakra into it. The card showed Rock Lee and his various stats. Next up is Rock Lee. He has no skill in ninjutsu or jinjutsu due to a disease he received from his mother, has been on 23 D ranks, 5 C ranks, and is extremely skilled in Goken Taijutsu. Not bad. Kabuto pulled out one more card and charged chakra into it. The card showed Uzumaki Naruto along with his stats. Last but not least, Naruto surprised me shitless Uzumaki. Naruto scowled at the genin's attempt to make a joke out of his surprise, has chakra reserves that are beyond Jounin, is incapable of using low-level jinjutsu, low-level ninjutsu, is also beyond his reach, is only capable of ninjutsu and jinjutsu that are B rank or above, maybe high C rank. Everyone was staring at Naruto with surprise and a bit of fear from Sasuke and Sakura. Surprisingly, he is the dope of his class. He's been on 12 Team D ranks, 5 Solo D ranks, and 1 Team A rank with a single Solo A rank before he even became a genin. I must say, I'm impressed. Not many genin can claim to have done a Solo A rank directly received from the Kage of their village. Naruto smiled at him, but released a bit of killer intent. By the way, do you happen to have stats on the various villages? Kabuto smiled as he took out another card and charged chakra into it. The card immediately showed a map of the elemental nations with the village stats showing next. There are over 12 teams from Konoha, 3 from Suna, 6 from Iwa, 1 from Taki, 5 from Kiri, as well as a few Ronin with qualification from the daimyos. Also, there's 1 team from a new Odo village, but I wouldn't worry about them. They're probably beneath most of you guys anyways. Besides that there are mostly ninja from the smaller villages, Kabuto smiled as Naruto's killing intent let up. Meanwhile, the team of Odo Nin were glaring at Kabuto. They got even more pissed when Naruto shouted out that he would kick those weakling Odo Nin's asses. The one that looked like a mummy got a face tick and turned towards his 2 comrades, all for kicking the blonde's ass. Say I. The bandaged man smirked. It was unanimous. They jumped over the other genin and charged at the blonde. No one noticed the 3 ninja about to intercept them. Naruto turned his head as the 3 Odo genin charged at him. Naruto snarled and got into a fighting stance as they all were about ready to strike. Clang, crunch, shing. Naruto looked up to see a giant of a man wearing samurai armor and some sort of steam machine grabbing the mummy man's wrist gauntlet. A man wearing old traditional guard robes and had a red mark go across his face held a knife at the spiky-headed Odo genin's throat. The young red-headed woman was behind the Odo kunoichi and had a scalpel at her throat. The large man spoke with a booming voice. I would suggest you think before you attack someone. The other man spoke as he pressed the knife closer to the genin's throat. You never know who is watching their back. The young woman turned her head towards Naruto. Isn't that right, brother? Silence. Everyone was shocked how the young woman referred to Naruto. Were they related, or was it just some witty remark? Kiba voiced the thought on everyone's head. Brother, I thought Naruto was an orphan. Naruto looked at Kiba and smirked. They're family by a different way. Naruto glanced at Sasuke and Sakura. Right, guys? The 2 genin shivered as they nodded their head, knowing exactly what Naruto meant. Naruto smiled and turned toward the 3. I hope to see you 3 in the exams. The 2 men turned around and smiled at Naruto, or I smiled in the samurai's case. Indeed, brother. The 3 walked off as the rest of the genin in the room shivered at the presence of the 4. It didn't help that 5 others began releasing the same aura. Not even a second later, a large bear-like man came into the room. "All right, you maggots. I'm the proctor for the first exam, Marino Ibiki." 5 minutes later, they were inside a room with desks and papers. Everyone sat down as the proctors examined them. The bear-like man spoke up, getting everyone's attention. "All right, these are the rules, and no one interrupts me, or you all will fail." Everyone was extremely quiet at that point. "Good. There are 10 questions. You will be answering the first 9 during the first 45 minutes. The last 15 minutes will have the final question. If you cheat, then you will be docked down 2 points for each found cheating attempt. If you lose all 10 points, you will fail and be removed from the testing area. Begin." Pencils were scraping against the desks the moment he finished. Naruto noticed that 2 teams were answering questions faster than he expected. They had to be plants. Naruto looked at his test and cringed. There was no way he could answer these types of questions. They were beyond what genin were capable of. Naruto sighed until Naruto-kun. Naruto turned to find that Hinata was sitting next to him. "If why you want, you can see copy my answers." Hinata slowly edged the paper. When the paper was almost to him, Naruto sent a small amount of chakra that made Hinata stop. She looked at Naruto to see him shaking his head. Hinata nodded, but was obviously upset she couldn't help. Naruto looked at his test again. How could he possibly answer these questions? Naruto sighed, but his attention was caught by a small beetle that released an odd aura. He looked to see that the beetle was making scratches in the table that only caught his attention. He watched as the message became clearer. "Brother, I know you're having trouble, so I sent a Yuki-charged centipede to give you some assistance. Only you and our brethren will be able to see it, and our brethren will not betray each other, no matter the circumstances. Sincerely, Fu, Jinchuriki of the Shichibi no Kaburamushi." Naruto smiled as the centipede began writing out the answers. He smiled as he began writing down the answers that the demonic centipede wrote them. He finished writing the answers and decided to kick back as the centipede crawled back to its master. Fu was pleased that her pet managed to help her brother. She and the Shichibi discussed that it would be beneficial for her to help her brethren, even if it meant betraying her village. She sent a small ant towards another one of her brethren that she thought was having trouble. By the end of the 45 minutes, many teams had been removed, leaving all the Jinchuriki teams and a few non-Jinchuriki teams to their own. All that was left was the 10th question. Ibiki was surprised that so many had managed to get this far. He was inwardly smiling. The next test would cut their numbers at least in half. "All right, listen up. You may have answered the first 9 questions, but the 10th question is harder than all of them, although a few rules will be placed beforehand." Ibiki waited for the genin to quiet down before he continued. "The 10th question, you have a choice to take it or not, but if you refuse to take it, then you will automatically fail and not be allowed to take the exams until next time." Temari from the Suna team stood up. "Then why wouldn't we take it?" Ibiki gained a dark smirk as he answered. "Because if you take the question and fail it, you will never be allowed to take the Chunin exams ever again." Ibiki was amused at their reactions. He watched as a few caved and leaving on 26 teams left. The reaction from one of them definitely surprised him. "You fools, do you honestly think he has the power to forbid you all from taking the Chunin exams in other nations? No man, no Kage has that authority." The statement was from the one known as Utakata, and besides, rank means nothing in the shinobi world, especially in mission. Everyone was confused until the Kyumo Kunoichi spoke. "If you are given a mission and you are afraid, do you deny it and live another day?" The next one to speak was the one known as Fu. "If we are afraid, do we surrender?" The Ronin Amaru continued. "Or do we persevere?" All the Jinchuriki turned towards Naruto. "Well, brother." Everyone turned to see that the blonde had a massive smirk on his face. "Of course not, my dear siblings." Naruto stood up, releasing an intimidating yet inspiring aura. "If we are asked to do something, we do it. If we see an objective, we complete it. If there is risk of death, we die for our goals. Otherwise, we would not be shinobi. Anyone who thinks otherwise is either foolish or stupid if they call themselves shinobi." Naruto smirked as the large man scowled. Is that your answer? Are you willing to risk everything just to pass an exam? Everyone nodded their heads, causing the man to smirk. Then you all pass. Everyone cheered. The Jinchuriki looked at each other with smiles. They got up, but frowned as they saw a black ball heading for the window. Duck and cover. Everyone dropped down as a black ball crashed through the window. It unfurled to reveal a banner with a scantily clad kunoichi with purple pineapple shaper hair. All right, maggots. I am Mitarashi Anko. Welcome to hell. Anko, you're early again. Anko blushed until she saw the genin. Ibiki, she said in a playful, scolding manner. Are you getting soft on me? Ibiki smiled at the kunoichi. No, we just have one hell of a crop this year. Anko smiled at that. Well then, it looks like it will be fun to cut their numbers in half then. All right, everyone, follow me. She screamed the last part as she jumped from the window, forgetting that she was on the third floor. Crunch. OWWWWWW on second thought. She spoke in a pain-filled voice. Just come to Area 44 tomorrow. Everyone sighed as they left the room and headed for their hotels. Naruto had a severe irritation in his nose the moment that woman entered the room. He felt the undescribed urge to kill her for some reason. Yet something about her seemed familiar, as if he had seen her before. The one called Karabi was having the same issue. He decided to ignore it and proceeded to walk out the door. Until a bug flew on his hand, he watched as it etched a message into his skin. Meet at midnight at the northern gate. We have much to discuss with our brethren Fu. Naruto sighed and looked to see that the Jinchuriki were nodding. He nodded back as he walked out the door, unaware that a certain white-eyed heiress was watching him. Hinata watched the exchange between the two. She watched as the insect etched marks into Naruto's skin. For some reason, no marks appeared, but her Byakugan was sharp enough that she could trace the faint movements in the insect's movements. She decided to follow Naruto, afraid of what might happen to the only person she loved besides her mother. Midnight, Northern Gate. Naruto walked to the Northern Gate as per the instructions. He made sure he had a weapon at the ready, just in case he needed to defend himself. When he got there, he saw that the 9 individuals who he felt the familiar aura from gathered there. He suspected that they were all Jinchuriki and wondered what was going on. When he got there, the Kyumo kunoichi smiled at him. Ah, brother, you're here. Naruto smiled at his sister, if that was the best way to put it. Hello, sister. By any chance, may I know the name of my brethren? The woman smiled as she introduced herself. My name is Ni Yujito, Jinchuriki of the Nibi no Baraniko. The large Kyumo man next to her answered next. Karabi, Jinchuriki of the Hachibi no Koga. The 2 IWA shinobi stepped forwards. The large samurai spoke first. Han, Jinchuriki of the Gobi no Irakama. The other IWA shinobi with the red mark on his face spoke next. Rashi, Jinchuriki of the Yanbi no So. The 2 remaining kunoichi walked up. The redhead spoke up. Amaru, Jinchuriki of the Rabi no Menharu. The other kunoichi with greenish hair came forwards. Fu, Jinchuriki of the Shichibi no Kabutamushi. The 2 Kiri ninja came forwards. The man that introduced himself before spoke up. Yagura, Jinchuriki of the Sanbai no Kaede game. The black-haired man with a charming disposition came forwards with his bubble pipe. I am Utekata, Jinchuriki of the Rokubi no Namakuji. Naruto watched as Gaara came forwards. My name is Sabaka no Gaara, Jinchuriki of the Ichibi no Shikaku. Everyone turned their head towards Naruto. They all gave him a stern glance. It was not cruel, but it was more expecting. Naruto sighed as he took a step forwards. He puffed out his chest and declared with pride. I am Uzumaki Naruto, and I am a Jinchuriki of the Kyubi no Yoko. Everyone smiled as they held out their hands and brought them together. They began charging their chakra into the point where they were all touching. Naruto saw this and joined in. He began flooding the area with chakra as they were pulled into the Biju mindscape. Hinata, same time. Hinata was sneaking around Konoha with nimble feet. She had followed Naruto from his house and went to the northern gate. She watched as each of the individuals there introduced themselves. Each introduction scared her, but Naruto's proud declaration at being the Jinchuriki for the Kyuubi no Yoko shocked her beyond belief. She quickly turned around and ran home, distraught and confused. General POV. Naruto and the Jinchuriki were falling, but they felt no fear, no need to worry. It was like they had nothing to fear from this place. They watched as their descent began to slow. They landed on their feet and watched as the shape of their Biju became apparent in front of them. The 10 Jinchuriki faced their inner demons literally, as the 10 lords of nature kneeled so they could better speak to their hosts. Kyuubi started, "Naruto, we meet at last." Naruto smiled at the giant fox. "Hey Kyuubi, how are you doing?" Kyuubi chuckled at his container's question. "I'm doing fine, but for now we must discuss what is to happen during the Chunin exams." Naruto straightened up as Kyuubi puffed out his chest. "During the Chunin exams, you 10 will have to make it to the final rounds of the exams, and I do mean all of you. If even one of you are not present in the final rounds, then our plan will fail. I will not give any information besides that for now." Naruto nodded his head as Fu spoke up. "Kyuubi, what is the purpose of this plan?" Kyuubi chuckled at the young Kunoichi and turned towards her. "What is to happen is that one of you will become more than what you once were. One of you will be granted a title all demons have sought. One of you will become the new Jubi." The Jinchuriki siblings stared at Kyuubi, shocked at what he had just said. "The Jubi? Are you serious, Kyuubi?" Utakata shouted, completely shocking his friend Yagura. He was normally very calm, but then again the idea of becoming the Jubi was probably too much to handle. Naruto was actually stuttering, trying to respond to what his Biju had said. Gaara was actually twitching with shock. Yujito had dinner plate eyes. Yagura's jaw was wide open. Han and Rashi were trying to support each other for being so shocked. Fu was speaking in random gibberish, not being able to form coherent words. Utakata was hyperventilating. Amaru dropped her medical scalpel, and Karabi was trying, and failing, to rap out a response. Kyuubi smiled at the reactions. "Yes, did I stutter? One of you will surpass the others and become the Jubi. But there's a process that must be adhered to before any of you can become the Jubi." Everyone, including the Biju, looked at Kyuubi. "Kyuubi-sama." Kyuubi looked to his surprise to see Naruto actually calm. "What is the importance of a Jubi?" The Biju looked irritated for a minute. One of the Biju even shouted their feelings. "You insolent ninjin. The Jubi is the greatest title anyone could ever ask for. How dare you ask its importance? I should." Sanbai's rant was cut off by Nibi smashing her flaming tails in front of the massive turtle. "Be silent, Sanbai. Ninjin have no knowledge of our systems of command, so it is not surprising that he would ask its importance." Sanbai looked down, realizing he had overreacted again. He looked at Naruto and bowed his head. "Naruto, forgive me, I overreacted." Naruto looked at the Sanbai and smiled. "All is forgiven, but I have a question. Could you possibly tell us of your demonic ranking system? I just want to know so that I don't show disrespect in the future." The Biju looked at Naruto in confusion, but it quickly turned to glee that a ninjin wanted to know of their ranking system, especially given the hateful prejudice towards their race. Kyuubi stepped forwards and smiled. "It is no trouble, Naruto. The demon ranking system has long since been forgotten by ninjin, and we have no problem explaining to you what the actual rankings are." Kyuubi sighed as he lay down. "You might want to get comfortable. Our history is extensive, even to the most devoted scholars." The Biju and Jinchuriki sat down, seats forming under them that they imagined up. Kyuubi turned towards his brethren and nodded his head before he began speaking. "The rank of Biju is as old as the third demon era. We are in the fifth era. It was created when the old demon lords began vying for power. Wars broke out that sent nations, empires, innocents into the pages of histories. The leader of the demons felt that one supreme lord cannot keep all of them in check. So in his efforts to bring about peace, he created a new caste system of 12 lords, with the demon imperial leading the group. The 11 Biju would rule over their given territories, while the imperial would keep the loose ends in check. He chose to signify the rankings through number of tails, with the Rabi being of lowest ranking, while the Jubi held the highest ranking. For the first era, the title of Biju was a status that was highly honored amongst our kind, even the most noble of the demon clans showing reverence to the Biju. However, during the reign of the Fourth Demon Imperial, the status of Biju became an inherited icon, rather than an earned icon as the lord before him intended. The rank of Biju became passed down through the clans of the noble families that honored the Fourth Lord. The clans that honored him were the noble families of the frog, snake, badger, dog, weasel, rooster, shark, bee, bat, and fallen dragon clans. The title of Biju was inherited in the strongest member of each of these clans for over 4,000 years. Those that viewed this as a direct denial of the 3D Lord's plan were quickly executed. Over time, the title of Biju was a title that only those of those 10 noble families could have, and each member of the clan received the same title as the one before them, no matter the difference in power. One day, I and my brethren, referring to the Biju, decided it was time that the title of Biju had to be removed from inheritance. So we spent over 1,000 years training, along with a young demon prince of one of the noble clans, to take down the current Biju, as well as the ruling lord. We gathered the forces of our clans and brought our armies against the ruling lords, crushing all opposition in our path. We defeated the leading Biju and ended the reign of the Demon King himself. The final blow was struck by our longtime friend, the last member of a noble family that the Demon King had slaughtered without mercy. For over 1,000 years we ruled in peace alongside our clans. However, disaster struck when the Hachibi of the Fourth Reign killed our leader, the Jubi no Ukami. She was giving birth to her newborn pup when a Yamato no Orochi killed her and devoured her child. Kyubi began to dig his claws into the ground, letting a few tears fall from his eyes. How could a member of a clan that preached that the weak must be protected kill a defenseless mother and her pup in cold blood? Kyubi released a substantial amount of killing intent, knocking most of the Biju and all of the Jinchuriki back. He noticed that they were all quivering in fear. He quickly let up his killing intent as he let a sad sigh escape his breath. "Forgive me. It's just that we all dearly cared for our departed leader. Even the Fifth Lord was hard-pressed to move on from her death." Kyubi sighed. Anyways, demonic ranking system is basically the Imperial Lord ruling everything while the Biju cover the smaller details while directly reporting back to them. When the Jubi died, there was a rift in power. With the death of a Jubi, I had to take command, but since I was not strong enough, I could not take the title of Jubi myself. But our Lord came up with a plan. Every one of the Jinchuriki listened intently at this point. Our Lord realized that humans, while physically frail, demonstrated qualities that would allow them the capabilities to grow strong. However, the Demon Lord could not leave our kingdom to find a human worthy of the title, so we went and allowed ourselves to be sealed into Ninjin, hoping that either the Ninjin would be worthy or we would find a Ninjin worthy from the Ninjin's eyes. However, we could only be sealed a few times depending on our levels of power. I can only be sealed once, while Rabi can be sealed a number of times. We spent 300 years searching for a worthy Ninjin to become the Jubi. When we were all put into Jinchuriki, it presented an opportunity. We decided that the strongest of our hosts would become the Jubi, and our Lord did not disagree. Naruto nodded along with the other Jinchuriki. Kyubi smiled and then immediately became serious. "Our time is up. You all must return to the real world. If you have questions, just meditate until your Biju comes before you." The Jinchuriki phased away in a mirage pattern and returned to their world. The Biju also phased out, leaving Kyubi alone. Kyubi quickly used his claws to reach behind him. He then dragged the paw right in front of him and turned it over so that a massive black claw was sitting in his paw. "Yurufa-chan." Kyubi placed the claw over his heart as he phased out, a single tear flowing from his eye. Next day, Forest of Death. Naruto arrived to the Forest of Death an hour early, along with his brethren. He looked around and saw that everyone else was arriving. He looked around for his teammates to find them walking up to him. Naruto watched as the two walked up to him in total fear. "Hey guys, hope you two are ready for this." The two nervously nodded, to which Naruto simply rolled his eyes. He turned towards Anko, who seemed to still be limping a bit, but otherwise she was okay. He noticed that Karabi was glaring at her. He himself found himself wanting to attack her for some reason, but something about her just kept him from attacking her. All right, maggots, this is the Forest of Death. You won't find a deadlier forest here in Konoha. This is where many of you will die. So I'm going to have to ask you, sign these waiver, because I really don't want to have to deal with the paperwork. Anko smiled as Naruto scoffed. I don't need to sign anything, cause no one will care if I die. Anko let a sad look cross her eyes, but snuffed it out with a sadistic smirk. She quickly shunned shine behind Naruto and placed a kunai at his throat. Anko whispered into his ear, "You're wrong, people do care." Naruto let a bit of shock cross his features, but quickly snuffed it out as he pulled out a kunai and stopped a kunai that was coming for Anko's throat. He looked at who it was that had the kunai and was filled with a murderous intent 100 times worse than when he was around Anko. He even heard Kyubi become agitated. He was screaming for him to kill him, but he wasn't able to understand what Kyubi was saying. Anko looked at the grass neem behind her and let a sadistic smirk touch her features. "I would suggest you back off. It could get you killed." The grass neem smiled and backed off. "Sorry, I get so excited by violence that I can hardly control myself. It won't happen again." Anko smirked at the grass ninja and turned towards the rest of the genin. "All right, maggots, get to the tent and get your scroll. After that, report to your respective gates now." The genins scrambled towards the tents to retrieve their scrolls, fearing for their lives. Naruto went to get his scroll when he bumped into someone. He fell right onto his ass and looked to find that he had bumped into Hinata. Hinata quickly turned around, confused and afraid. "What should I do? I can't tell anyone or I could ruin Naruto's life. But what if Naruto has been taken over by Kyubi? Then as the Naruto, I know truly Kyubi, but I fell in love with who he is, not his name. So why should it matter, but still?" Hinata was confused as to her feelings towards the blonde. She wanted to talk to someone, see if she could make the right choice, but she was afraid to ruin Naruto's life. Naruto, meanwhile, was gathering with his team at the gate. Sakura and Sasuke were talking quietly, so as to make sure Naruto does not hear them. "Sasuke-kun, what should we do? We don't know if Naruto is the Kyubi or if he contains it. It is too dangerous to be with him right now." Sasuke sighed as he pondered the fangirl's words. "I know, but we need all 3 of our teammates to pass this exam. And if worse comes to worse, we could just kill him, Kyubi or not. He is still the dope." Sakura smiled. "Yeah, Sasuke slutty. Oh, Sasuke-kun, you always come up with the best plans. Hey, after this, could we go on a..." Sakura started. "No." Sasuke turned around and walked towards the gates as the signal to begin was sent. Sakura quickly ran after the 2 who were already running through the forest, unaware that the grass nin from before was watching their movement. The grass nin had a devious smirk on his face. He watched as his prey entered the forest. "Soon, Sasuke, I will have your body, and it will be one more slap into the face of my old nemesis, using the bloodline he created as my power." The grass nin jumped into the forest as his 2 subordinates scattered, leaving behind trails of skin as they left, skin like a snake's. With Naruto was leaping through the trees with his 2 teammates following him. He became extremely edgy when he saw Sasuke looking at him with that same look the villagers gave him, hateful fear. It didn't matter to him. He just made sure he had some of his new shuriken. He spent weeks working on them, and he finally finished them last night. Naruto jumped over another branch and stopped on a branch before he gave a hand sign for them to stop. Sasuke and Sakura quickly stopped, Sasuke ready to kunai, while Sakura pulled out a kunai Kakashi gave her. It was a double-blade kunai. Naruto began sniffing the air. He looked around as he smelt an odd, familiar stench. He continued sniffing as he began walking over the tree. Naruto walked around the tree as his teammates watched him with curiosity. He walked all over the tree, but stopped when he hit the end of the massive branch. He continued sniffing and looked down. His eyes widened with terror and snapped his head towards his teammates. "Run!" Naruto jumped out of the way as a massive set of reptilian jaws closed down on the branch where Naruto was standing. Naruto slammed into Sasuke and Sakura, and with a bit of newfound strength thanks to Kyubi, he jumped to a different branch while carrying his 2 teammates. He landed on a branch and snapped his head towards the place where he was standing to find a massive snake. The creature had a narrow jaw and had teeth the size of a long kunai. It had a silver eye with a black slit. The scales looked like massive blades that could cut through the undergrowth. The snake snapped its head towards the three and smiled. The snake was actually smiling at them as it coiled itself around the branch. Naruto got a good look at it and guessed that the snake was about 120 to 135 feet long. It was brown in color with black scar-like markings all over its body. The snake had what looked like a sharpened edge on its tail. Naruto stood his ground as the snake rose itself. Well, what have we here? The Jinchuriki of my master's rival. How fortuitous of me. The snake hissed out in a distinctly female voice. Naruto's eyes went to the size of dinner plates. This thing talked? What the hell are you? Who the hell are you? Naruto pulled out a kunai he had been working on and got ready to attack the snake. The snake chuckled as she answered. Oh, who am I? I am Stentos. Stentos launched herself at Naruto and his team. Naruto quickly threw the kunai in her mouth and grabbed his teammates as she curled back in pain. Damn Jinchuriki, you will pay for that. She launched herself at Naruto as he jumped over the incoming snake. She quickly snapped her head towards the blonde who was running down her back. She hissed as she launched herself at the blonde. Naruto smirked as he waited for her jaws to be in range. Stentos was 100 feet from Naruto when he threw a shuriken at Stentos. Stentos paid it no mind and continued her assault. The shuriken then began to click and whir as the blades segmented themselves and launched outwards. They wrapped around Stentos' mouth and began wrapping around the jaws. Stentos' eyes widened and she tried to retract, but she found that one of the blades hit a nearby branch. Her eyes widened as Naruto grabbed a blade that landed near him. He smirked as he jumped down as the light hit an invisible string that was directly attached to the shuriken. Stentos hissed as her head was yanked down and slammed into the side of the tree she was on. Naruto ran around the tree and wrapped a wire around the massive snake. He threw the blade at the tree hard enough to dig it in and jumped back up. He smiled and turned his back, but he froze when he saw another snake right in front of him. The snake quickly opened its jaws and was about to swallow up the blonde. Naruto dodged to the side as the snake clamped its jaw onto the branch he was on. The snake snarled. The snake slammed its jaws down and crushed the branch in its teeth. It turned its head at Naruto and hissed as it opened its mouth, poison dripping from its fangs. Naruto had a single thought running through his head. Oh shit, he quickly turned and ran as the snake charged at him. Naruto opened up his pouch and pulled out a pill. He had spent a week developing it, and he had yet to test it. It was a smoke and poison pill. If he managed to throw this in the right vicinity, he should be able to kill anyone who breathes in its poison. He quickly threw the pill down the snake's mouth. Naruto watched as the snake continued its assault, then closed his eyes as the snake was about to bite down, but it never came. Naruto looked up to see the snake spasming and screaming. The snake looked towards its stomach as it began to fester and boil until it split right open. Its organs poured out of the wound as the snake's head slammed onto the branch, dead from an acidic poison. Naruto stared at the snake's head, the fangs still dripping their poison, searing the wood it touched. Naruto slowly backed away as he looked around. He saw no other snakes and got up, but his eyes widened when he felt a buildup of chakra sachiti. He was blown back by a massive shockwave that sent him careening through the trees. Sasuke and Sakura watched as Naruto was shot over their heads as they turned to see the grass Nin from before walking through the overgrowth, smiling like a predator that has captured its prey. Ah, Sasuke-kun, it's so good to see you. The grass Nin jumped at the two as he released a substantial amount of killing intent, making it so neither of them can move. I can't move. Sasuke struggled as the grass Nin continued forwards, readying a final strike. No, I can't end like this. Am I really this pathetic? Sakura watched as the ninja brought out two kunai, both poised to end their lives. The two genin closed their eyes as the kunai were only 3 feet away, but the sound of metal meeting metal broke them out of their trance. They opened their eyes to see the two IWA ninja from before stopping each of Orochimaru's kunai with their own weapon. The man with the red mark across his face using a battle hammer, while the large man with the furnace on his back used a massive axe. The Grassnine did not have time to move as the two buried their fists into his chest. He coughed up some blood as the combined force from the two Jinchuriki's punches sent him careening into a faraway tree. Both Jinchurikis turned toward Sasuke and Sakura, who were panting from finally being released from the terrible killing intent. "Both of you get out of here. We will not allow our brother's teammates to be harmed. Go." The two then jumped to attack the Grassnine, who was pulling himself out the hole in the tree. Sasuke and Sakura are shocked that the two could manage something so astounding. Sasuke quickly became jealous of their strength, believing he should be the one to have that power. Sakura was too scared to even think. The Grassnine finally managed to pull himself out of the tree just in time to move out of the way to avoid Rashi's warhammer. He had to duck to keep Han's axe from beheading him. The two Jinchuriki got into an unfamiliar stance where Rashi was in a crouching stance with his fists connecting with the branch, while Han was towering over him with his arms pointed upwards and his hands in a double knife strike. Bijuten, Yoni no Gobi Kai. The two were overcome by demonic chakra. Rashi's was a dark red, while Han's was a white color. A single tail of chakra formed behind each of them. Rashi had a monkey tail, while Han had what looked like a dolphin tail. The Grassnine had a wicked smile cross his features as he began to allow a dark chuckle escape his lips. "So, two Jinchuriki. This will be fun." The Grassnine grabbed the top of his face and began to peel it off, allowing his true features to be shown. His skin was as pale as death. He had purple markings under his slitted golden eyes. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Orochimaru." Orochimaru jumped at the two Jinchuriki, but quickly veered beneath them as he passed through their legs. He quickly kicked them in the back, sending the two toppling over each other as he turns towards the still terrified Sasuke. He lets a predatory smile grace his features as he extends his fangs. "Sasuke-kun, you are mine." He extends his neck towards Sasuke, ready to clamp down on high neck, claiming him as his own. But Sakura jumps in the way, resulting in his fangs burying themselves in her left breast. Sakura screams in pain as a curse mark develops on her breast. Orochimaru pulls away, ripping off her shirt to reveal the mark to become a series of 3 bent bars, Taiya's curse mark. She collapses to the ground as Sasuke runs over to her side. "Damn, Sakura, what were you thinking?" Sakura groans as the pain shoots through her body. She smiles at Sasuke as she speaks. People do crazy things when they're in love. She passes out as Sasuke tries to revive her. "Sakura-chan, damn you monster." Sasuke runs at Orochimaru, who is snarling that he wasted precious enzymes on a worthless female. But he smiles when he sees Sasuke charging at him. Sasuke runs through some hand seals as he throws a few wired shuriken that wrap around the trees and catch on Orochimaru's arms. Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu. A fireball the size of a house is blown that covers the wires and begins shooting towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru smiles as he begins to dissolve into mud. Sasuke went wide-eyed as he saw the fireball hit a mud clone. Sasuke froze as he felt a pinch on his neck, which quickly turned into searing pain as a curse mark in the shape of 3 tomos developed on the crook of his neck. He fell to the ground, screaming. Orochimaru smiled, but he sneered as he had to dodge a kunai being thrown by Sakura. She had managed to somehow overcome the curse mark and now was partially utilizing it. He raised an eyebrow, intrigued by this development. She survived the curse mark and is already utilizing it, but how? She is not a Jinchuriki. She has no special qualities such as demon blood or a Kekkei Genkai. She is human, so why is it she can utilize it so quickly after being adhered with it after only a few minutes? Anko could not even use the curse mark, but she barely survived it after 3 days. I must capture her, a dissector, see if this can be utilized in others. Orochimaru smiled as he began to reach for her, but he had to jump out of the way as Rashi delivered a punch on the tree he was on, severing the branch. Rashi grabbed Sasuke, who was still keeling over in pain, as Han grabbed Sakura. "Let's go, we need to get our brother's comrades out of here, stat." The two jumped into the trees as Orochimaru recovered from the 2 Jinchuriki strikes. "Damn Jinchuriki, so they want to protect their brother's comrades. So be it, Medusa, take care of him." A shadow slithered away from his own as it went in the direction Naruto was in. "And now, for the 2 I have marked." Orochimaru jumped into the trees after the Jinchuriki and the two he marked. With Naruto groaned as he tried to get up. He pulled himself out of the ground where he landed. Looking around, he noticed that he had landed in a swamp. Naruto carefully walked through the swamp so as to not disturb anything in it. He had spent enough time in the Forest of Death as a kid to know that if you saw anything move, throw kunai, first ask questions later, then throw a kunai at the non-moving things just to be safe. Naruto was about to step on a rock when it slowly began to move. Naruto panicked and used his chakra to jump out of the way. He then questioned why the hell he didn't do that before to get out of the swamp. Naruto watched as the rock revealed itself to be a turtle. The thing was about the size of a large Inuzuka dog and was clearly vegetarian. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief until he felt a hot wind on his neck. He slowly turned around, and his eyes widened as he saw what was behind him. It was the most terrifying thing he had ever seen in his entire life. The body was snake-like, but it was made up of thousands of smaller snakes ranging from blue, purple, or silver. All of them had a shiny appearance, but the head resembled that of a woman's, but it was snake-like. It had massive fangs that secreted glowing green venom. Naruto watched the drops hit the ground. When it hit a lizard, it seemed to freeze up and stop moving, but the steady rise and fall of its chest showed that it was still alive. Naruto looked into its eyes to see a hypnotic green that seemed to draw him in, calling for him to answer it. Naruto quickly shook it off as the snake woman thing began to chuckle. "Hello, Naruto, my master demands your death, and he will have it." Naruto had to jump out of the way as the snake attacked him. He pulled out a few paper bombs and threw them at the snake as it connected to her sides. She screamed as the bombs burned into her flesh. She hissed at him as she launched another attack at him. "Die, boy." Naruto reached into his ninja pouch, praying he had something to help him out. He unfortunately found that he had nothing in there to help him. So this is it. Naruto closed his eyes. He was cornered. He had no weapons, and he had no way to defend himself. He waited for the giant creature to close its mouth on him, but he snapped his eyes open when he heard her scream. He looked to see that the creature had been attacked by what looked like a large worm that had just tunneled out of the ground. It had no eyes, and it had a circular mouth that had thousands of teeth in it. The giant snake creature screamed again. "Wretched worms, do you know who I am? I am Medusa. A pathetic leech Yuki will never kill me." Medusa was about to bite down on the leeches when a black tendril buried itself in her head. Medusa shot her eye over to where the tendril came from, to find a massive leech demon with a white no mask with the kanji for 0 on it. "No, but I can." The leech demon began to convulse, and then shot out hundreds of tendrils that sharpened and went straight for Medusa. "Goodbye, Medusa. I hope you rot in hell forever." The tendrils buried themselves in Medusa, stabbing every part of her body, leaving no possibility for her to live. The leeches let go of Medusa and then returned to the swamp while the masked leech pulled back its tendrils before it vanished in a black mist, revealing Amaru. Amaru saw that Naruto was shocked by her appearance. "How are you, brother?" She got no response. "Brother." She jumped down and noticed a glazed look in his eyes. He must be talking to Kyuubi. Mindscape. Naruto was staring at the enraged Biju in his body. Kyuubi was demanding Naruto give him control over his body. Clearly, he was not happy. "Naruto, damn it, give me control. This is my fight, and no others." Kyuubi began leaking out a massive amount of chakra that engulfed the blonde. Naruto began convulsing and screaming in pain. "I will have my revenge. Yamato no Orochi." Outside of Mindscape, Amaru was blown back by a raw output of Kyuubi's chakra. She slammed into a tree, but her fall was broken by a leech Yuki that came out of the swamp. She watched in fascination as Naruto's skin began to peel off of his body and then burst into black ashes. His spine began to crack as a bunch of tails emerged. Naruto's screams turned into demonic howls as his face became a snout. Finally, a shockwave of chakra rushed over the swamp, setting it ablaze with burning fire. Standing where Naruto was an 8-tailed kitsune, but it had no fur and one could make out the skeletal structure from the tight skin. Amaru began to quiver as Naruto no QB took control and ran into the forest. She quickly righted herself and ran after him, praying things would not get out of hand. Back with Han, Rashi, and Team 7. Han had gone up to 3 tails worth of power, while Rashi was up to 2. They were attacking Orochimaru with all they had. Sasuke and Sakura were lying on a branch away from the fight. Orochimaru was delivering strikes to the Jinchuriki that sent them to the ground. Rashi snarled at Orochimaru, confused as to how he could possibly be matching them. How? He is not a Jinchuriki, but what is that scent? It's so familiar. Rashi had to jump out of the way as the now freed Stentos was about to swallow him. She smiled at her prey and shot forwards, intending to end the Jinchuriki. Rashi ready to blast of lava, but he stopped when he felt a massive killing intent that also stopped Stentos. Rashi and Stentos turned their heads and were terrified at the sight. Standing on a branch, burning it to ash, was Naruto in the Hachibi stage. His teeth were leaking massive amounts of spit, and his claws looked like knives. Naruto snapped his head at Orochimaru, who began to chuckle, and then he went into full-blown laughter. So, the QB Jinchuriki has the power of a Hachibi. Let's see how Yopu fare against me, my old rival. Rashi and Han were confused. What the hell did he mean by old rival? Naruto, or QB, snarled at Orochimaru. You will pay for your past transgressions. Yamato Ino Orochi. QB launched himself at Orochimaru and delivered a crushing blow to the branch he was on. QB had to dodge to the side when Orochimaru delivered a crushing kick to where QB was standing. So you know who I am. Not surprising, especially how our last meeting was. Do you remember that day, how I took everything from you? How I killed your mate and devoured her child? Oh, it was so delightful killing the Jubi. Or is it Yurufa-chan? QB snarled at Orochimaru as he continued to chuckle. I must thank you. After I devoured your child, my power increased far beyond what it was. But enough chit-chat. Let us finish this, QB. Orochimaru grabbed the top of his face and dug his nails under the skin. He then pulled his face clean off, but rather than gushing blood, 8 snake heads came rushing out. His body shriveled up and turned to ash as 8 massive tails wrapped around the trees. His body lengthened to massive proportions until standing in his full form was the Yamato no Orochi. Yamato no Orochi smiled as each head spoke. QB, it is time for you to die. The 2 Biju launched at each other as the spectators watched, unaware of the many eyes watching them fight. QB launched a volley of chakra blasts at the great snake demon only for the snake to weave around them. The main head launched at QB. QB caught the open mouth and grabbed the snake's tongue before ripping it clean out. Yamato no Orochi screamed in pain as the head that had the tongue ripped out snarled at him while another head spoke. I'll fillet you for that. The heads then launched at QB as he ducked and weaved in and out of the strikes. The heads quickly weaved back and bit down trying to hit QB. QB managed to run past the heads and managed to grab the tail of the beast. He grabbed it and pulled as hard as he could. QB then used all of his strength and swung Yamato no Orochi into the trees. He slid through the trees until his body fell into a lake. QB saw the mile-long trench the throw made and ran towards the lake, several eyes following his movement. In the bushes, Team 8 had just gotten a scroll when it felt a massive pressure of killing intent. They went to investigate and saw a giant 8-headed snake and an 8-tailed fox that had no fur attack each other. Hinata was quivering as she used her Byakugan to see that the fox was Naruto. Team 7 and the 2 IWA Jinchuriki. Sasuke and Sakura were shocked at the ensuing battle. They were even more shocked when they saw Orochimaru become the Yamato no Orochi. Rashi and Han were trying to keep their Bijus under control. They were having little success as both Biju wanted to kill the Yamato no Orochi. Team 10 and Team Guy. Team 10 had literally run into Guy's team. The 2 teams were about to duke it out when they felt a massive killing intent wash over them. Before they could even think, they had to jump out of the way of a massive snake barreling through the forest. They looked again to find a furless 8-tailed fox running down the same path. With some jounance. Anko had immediately run into the forest when the three dead, faceless bodies turned up in a graveyard. Her friends Kurenai and Yugao followed her, as well as Kakashi, Asuma, Guy, and Hate. When they finally found Orochimaru, they were about to launch their strongest attacks to kill him. But they stopped when they saw the massive eight-tailed furless fox declare that Orochimaru was the Yamato no Orochi. When they saw the snake Sannin transform, they were terrified. Anko was scared stiff, and everyone else was too scared to move, but Anko grinned when the fox literally threw Orochimaru, Yamato no Orochi, or whatever he was now, into a forest and then finally into a lake. They decided to sit back and watch the show and prayed that the snake Sannin would die. Back with Yamato no Orochi. Yamato no Orochi shook himself off as his body went underwater. He hissed and then began to swim up to the surface. When he finally breached the water, he had to swiftly veer to the right as a beam of pure red chakra was launched at him. He looked to see that Kyuubi was releasing as much of his Yuki as his host could handle. Yamato no Orochi smirked, thinking that this could be an advantage. So, Kyuubi, you want to kill me? Well, unless your host can endure all 9 tails of your power, that's not going to happen. I may have been the Hachibi, but my power is equal to yours. Now die. Yamato no Orochi opened all of his mouths as he began charging purple energy through his mouths. Kyuubi saw this and then hunched down as he gripped the ground. He began charging up a mass of red energy as he readied his strike. The two demons then reared back as they mentally cried out their attacks. Hibi Hachikita, Kitsune Darairu. The two fired out their attacks. Yamato no Orochi's strike tore through the air and sent shockwaves that knocked down the surrounding trees. Kyuubi's strike tore through the earth and sent spiderweb cracks throughout the landscape. The two attacks collided, boom, and sent a massive shockwave that tore through the forest like a rhino through wet paper. All the teams had to duck and cover as the strikes knocked down most of the forest, taking down half the teams instantly. The teams that had been watching the fight were trembling. They had been the closest, and so they felt the demonic energy. It was massive. Yamato no Orochi was not kidding. His power had to have equaled Kyuubi's at least for the attack from Kyuubi not to overcome his own. Hinata was trembling in fear. Was this really her Naruto-kun? Anko was frozen with fear until her curse seal suddenly began acting up. Kakashi quickly ran over to her and tried to get her up, but he was frozen when another blast of killing intent washed over him. Kyuubi ran at Yamato no Orochi as the great snake pulled himself out of the water. Die, snake bastard. Yamato no Orochi had no time to dodge Kyuubi's attack and ended up getting slashed by one of his claws across his eyes. Damn fox. That's it. I'm going to kill you just like I killed your precious Yurufu-chan. He then reared his head back and widened his mouth as the fabled Kusanagi erupted from his mouth. The snake closed his jaw as the blade extended. Yamato no Orochi swung the sword at the shocked Kyuubi. When Kyuubi saw the sword, his mind wandered back to the day his love was murdered. Flashback. Kyuubi was returning home from running several errands for his mate. She was in heat, but she needed to take care of their child. He had gone to the city to retrieve some lamb meat and a new batch of herbs. The two had grown up together, and after she claimed the title of Jubi and he gained the title of Kyuubi, the two married. After 9 months of waiting, they had a beautiful cub to call their own. Kyuubi turned the corner to the grove that he and his mate lived in when he smelled snake. He quickly looked around as he continued sniffing around. He found a scent to see that it continued down the path towards their home. Oh, Kami-sama, no. Kyuubi quickly ran towards the field that had their home. He looked to find that the field had been trampled by a serpentine creature, but not just any snake. Kyuubi was horrified. He quickly ran towards the home. He was about to enter the home when he heard a scream of pain. He willed himself to run faster. Once he reached the door, he opened it, to be greeted with the most mortifying sight he had ever seen. Standing in the room was the Yamato no Orochi, in all his human glory, holding his child by his tail. His cub was squealing in pain as Yamato no Orochi turned his head towards Kyuubi, a sadistic smirk on his face. Hey, QB, it's been so long, hasn't it? I see you haven't aged a day. I, however, do not have that luxury anymore. Not since your mate ripped my orb of immortality from my chest and then crushed it beneath her paw. Had she not done that, I would have defeated the rest of your pitiful resistance. Yamato, no, Orochi, smirked as he looked at the squealing Wolk's kit. But I found another way to become immortal. QB snarled at Yamato, no, Orochi. Release my child, you snake. He jumped at the fallen Hachibi, but stopped in midair when he saw that he had his sword poised at his mate's heart. Ah, I see you are still soft. Yamato, no, Orochi sighed as he shook his head. How particularly mortal of you. Yamato, no, Orochi turned his gaze towards QB. You were weakened before you started. A sadistic gleam crossed his features. By compassion. Yamato, no, Orochi drove the Kusanagi into Yurufu's heart and ripped it from her side. No, QB launched himself at Yamato, no, Orochi, but was batted aside by the snake demon and flung into a wall. How the mighty have fallen. Now, he turned towards the cub in his hands. Oh, that's right, devouring your child. Yamato, no, Orochi's head changed into that of a snake and bit down, swallowing the cub whole. QB watched in horror as a child was devoured. Yamato, no, Orochi. You bastard. QB charged at Yamato, no, Orochi. But a sudden influx of Yuki slammed him into the wall. The last thing he saw was Yamato, no, Orochi, changing right before his eyes before darkness claimed him. QB groggily awoke to a smoking ruin. He snapped his eyes open when he remembered what happened. He used his strength to remove the burning debris from his body. He quickly looked around. He began to radiate killing intent. His home, his territory, it was burned right down to the soil. Nothing could ever grow here again. QB was about to head after Yamato no Orochi when he saw a limp form in the debris. He quickly ran over to find his mate, just barely breathing. Yurufu-chan, my love, I am so sorry. He began to sob into his mate's form when she opened her eyes. Kitsuken, you have nothing to be sorry for. QB snapped his head up when he heard his wife speak. Yurufu-chan, please don't leave me. The wolf demoness smiled as she grabbed her necklace before she quickly ripped it off. She placed it to QB's hand and squeezed it shut. Goodbye, my dear Kitsunji. Her body went limp as her last breath left her lips. Kitsunji tried to revive her. Yurufu-chan? 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 He screamed to the heavens as he sobbed into his wife's dead form. Not even a moment later, he released such a massive amount of Yuki that it sent a shockwave throughout the valley. Kitsunji reared his head back as he yelled to the heavens. Yamato, no, Orochi. I loved her, and you took her from me. Kitsunji sliced his hand with the necklace his mate gave him. Today, I make a new vow. I will spend the rest of my life hunting you down. Kitsunji's proclamation was heard throughout his territory. The Kitsune fled in fear of the angry Kitsune and pitted anyone that got in his way. In flashback, Kitsunji snarled as he remembered his promise. It was the only promise he made to anyone except for his wife, his dear Yurufu-chan, and it was a promise he would see accomplished. Yamato no Orochi was about to drive the sword into QB's heart, clang, but his eyes widened when he saw QB stop the sword with his bare hands. Yamato no Orochi was about to try and strike again when QB lashed one of his tails out and slashed him across another one of his eyes. QB grabbed the blade as tight as he could and threw the snake Yuki into the forest. He slid through the forest, creating another massive trench. The ones who were watching the fight saw the incoming snake demon and fled. Incoming, everyone scattered as quickly as they could, but teammate was not quite as lucky. Kiba and Shino were avoiding the incoming debris, but Hinata fell behind as a tree branch came towards them. Shino and Kiba were knocked unconscious, but Hinata was pinned under the tree, right next to where the Yamato no Orochi landed. Yamato no Orochi ripped his way out of the trees and hissed at the fox. You'll pay for that, fox shit. He launched his primary head at QB with his jaws wide and venom dripping. If QB got even an ounce of that venom in his system while he was sealed, he would be severely ill or die. Kyuubi saw the incoming attack and grabbed the snake's jaws before they could clamp down on him. Yamato no Orochi snarled as all of his other heads were pinned too much to offer him any assistance. But his eyes widened when one of his heads caught sight of a pinned down Hyuga. He smiled in satisfaction. She is clearly an innocent soul, pure and just... I can see it in her eyes. If I eat her, I will grow even stronger. He wasted no time as the closest head finally freed itself from the rubble and launched at Hinata, who finally saw the snake. Her eyes widened in terror as the snake's fangs dripped their poison. I am going to die. She closed her eyes and awaited her fate. Kyuubi caught sight of this, but he was so enamored with killing Yamato no Orochi that he didn't care if she died, so long as he took down Yamato no Orochi. He was about to charge up a strong ball when he felt a pressure bearing down on his mind and heard the voice of his container. Hinata-chan, Kyuubi's eyes widened as Naruto began struggling to take back control. Mindscape. The gates that held Kyuubi opened and began pulling in Kyuubi with a massive wind. Kyuubi was clawing at the ground while screaming in rage. Naruto, damn it, what are you doing? I have to kill that demon now. Naruto walked out of the corner where he was standing and glared at the Kyuubi. I have to save Hinata, and there is nothing you can do to stop me. He turned around as Kyuubi was pulled fully into his cage as the gates closed, screaming for revenge. Back outside, Naruto gains control of Kyuubi and stops powering up a strong ball. He notices how close the fangs are to him, and he basically throws the primary head to the side and then runs to stop the other head from killing Hinata. Hinata watches as the head is about to close down on her and then closes her eyes as a single thought goes through her head. I didn't even get to tell Naruto-kun how I feel. She waits for the inevitable as she hears the sound of piercing flesh, but she felt no pain. She quickly opens her eyes to find the fangs not even an inch away from her. She was confused, but she was shocked out of her stupor when she saw the blood flowing down the massive fangs. She slowly looks up and is shocked to see Naruto still in his eight-tailed state, but replacing the red eyes was the usual cerulean blue she loved so much. Naruto flinched in pain and then screamed in agony as Yamato no Orochi ripped his fangs from the Jinchuriki, turned demon as he went back to being the same old Naruto. Yamato no Orochi began twisting in pain as his body shattered like glass, and in the place of where his body was pinned was the snake Sannin Orochimaru. Orochimaru cringed in pain as he pulled himself from the rubble. So, you still live no matter. My venom will kill you soon enough, Jinchuriki of Kitsunji. He had a wicked smile as he turned his head towards the direction he sensed Sasuke and Sakura thanks to the curse marks on their body. But first, I must acquire my new test subjects. Orochimaru walked off as Hinata finally freed herself from the tree that was pinning her and ran over to the poisoned and bleeding Naruto. Naruto-kun, please don't die. Please, I love you. Naruto did not make any sign of movement except for the steady fall and rise of his chest, which was quickly becoming erratic. She rummaged through her pouch and pulled out a medicinal cream she had been working on. Cammy, please let this work. She pulled out as much of the cream as she could and began coating Naruto's open wound. She saw some of the cream begin to eat away at the leftover poison, so there was the chance that it was working, but Naruto's wound did not heal in the slightest. She began running through what medical jutsu she knew and tried to heal his wound. Orochimaru had since found Sasuke and Sakura. Sakura was barely standing, while Sasuke was still in pain from the curse mark. He smiled at how easy this was going to be. Looks like Sasuke can't stand the curse mark as easily as you can winch. Sakura ran at Orochimaru with a kunai, but Orochimaru simply grabbed her shirt and threw her to the ground, ripping off almost all of her upper clothing, revealing her upper body, and the curse mark as well. The curse mark has a 1 in 10 chance of survival, and if you do survive it, you will be unconscious for a few days before you're even capable of even activating it. Yet not only do you survive it, you also manage to activate and use its power not even a minute after application. He grabbed Sakura by the throat. The question is why? Why is it that someone so pathetic, one who shows no qualities of a bloodline, demon blood, or any other great qualities besides an extremely low chakra pool, can survive such a mark? Orochimaru pulled out a syringe. I guess I will just have to study you to find out. Just as he was about to plunge the syringe into Sakura's body, a kunai plunged into his arm. AGH, he looked up to find Anko glaring at him. He smiled in anticipation as he saw his dear apprentice. Ah, Anko-chan, I see your aim has gotten better. He threw Sakura to the ground as he pulled the kunai out of his arm. He then ran up the tree at Anko as he drew a kunai at his old apprentice. But what about your knife skills? Anko blocked an incoming strike from the snake Sannin/fallen Hachibi as he began using his snake jutsu to gain the upper hand. Damn snake shit, I will kill you for what you have done to me. She threw a kunai with an explosive note on it as she sent a volley of snakes at Orochimaru. He quickly held up a hand sign as the snakes quickly stopped their assault. They then turned their attention to Anko and attacked. She was about to dispel them, but they wrapped around her and kept her from performing a single hand sign. Kuku, I don't think so, Anko-chan. I am the Lord of Snakes, no matter if I am a Biju or not. The Snake Clan serves me. Anko struggled as she cursed Orochimaru. Damn fucking snake shit. I'm going to kill you, you piece of shit. Orochimaru chuckled and then went into roaring laughter. Ha 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 ha. How humorous. Orochimaru reached for Anko, causing her to flinch. Are you going to kill me? If so, just do it, you fucking shit. Orochimaru began to chuckle again. Oh, Anko, what makes you think that I would kill you, my own daughter? A look of horror crossed Anko's features as Orochimaru's statement met her ears. You're lying. You're lying. Orochimaru began to chuckle as he stroked Anko's cheek. Now, Anko, what could I possibly gain from lying to you, my dear daughter? Orochimaru walked back over to Sakura and plunged the syringe in her stomach. Your interference cost me a potential test subject, but I guess her blood will do just fine. Oh, don't worry, Anko. I won't kill her. What point would there be in killing a potential host? Orochimaru threw Sakura to the ground as he performed a set of hand seals. His body caught flame as he disappeared. Goodbye, my daughter. He disappeared along with the vial in his hands, leaving Anko in shock. Anko was wide-eyed. Her sensei was her father? If that was the case, then why was she alone? Her mother had banished her from the Mitarashi clan when she returned from being kidnapped from Sea Country. All because she had the curse mark, Mother. She hated that woman above all other people. She was banished from the clan because of something she had no say in. Anko began to weep. She had always wondered who her father was, and now that she knew she wanted to die, her mother had forsaken her, and her father was the cause of it. She wept as the other Jounin surrounded her. Kurenai ran to her longtime friend and tried to comfort her. It's all right, Anko-chan. It's all right. Meanwhile, across the clearing, Hinata was weeping for Naruto, who was slowly dying from Yamato no Orochi's poison. She had flooded the wound with healing chakra, but since the wound was made from demonic energies, it was too damn hard to heal for human medical techniques. No. Please no. Please Kemi-sama no. Hinata had exhausted herself of all her medical techniques. She had so little chakra left that it hurt to try and use more. She was about to try another medical technique when her hand was grabbed. She looked up to find Amaru grabbing her hands. You do one more medical technique, you will die. She let go of Hinata's arm and pulled out a medical bag. She began rummaging through it and pulled out various creams that emanated a weird aura. I have to say, I am impressed. Not many humans that have had no contact with a demon can claim to have made a cream that can quell a demon's poison, much less a Biju-class demon. She pulled out a glowing cream that she smoothed over Naruto's open wound. It began to sizzle and fizz, and then finally the wound began to repair itself. The bones began to regrow as the flesh began to grow back in the wound, until finally the wound closed up. Amaru sighed as she rummaged through her bag. She smiled when she found what she was looking for. She pulled out a vial of extremely small black balls that looked like soldier pills. She opened the vial and gave one to Hinata. Here, it will replenish your chakra and eliminate any poison that may have gotten into your system. You may not have been bitten by that damn snake, but you were in the proximity of the venom. You may have breathed in some of the airborne toxins. Hinata took the pill and quickly bit down on it. She immediately felt her chakra replenish, as well as her wounds heal up, She cringed when she felt her wounds heal as they felt like white-hot fire. Amaru smiled at Hinata and began to lift up Naruto. We better find yours and his teammates soon. We still have 4 days to get to the tower. Oh, she reached back in her pouch and pulled out 2 heaven scrolls and 2 earth scrolls. I pilfered these from a few dead teams on the way. Naruto, in that snake's fight, did a lot more damage than I thought. Hinata looked around and realized how destroyed the forest was. The two had only fought for a total of 2 or 3 minutes, and they already did this much damage. Over half the forest was destroyed. Amaru carried Naruto over to his teammates who were being surrounded by Jounin. Hinata walked over to the now conscious Shino and Kiba. Hinata began applying ointment to Kiba's large gash. Shino was using the ointment to get his chest. Gee, thanks, Hinata. I don't know what we would do without you. Kiba smiled as Hinata blushed at the praise. She turned around to see Naruto helping Sakura up to her feet, and her mood dropped. Kiba saw this and sighed. Hinata, you either have to tell him how you feel or move on, because he isn't going to wait forever. Hinata looked down at the ground at Kiba's statement. I know, but what if he rejects me? Hinata began to cry a little bit. She had confessed to Naruto, but he was so close to death he probably didn't hear it. Kiba sighed as he looked at his old friend. He prayed that she fesses up soon, cause at some point Naruto would find someone else, and he couldn't bear to see his surrogate sister cry. Kiba looked at Naruto. Where the hell did he come from? The last thing he remembered was a massive 8-headed snake and an 8-tailed fox fighting. But where did the two things go? He decided to figure this out later as him and his team took the scrolls and headed off to the tower. Naruto was helping Sakura to her feet when he noticed that she had lost most of her shirt. He blushed and quickly turned away. He may no longer have a crush on the Banshee, but he was still a guy. A nearby Jounin produced a cloak that she could wear until she got some actual clothes. The team was about to set off when a Jounin placed the point of his katana at Naruto's throat. What happened here, demon? Naruto glared at the man as Amaru knocked the sword out of the way. Back off. He is no more a demon, as a scroll is the kunai it is sealed in. The Jounin sneered at Amaru as he pointed the katana back at Naruto. You dare defend the Kyuubi. I should kill you where you stand, demon lover. The Jounin raised his katana to cut her down, but he was stopped by another katana entering his back and cutting through his heart. The man had enough energy left in him to look behind him to see Gecko hate with a severe glare. You broke the law, Genji. Sorry, my old friend. Hate cut Genji in half as Sakura and Sasuke trembled in fear while Naruto merely looked sick. Amaru only sighed as she handed Naruto a heaven and earth scroll. Team 7 got cleaned up and set off for the tower while the Jounin searched the forest for the snake Sannin/fallen Hachibi. 5 days later, the teams that passed the finals had all gathered in the exam room. At first, the Hokage was planning to cancel the exams, but with Orochimaru's threat to destroy the village, they had no choice but to agree to continue the exams. The only remaining teams were Team 7, 8, 10, that veteran Jinnin team, Kabuto's team, the Kyumo team, the IW8 team, Amaru, the team from Kiri, the Takigakure team, as well as the Suna and Sound teams. Anko was shocked with how many made it out of the forest, especially with the Biju battle in the middle of it. The Hokage stepped forwards. All right, the board will show the contestants. If anyone wishes to drop out, now would be the time. At the Hokage's statement, most of the competition dropped out. The only people who didn't drop out were Team 7, Team 8, the veteran Jinnin team, Kabuto's teammates, and all the Jinchuriki as well as the Sound team. Hate jumped to the floor as the board began running through the names. Once the board stopped, it revealed the first 2 competitors. Tsuchi Kin. Amaru smiled as Kin gained a sadistic grin on her face. The 2 kunoichi got to the floor as Hate called the match. The match between Tsuchi Kin and Amaru, Hajime. Kin immediately ran at Amaru and threw a bunch of sunban with bells on them. Amaru pulled out her scalpel and blocked each bell while simultaneously cutting them in half. Kin snarled as she ripped out a kunai and threw it at Amaru. Said kunoichi expertly caught the projectile before it could even reach her and threw it back. Kin did a backflip as she caught the knife and was about to attack, but when she looked up she saw a foot careening with her face. Ashikin was kicked right in the face and slammed right into the wall while being knocked unconscious. Hate ran over to the kunoichi and checked her over. She was unconscious and would not be up for a while. Hate stood up and turned towards the audience. The winner of match 1, Amaru. The Jinchuriki clapped as Amaru walked up the stairs. Hate returned to the stands and waited for the board to select the next match. The board ran through the names until it landed on the next two opponents. Ni Yujito, Tintin, said Kunoichi jumped into the arena as Yujito pulled out a set of clawed gloves while Tintin produced a few scrolls. The two Kunoichi faced each other with Tintin giving an arrogant grin while Yujito stood there calmly. The match between Ni Yujito and Tintin Hajime. Tintin quickly unrolled her scrolls and produced over a dozen different weapons. She grabbed two throwing scythes and threw them at Yujito and then grabbed a couple kunai with them. She threw them to follow up the scythes and then ran at Yujito with a whip chain. Yujito quickly sliced at the scythes, destroying the blades. She then cut the kunais directly down the middle. At the last minute, she stopped the incoming whip chain that Tintin had swung at her. She tightened her grip and pulled on the chain. Yujito smirked in satisfaction and then suddenly let off a bit of slack, and then used as much force as she could to tug on the whip chain. Tintin lost her footing and ended up being swung through the air. She quickly righted herself and let her feet go first as she nearly hit the wall. Crack! She cringed as she felt her leg break, and she had to release the chain she was using. Yujito quickly pulled back and grabbed the chain's handle and began inspecting it. A remarkable piece of equipment, perfectly clean, no dents, no fingerprints, a mockery of a weapon. She used her claws and slashed the chain to pieces. A weapon must be in good condition, yes, but a weapon is useless unless its user can work it, and by the looks of your weapons, you spend more time cleaning them than practicing with them. Tintin snarled at Yujito. What do you know, I doubt a little Kumo bitch would know anything about our village, or how we weapon masters pride ourselves in our weapons. Tintin reached in her pocket and pulled out an embroidered scroll. Let me show you how we of Konoha outclass you Kumo scum. She ran her blood across a set of seals, and a massive puff of smoke appeared. When it cleared, an elegant yet bulky sword was in Tintin's hands. The blade was curved, but it had a wide blade. It looked as if it had seen many battles, but it also looked like it was extremely well cared for. There wasn't a speck of dust on it. In fact, it looked like it hasn't seen daylight in years. Yujito scoffed at the side of the blade. I admit the blade is impressive. It looks like it has seen many a battle, but judging by the looks of it, it probably hasn't seen daylight in over a year. Tintin snarled at Yujito and charged. Shut up, bitch. Before Tintin could make it 5 feet, she felt a painful strike to her stomach and heard a cracking sound. She looked down to see that she had been punched in the stomach. She looked to where she heard the cracking sound to find her sword cracked. No, shattered. She fell down as she looked at the fallen remains of her favorite sword destroyed. Yujito set her to the ground as she began to lecture her. A weapons mistress, you? That's a laugh. Only one who truly masters their weapons. Only one who spends all their days studying, training, conditioning their body to use all weapons deserves that name. She walked over Tintin and intentionally stepped onto the only non-broken piece of the blade, the hilt, as she walked back up the steps. Tintin was carried off the arena as the next matchups were being displayed. Inuzuka Kiba, Uzumaki Naruto. Kiba smiled in satisfaction as he began howling in delight. Huya Akamaru. Looks like it's our lucky day, boy. The dog boy jumped into the arena as Naruto did the same. The two stared at each other as Hate called the match between Uzumaki Naruto and Inuzuka Kiba Hajime. Kiba smirked at Naruto as he got into his family taijutsu stance. He looked at Akamaru and said, Stay out, boy. This fight will be over in a few seconds. Naruto scoffed at Kiba's arrogance as he got into an unfamiliar stance. Arrogant, much dog food. Kiba snarled at the blonde. Those that heard Naruto's crack at his clan cracked up laughing. Even Kurenai couldn't help but snicker. Dog food? That's it. I was going to make this painless, but you asked for this. Kiba launched himself at Naruto and cocked his fist back. Naruto stood there and smirked. Kiba launched the punch as Naruto finally moved. He shot his own fist out and slammed it into Kiba's fist. Crack, the two cringed and jumped back from each other. Damn. That hurt. Kiba stared at Naruto. Sorry, Hinata, but I ain't losing to this baka. Kiba got into a fighting position and charged at Naruto. Naruto avoided a few shots, but most of them connected. Kiba noticed this, but he was pissed that Naruto showed no signs of fatigue. Naruto finally got a few hits in. He managed to get Kiba in the chest, the leg, and he managed to get his back. Kiba tumbled a few feet and then quickly righted himself. He glared at the blonde and spat out a bit of blood. Damn it, Akamaru, you're up. Akamaru growled and ran at the blonde. Naruto was not expecting the dog to jump so high. He was not expecting the dog to have such sharp teeth, and he was not expecting the dog to clamp on his arm. OUCH, get this stupid fucking mud off me now. Get it off, get it off, get it off, damn it. Naruto tried ripping Akamaru off, but it only seemed to get him to clamp on even more. Naruto looked up and found Kiba's fist careening with his face. He was thrown back into the wall as a bunch of spiderweb cracks ran through it. Call the match, Proctor. He ain't getting up. Kiba smirked at his victory and was about to continue walking up. That is until he felt a massive amount of pain in his side. He fell over as he felt something bury itself into his stomach. He slammed into the wall and opened his eyes to see Naruto coming at him with a fist ready to slam into him. Kiba quickly moved out of the way, but not before Naruto threw a kunai at the direction he was going, forcing him back in the same spot as Naruto came in with his fist. Kiba waited until Naruto was close enough and grabbed Naruto's arm. Naruto's eyes widened as he was slammed into the wall. Kiba then followed up by jumping back and then running at the blonde, eat this, and then punching square in the ribs. Naruto coughed up a bit of blood, but he snapped his head at Kiba, and then with his best acrobatics, he slammed the bottom of his foot into his chin, and then followed it up with another kick to the chest, eat that. Kiba flipped over his back, smashed his face into the ground, and continued rolling until he began sliding, and then slammed into the wall, knocking himself out. Hate jumped down to Kiba's unconscious form and checked his pulse. Hate sighed and got up, winner by knockout, Uzumaki Naruto. Everyone who knew the blonde was shocked beyond comparison. Kiba was second best in taijutsu in the academy, and Naruto was the dead last. How the hell did he beat him? Kurenai was shocked beyond all comprehension. She had been training Kiba for the last 6 months. She never expected Naruto to beat Kiba. She turned towards Kakashi. Kakashi, what the hell have you been teaching him? Kakashi was just as shocked as Kurenai. He had not taught Naruto any of those moves. Hell, he had not taught the blonde anything beyond tree climbing. He had deliberately done that. As far as he was concerned, the only reason he had taken up a team was to be Sasuke's sensei. He felt he owed it to Obito, and if it meant his other 2 students fell from grace, he did not care. Actually, Kurenai, I did not teach him any of that. Why would I teach him when he shows no capability as a shinobi? Kakashi returned to his book as Kurenai snapped her head towards Kakashi. No ability as a shinobi? Is he crazy? Naruto may have been the dead last, but he managed to break into the Hokage tower without anyone noticing. Kurenai went back to looking at the blonde, but if Kakashi did not train him, why is he so strong? Rashi and Han were impressed with the performance. They had not expected such acrobatic moves from the blonde. Rashi turned to see that their last teammate was thinking intently. Sukurin, what's wrong? Sukurin turned towards Rashi. Forgive me, my old friend, but something about him, he looks so familiar. Rashi turned to the blonde, wondering what his old friend meant. Naruto walked up the stairs as he passed by Hinata. Oh no. Naruto turned around and looked to find Hinata twiddling with a jar of ointment. Ya Hinata. Hinata nervously swallowed and shoved the ointment in front of her in Naruto's direction. Hinata, what is it? Hinata stuttered out, it's ointment. Naruto looked at the ointment, confused as to what he should do. Kurenai was smiling. Hinata, well. She had known about Hinata's crush on the blonde for years, but she often wondered why it was the blonde had never picked up on it. She looked at the confused blonde. Use it on your wounds, it will help. Naruto nervously took the ointment and applied some to the scratches he received on his face. The wounds sizzled as they closed up. Wow, Hinata, this works great. Man, have you ever considered medical jutsu? You would be great for it. Kurenai smiled. Hinata rarely ever got praise, and the fact that it came from her crush would surely boost her confidence. Hinata blushed at the praise and turned away from Naruto. Naruto-kun, it doesn't matter what or who you are. You will still be my Naruto-kun. She turned to watch as Naruto walked off. Everyone turned their attention to the board. Konoha was shocked by the outcome. Hyuga Hinata versus Hyuga Neji. Neji smirked as he sent a malicious glare towards Hinata, causing her to flinch. He then jumped down onto the arena. Hinata nervously walked down and got in front of Neji. Said Hyuga sneered at Hinata. Soon I will have my revenge, Hinata-sama. Neji's fists tightened as Hinata tried to keep herself from shaking. Hate got in between the two. The match between Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Neji, Hajime. Hate jumped out of the way. Nothing happened. Hinata was about to get into a jukin stance. Hinata-sama, she looked up. We both know that this fight is pointless. Withdraw. Hinata's eyes widened. Withdraw? Neji continued talking. We both know that fate has decreed that I win. You are just a lowly main branch member who has no talent whatsoever. You are destined to remain as you are a pathetic, worthless failure who will never extend past what she currently is. Neji smirked as he spoke again. You probably only entered this because you would feel guilty that you held your team back. Hinata snapped her head up. She was clearly nervous. No, I really wanted tea to change. Neji scoffed as he looked at Hinata. Tastes change, seasons change, but people never change. All you will ever amount to is the pathetic, insignificant, most pitiful disgrace of a Hyuga that has ever. Shut up. Everyone looked around to find that Naruto, Karabi, Fu, Utakata, Han, Rashi, Yagura, Yujito, Gaara, and Amaru were releasing a small amount of killing intent and were directing it at the Hyuga prodigy. Naruto spoke up. Hinata-chan, don't let that stuck-up-ass tell you what you can and can't do. Karabi rapped out, Yo Hinata girl, don't let him break you down. Don't let him talk, just rock his worldy. Fu yelled out, Yeah girl, show that arrogant prick what you're made of. Utakata spoke calmly, but with clear aggression, pop his little closed bubble, and take him down. Han roared, Take that fucker down, bury his ass. Rashi calmly yet heatedly spoke, Burn his pride, painfully. Yagura snarled, Crush that arrogant little prick. Yujito hissed at them, Make him wish he hadn't fought you. Gaara, make him wish it was mother fighting him. Kankuro and Temari were shocked. Gaara was cheering someone up. Amaru, and remember girl? All the Jinchuriki yelled out, Kick his ass. Everyone was looking at the Jinchuriki. Why were they cheering for her? Only one of them was even in the same village as her. Neji scoffed at the group's cheering. Please, as if this pathetic main branch scum could ever beat me. It has been decided by fate that she will Neji was knocked down when he felt a strong crash against his chest. He tumbled back before he righted himself. He clutched his chest as he looked up. Hinata had gotten inside his guard and delivered a blow to him. Impossible. Neji got up in a jukin stance. If Hinata had charged chakra into that kick, he would have been down for sure. He charged at the heiress, who quickly activated her Byakugan. She used her knife strike to redirect Neji's jukin and sent an open palm at Neji. He jumped back and then ran again and sent a strike to her arm. She cringed as she spun out of the way of another strike. Neji ran at her. Hakukujian show. Neji sent 2 strikes at Hinata, 2 palms. He sent another 2 strikes that Hinata barely avoided. For palms, he turned and sent another set at her back. 8 palms. She jumped away to avoid 3 of the strikes. She stumbled as Neji came forwards with another set. 16 palms. She could not avoid any of them. 32 palms. Hinata was on her last legs as Neji came forwards with the final strikes. 64 palms. Hinata was shot across the field where she collapsed. Neji turned to the proctor. She won't be getting up. He turned to walk away. Wait. He turned to see that Hinata was standing up, severely irking him. Why do you continue to try? You will only cause yourself more suffering. Hinata coughed up a bit of blood. No. Neji, it is you who are suffering. Neji snarled at Hinata and ripped out a kunai. He ran at her faster than anyone could believe. The Jounin had one thought going through their heads. Have to stop him. They were about to move when they felt a massive influx of chakra. Neji was about to plunge the kunai into Hinata's chest. Shing, clang, but he stopped when he saw a sight that actually scared him. All 10 of the Jinchuriki were surrounding Neji, keeping him from moving another inch. So, even shinobi from other countries pamper the heiress of the main branch. Neji shut up when he felt Amaru tighten her grip on his throat. It's people like you that give shinobi a bad name. Neji smirked at Amaru. Oh really? He used chakra and shot the kunai out of his hands, plunging it in Hinata's chest, because I think I'm a perfect example of a shinobi. They let go of him and ran over to Hinata, who was now hyperventilating. Amaru looked her over. Shit. She dug in her pouch and pulled out 3 metal straws. That strike had an underlying chakra pulse in it. It crushed her lungs. Kurenai ran over as she saw Amaru about to shove the tubes in Hinata's chest. Get your hands off her. Kurenai was held back by Han and Karabi as Amaru placed each tube in. Hinata's breathing began to stabilize. Amaru looked up. Well, get the damn medics. My techniques only work so far. She needs expert medical care now. The medics came pouring out of the doorway. They quickly grabbed the injured Hyuga and ran her off, saying things along the lines of blood transfusion and surgery. Neji scoffed as he spoke. Hey you dope. Naruto snapped his head at Neji. A word of advice stopped that irritating cheering. Once a failure, always a failure. Neji turned to leave, but was shocked when he found the blonde in front of him. He had no time to react as he wrapped his hand around his throat. He looked at Naruto. His eyes had become red and slitted like a fox. Pray, Neji was confused. Pray, Neji, pray to whatever god you worship, that I don't face you in the finals. His eyes glowed with an ominous red aura. Because if I do, you will die. Naruto threw Neji to the ground as he and the Jinchuriki walked back up to the stands, and for the first time in a long time, he was afraid. Everyone watched with barely held shock at what happened. Several individuals from various countries had protected someone of another village. But why? Naruto slumped against the wall as he watched Neji walk up the steps. You'll pay for what you did, Neji. He clenched his fists, dripping blood. Count on it. The board began spinning through names until it finally landed on the next matches. Aburame Shino versus Yoroi Akado. Naruto looked on just to see the outcome. The fight went by with the two of them stealing each other's chakra. The match went on for 10 minutes before they both dropped from physical exhaustion. The match was declared a tie as everyone looked up to see who would fight next. Han versus Tsurugi Misumi. The two competitors shined to the field and got into their stances. Hate got in between them. The match between Han and Tsurugi Misumi. Hajime. He jumped out of the way as Han began performing hand signs. Jukitin. Kirino. A large amount of steam came out of his furnace that was attached to his back, and it suddenly swept over the arena. Misumi jumped away as he saw the steam coming. Ha ha, a bit of steam isn't going to save you. Nen no Kaizo, he shot his arms out, and they extended to a great length into the steam. OUCH, but he pulled them back when he felt how hot the steam was. Damn it. My arms are too soft using Nen no Kaizo. I have to think of something if I'm going to win this. He dug into his pouch and smirked underneath his mask. You like it hot, huh? Well, try this. He threw a set of 3 kunai attached together and threw them into the steam. Boom! The steam immediately dispersed as an explosion went through it. Han skidded out of the other side of the steam cloud as an explosion chased after him. Misumi jumped on the wall and used chakra to stick to it as he ran at Han. He shot his limbs out as he twisted in the air. His body became a living soft drill, but at the speed he was spinning it might actually kill him. Han went through another set of hand seals. Jukitin, Jukikatsu. He quickly turned around and bent backwards as the steam shot at Misumi. The scalding heat burned his flesh. He tumbled down as Han delivered a crushing strike to the genin. Oh, crunch. Han jumped back as he turned to the proctor. Get him some medics. I'm not sure how much damage he received, but I won't take any risks. Hate coughed as he spoke. The winner. The medics came out and immediately brought a stretcher to carry out Misumi. Han walked back up to his team as the next opponents were revealed. Rashi versus Sabuko no Temari. Temari smirked as she rode her fan down to the arena, while Rashi flipped off the edge and then flipped towards his position. Hey looked at the two. The match between Sabaka no Temari and Rashi Hajime. The two stood still. Temari grew irritated quickly. Well, aren't you going to attack me? Rashi quirked an eyebrow. Shouldn't the lady be allowed to strike first? Temari grew a forehead twitch as she screamed. You bastard, do you honestly think I need the first strike to take you down? I'll take you down in one strike, you bastard. She quickly flipped out her fan and swung it, sending violent wings at Rashi. Rashi stood there and closed his eyes. When the wind was barely a foot away from him, he snapped them open. Yotan, Hokage, he slammed his hands on the ground, and a wall of lava suddenly sprung up and stopped the wind. Temari's eyes widened as he began rotating his arms. Yotan's tsunami. He shoved his hands forward as his wall of lava suddenly became a tsunami. Temari used her fan and flew out of the way, but the lava caught her fan and it started to burn. She got distracted and lost her focus, making her fall onto the ground. She looked up and watched as the tsunami came at her. She closed her eyes. Stop. Her eyes shot open when she heard that voice. She was suddenly surrounded by sand. The sand quickly turned to glass. The glass shattered after a minute, and she was quickly pulled out of the orb made by the glass by an arm of sand. She looked to see that Gaara was speaking to Rashi. Please, I would appreciate it if you did not attempt to harm my sister, brother. She was shocked. Did Gaara just call her sister? I am sorry, brother. I meant her no harm. The two continued to converse while Temari was shocked by Gaara's change in behavior. What is going on? Is this really my baby brother? What happened to him? She pondered this the whole way up to her team. Kankuro saw this and questioned her. Hey, Nechan, what's wrong? She snapped up to attention. Nothing at all. Everyone looked up at the board and waited for the next contestants to be shown. Finally, the flickering stopped, revealing the next two names. Karabi jumped in the air and hooped. All right. Meanwhile, Kankuro was sweating bullets as he looked at the board. Oh shit. Karabi versus Sabaku no Kankuro. Karabi continued to whoop in joy. Oh yeah, the Karabi is ready to dash. Proctor, I forfeit. Everyone stared at Kankuro, who had his hand raised and was clearly scared for his life. Karabi looked at him and shouted, What the hell? Come on, why are you quitting? Kankuro simply stared blankly at the proctor. I forfeit. Please move on to the next match. The proctor sighed and nodded. All right. Hey coughed slightly and waved at the stands to get the board running again. Meanwhile, Karabi was growling, twitching as he clenched his fingers around the bars of the stands, glaring at Kankuro. I can't believe it. Here I am, ready for a fight. And that little punk chicken's out like AOUCH. Karabi was silenced when Fu suddenly punched him in his kidneys with an annoyed look on her face, before she returned back to viewing the fights. Everyone turned their attention back to the board, and it began to cycle through the remaining names. Fu leaned over the rail with a smirk as she saw her name flicker. With only a few contestants left, her chances of going up significantly increased, and she was itching for the chance to fight. Gaara watched the board impassively, but inside, he was also eager to fight his next opponent. Yagura was simply leaning against his staff, blinking each time his name passed. Finally, the board stopped, revealing the next set of names. Yahoo! Damn it. Sabaka no Gaara versus Rock Lee. Rock Lee was leaping for joy in the air, while Fu had her forehead against the metal railing after their little outbursts. Yes, at last, I, Rock Lee, shall have my chance to fight. Guy was grinning as he placed his hand on Lee's shoulder. Congratulations, Lee. Now get out there and show them what you are made of. Lee began to tear up, Guy-sensei, and hug Guy. Guy began to tear up as well and hugged Lee back. Lee. Guy-sensei. Lee. Guy-sensei. Lee. Thwack. Both were bashed over the head by an irate Fu, who was foaming at the mouth. Would you two knock it off and get in the arena? She grabbed Lee by the scruff of his neck and threw him into the arena and face first into the ground floor. Guy simply stared in shock, looking between Fu and Lee. He was about to say something, only for Fu to point at him and snap, Shut up. Yagura sighed heavily and spoke up, "Sister, you need to control your temper." Fu snorted, crossing her arms, and spoke with annoyance, "Eat me." Meanwhile, Lee pushed himself up, nursing the bruise on his head, "Itai," and he looked upwards. He saw Gaara standing a few feet from him, an impassive look on his face. "Well, are you going to fight, or lay there?" Lee frowned and snapped to attention. Hate looked between the two and sighed. The next match between Rock Lee and Sabaka no Gaara, Hajime. Hate got out of the way at that point. A smart move on his part. Rock Lee did not waste a second and shot towards Gaara, swinging his right leg in a sweeping roundhouse directed towards Gaara's legs. Gaara made no motion to dodge or even block the kick. As the kick spun towards Gaara, Lee expected many possibilities. He expected a last-minute dodge or a swift block, or even being successful in his strike. He did not expect a wall of sand to erupt from seemingly nowhere and block his kick. Lee's eyes widened as he jumped back when the sand tried to make a grab for him, and he skidded back several feet. He looked at Gaara, then back at the sand, and tried to examine the situation. Gaara had not moved, and he had not felt a single burst of chakra, so it wasn't a sealless technique. But whatever it was strong enough to block Lee's kicks, a feat that Neji himself had incredible trouble with. Gaara finally spoke, "Are you done?" Lee was broken from his thoughts and smirked, "Nope," and he shot at Neji, swinging his arm. Gaara, like before, made no movement against Lee, only waiting for him to get closer. Lee swung his arm, intending a close line. However, like before, his strike was stopped by another wall of sand. This one succeeded in grabbing onto Lee. Lee tried to pull back, only for him to wince as the sand tightened around his arm like an iron vise. Gaara simply stared and whispered, "My turn." Lee suddenly shot through the air, getting whiplash as the tendril of sand wrapped around his arm swung him about like a marionette and proceeded to smash him into the ground repeatedly. Lee coughed and choked each time he was brought back up from the ground, feeling his ribs break and his lungs get the air knocked out of him. The tendril of sand swung Lee against the wall, and then, without a single second wasted, threw Lee straight into the ground. Gaara looked down at Lee, who was bleeding from the mouth. Gaara then glanced up at the proctor, who, like all the others in the stands, aside from the other Jinchuriki, were staring in shock, called the match. Hate blinked a few times. The winner is Sabaka no Gaara. He blinked several times, staring in shock. Gaara nodded and turned his head before he leapt back up into the stands, waiting for the next match. Meanwhile, medics ran to Lee, as did Guy, who had to be held back by the medics. "Mato-san, you need to stay back while we stabilize him. We don't want to risk aggravating his injuries." Guy glanced at Lee worriedly. "What damage has been done?" The medic looked at Lee. "Well, from an initial scan, his ribs are broken and his lungs are under some pressure. His arm is also broken and his neck needs to be straightened. He likely has other smaller injuries, but we should know more later. Now please, step back and let us do our job." Guy frowned and looked back at Lee as he was carried out on a stretcher and sighed heavily before he returned to the stands. After the arena had been cleared up, the board began to cycle through names again. The names began to cycle through faster due to the low numbers. Finally, the board stopped on the next contestants, causing Fu to grin. "Oh yeah. Fu versus Aruno Sakura." Fu hooped and jumped into the arena, jumping left and right in a fighting stance. "All right, come on, bring it your best," she said, staring at Sakura, who slowly made her way down to the arena and stood in front of Fu. Hate looked between them and spoke. The next match between Fu and Haruno Sakura, Hajime. Fu did not waste a single second and shot at Sakura with speed that rivaled Lee's and punched Sakura straight in the face. Sakura was sent flying back several meters, skidding across the ground. Fu grinned. "All right, first punch." She lowered herself and then shot forward. "Ready or not, here I dash." Fu stopped suddenly, stumbling a few feet as she saw Sakura's state. Sakura was flat on her stomach, her face heavily bruised, and her eyes glassed over, but she was definitely still breathing, but she sure as hell wasn't conscious. Fu blinked 6 or 7 times, and she stood up straight, her hand going her chin as she walked over to Sakura curiously and poked her with her foot. Hello? Fu did not receive an answer. Fu blinked several times again, then snapped around, looking towards Naruto. Brother, is there a play dead jutsu in Konoha? Naruto blinked. Not that I know of. Kakashi frowned at Naruto. Naruto, giving village secrets is a capital offense. I suggest you dash. Kurenai spoke up. Kakashi, do you even bother to listen to people, or do you just hear half and fill in the rest? He said that I know of, which implies what Kakashi? Kakashi looked at Kurenai and frowned. Listen, Kurenai, Naruto needs to know that dash. Hiruzen finally had enough. Kakashi, hold your tongue. Naruto broke no laws. As was stated, he said that I know of, meaning he doesn't know. It is the same thing as saying I don't know, so unless you yourself wish to be punished for wrongful accusations, I highly recommend you shut it. Kakashi relented, but cast a harsh glance towards Naruto. Meanwhile, Fu was poking Sakura with a stick. Hello. Wakey wakey, possum jutsu release, she said, poking her in the cheek, then whacked Sakura over the head with the stick. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Fu whacked Sakura over the head with the stick with every consecutive wake up. Everyone watching sweat dropped at Fu's antics. Finally, Fu stopped. After the repeated smacking of Sakura broke the stick, and Fu stood up and brought a hand to her chin. Hate came over and placed a hand to Sakura's neck and sighed. She is alive, but unconscious. Fu stared into space upon hearing that. She had beaten her opponent with only a single punch? Hate sighed. The winner of this round is Fu. Hate looked to his side. Fu was no longer standing beside him. And he looked up at the stands. She wasn't there. Fu! He looked left and right. A cough up in the stands drew his attention, and he saw Utakata pointing off to the side he had not yet looked at. Hate then turned his head. He was met with the sight of a depressed Fu sitting in the corner of the arena, with a gloomy cloud overhead. Karabi leaned over the railing and called, Sister, what are you doing? Fu slowly turned her head, revealing a dead look in her eyes as a waterfall extending from her eyes, lamenting my crushed hopes and dreams. And she turned back to the wall with a heavy sigh. 10 minutes later, they managed to drag the depressed Fu up to the railing, where she continued to sulk. The board began to run through the remaining names, the remaining contestants staring at the screen with anticipation. When the names flickered, everybody was confused. Utakata versus Utakata. Hiruzen stared in shock. What the devil? He walked up to the machine and opened up the panel, looking inside. Meanwhile, Utakata stared in curiosity. What had happened to the machine? Why did it pick his name twice? Sighing, Utakata looked up. It didn't matter. Even if there was an issue with the machine, he would soon be fighting. Hiruzen called up some shinobi who maintained the machine, who began to try and work on it. The contestants waited impatiently while the shinobi tried to fix the machine. Finally, after 5 minutes, Hiruzen walked forward and spoke. Due to an error in the programming of the machine, and due to a new policy that was enacted in the recent months, Utakata will be given a free pass to the Chunin exam finals. To say people were irate was one thing, especially Utakata. Hiruzen spoke up. There shall be no further debate on this. Utakata of Kirigakure shall receive a free pass to the finals. We shall commence with the next run. Hiruzen, meanwhile, turned his head back towards the machine and frowned. It was working fine before. What happened? After the contestants and their senseis had been calmed, the names began to cycle once more. The board finally stopped, this time without a glitch. Yagura versus Kinyuta Dosu. Utakata smiled and turned to the standby Jinchuriki. You're up, my friend. Kick his ass, please, he said with a coldness that was only fueled by his frustration from not being able to fight. Yagura sighed and headed down towards the arena. Dosu seemed to smirk underneath his bandages as he headed down towards the arena as well. Yagura stood upright in the center of the arena, while Dosu stood slouched in front of him. Hey, look between them. Are both contestants ready? Yagura nodded his head. Hi. Dosu snorted. Just start the damn match, leave pussy. Hate scowled at Dosu and sighed. The match between Yagura and Kinyuta Dosu Hajime. For over half a minute, the two opponents stared at one another, waiting for their opponent to make the first move. The proctor noticed this and was about to speak, about to tell them to either start the match, or they will both be disqualified. Suddenly, he had to jump back, as seemingly out of nowhere, a large wave of water erupted from around Yagura, forming a shield of water around him. Dosu only chuckled. Impressive, such a defense would surely nullify most jutsu. However, my technique is something your wall of water cannot block. He then proceeded to run towards the dome of water, seemingly going in a direct path towards the dome. A foolish idea, though his stance implied he was ready to move in case of an assault upon himself. Yagura only scoffed as he waited for Dosu to strike. Dosu leapt towards the dome and swung his gauntlet-covered arm at the dome, releasing a sound blast, which he assumed would travel through the water, striking Yagura and securing his victory. He did not expect the sound to get sent right back to him. Agghhh. Dosu fell over, clutching his ears in pain sloppily as he felt his motor functions get destroyed. He began to throw up, which was difficult due to the bandages covering his mouth. Yagura released a water wall, which seemed to disappear, and he walked up to Dosu, and with a single swing, smashed Dosu into the ground, completely unconscious. Hate stared for a moment. To the winner of the match is Yagura. He stared in shock at what he had just seen. So much water had appeared out of nowhere. He dared say it resembled the techniques used by the Night-Aim Hokage, Tobirama Senju. However, he theorized that it was all sealed inside of his staff. The medics began to clean up the mess left by Dosu and readied the final round. Utakata spoke up. Hokage-sama, surely you could just have me fight Sasuke Uchiha. He is the only contestant left, and I was never given the opportunity to fight. Hiruzen looked towards Utakata. I am sorry, but due to a new policy, this is not possible. However, you may have the opportunity to fight yet, as the one who will fight Sasuke Uchiha will be a winner of one of the previous matches. This caused a disturbance amongst the winners. Wait a minute. Why? Utakata here is ready, as is the Uchiha. Why have one of the winners do it? It would be just an advantage for the Uchiha. Frankly, this just seems like blatant favoritism for Konoha shinobi, since most of the victors are not from Konoha. Hiruzen looked to see Shino, Amaru-sensei, speaking. While yes, there are victors from Konoha, the fact remains that there are so far only 2 winners from Konoha, while all the others are from out of the village. Frankly, this seems more like a ploy to try and give Konoha a larger menagerie to display. There was loud whispering throughout the arena stands, and everyone looked towards the Hokage with an incredulous gaze. Hiruzen sighed. I assure you, it is nothing like that. It is just a policy which due to certain events we have to abide by within the village. I am sorry, but I must follow the laws. If I do not follow them, then what reason will anyone else have to follow them? Everyone got quiet at that, but kept up their harsh glance. Sighing, Hiruzen waved his hand, and the board began to cycle through the winners of the previous rounds. Everyone was staring at the board, waiting for the outcome. Kurabi was hoping to be able to unleash some steam on the Uchiha, Kankuro having forfeited the match before he even started. Fu had broken from her depression and stared at the board. Sakura had been such a pitiful fight that she really wanted to fight somebody else. Utakata stared up at the board. He had not even been given the option to fight, so he hoped that since his name was being cycled, it would fall onto his name. Han had his arms crossed as he stared at the board, his eyes showing pure focus as he waited for the names to cease cycling. Rashi leaned against the railing, similar thoughts going through his head. Yagura had his arms crossed as he gently gripped his staff. His opponent had barely put up a fight, and he had a lot of pent-up energy. Yujito was in a similar position. Tintin had not been a threat to her. Her arrogance and bravado had been her downfall. Yujito wanted another shot at a stronger opponent. Gaara stared impassively at the board as usual. Neji scowled towards the board as he clenched his fists. Naruto only frowned as he watched the board slow its cycle. Finally, the board stopped, revealing the name of the contestant who would fight Uchiha Sasuke. Everyone was surprised at the results. Uzumaki Naruto versus Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto and Sasuke gave each other a glance. They nodded to each other and then turned towards the steps. Sasuke began walking down toward the steps. Once he passed Naruto, Naruto followed in step with him. The two shared a look. It was easy to translate. Don't hold anything back. Everyone who still remained watched as the two walked down the steps. Each footfall sounded like thunder. Thump. Their hearts were beating quicker than they ever had before. They wanted this match for a long time, and now they got it. The two split apart when they reached the floor and headed for the center of the arena, where Hate was waiting for them. The two stopped once they reached their positions. They turned towards each other with a resounding rush of the air around them. Sarutobi was shocked and angry. Why the hell was Naruto going second time? And against his own teammate? He just knew that someone wanted this fight to happen, and he had a pretty good idea as to who they were. A mile away, 3 old retired shinobi sneezed, all of them thinking, someone must be talking about me. Back to stadium. The Jinchuriki watched Naruto with bated breath. Their hearts were beating. A fight between a Jinchuriki and a host of a demonic virus. This would definitely be a fight to remember. Hate looked as the two opponents stared at each other in the eyes, unaware of the conversations going on in their minds. Naruto POV. I looked at Sasuke. He looked at me. I walked down to the arena. I finally get to fight him. I admit, he and I are not the best of friends, but he is the closest thing to a brother that I have. Naruto, damn. I hate it when he does that. Yet Kyubi. Be careful, what? Why does he care? I care because unlike what most people believe, I do in fact have a heart. Do not be fooled. He has advantages, just as you do. Don't take him lightly. Is that all he wanted to tell me? No. There is more. What? Can he read my mind? Yes, I can. You didn't think that if I was inside of you, I wouldn't be able to read your mind, did you? Okay, Kyubi, what else did you want to tell me? I waited for his answer as Sasuke's eyes lit up with his Sharingan. He's infected Naruto. When that snake bit him, he gave him a mark. The mark is a virus, as well as a gift. What was Kyubi talking about? Explain. I heard him sigh in the background. This must be difficult for him. It's like a steroid. It both gives the body great strength, but also harms it. If he uses that mark for too long, he will begin losing his humanity, and eventually he will become a demon. What kind depends on various factors. Pray that you can combat it, Naruto. Don't worry with you and me. I should be. Any more than a single tail of chakra, and it could kill you. When I took over your body, I caused much more damage than I intended. I can grant you up to tail of power. But be careful. Damn, that leaves me with less power. Oh well, looks like it's time to see what the last few months of training has done for me. Sasuke POV. I saw Naruto as an annoyance when I first met him. I saw him a pathetic ingrate. I hated him, but now I see him as a rival, as something I can measure myself against. And now that I know he is a Jinchuriki, I am scared. Is he Naruto? Or is he Kyubi? Of course he isn't Kyubi, you fool. What the hell? I was about to look around to see where the voice came from when I felt a massive tug on my mind. Before I knew it, I was standing in front of the Uchiha clan gates, but they were different. The Uchiha clan crest that stood proudly on the compound's gates was now shattered, ruined. The walls looked as if they had been burned, but they were still standing. I did not know why, but I felt compelled to walk forwards. I pushed open the gates to see the compound, pristine whole, but clearly defiled. The once white walls were now covered in black markings that almost seemed demonic. Well, it's about time he got here. I snapped around to find a sight that horrified me. It was an abomination. The thing standing before me was terrifying. Its skin was gray. It had a pale illumination to its demonic flesh. The creature's nails were long and sharp, and the face, it had a black shuriken mark in the middle of its face. Its hair was long, almost like a mane. But the most horrifying thing, or things, was the wings. They looked almost like human hands, but the entirety of the wing was covered in finger-like growths. There was webbing in between the fingers, so it must have been able to at least glide. The thing grinned at me. Why so surprised? Isn't this what you wanted? The power to defeat Itachi, to revive your clan? I looked at the creature in disgust. What the hell was he? What the hell are you? The creature quirked an eyebrow. It then got into a thinking pose. That's a hard question. The thing cracked a smile, but the best way to describe me would be all of your deepest and darkest desires, given form and substance. In other words, I am... As the creature screamed, the wind picked up as the ground caught fire, and electricity began arcing through the air around me. But as suddenly as it began, it stopped. But for now, you can call me Uchiha Akuma, and I am offering you power. After all, you are facing against the Jinchuriki, so you will need all the help you can get. I looked down. He was right. I had no idea how powerful Naruto could possibly be, and he would need all the power he could get. If I need your power, I will call. I suddenly found myself looking back at Naruto, whose blue eyes had become slitted. General POV. Everyone watched with bated breath as Naruto and Sasuke stared each other down. The two got into a fighting stance, ready to attack at a moment's notice. Hate glanced at the two. This is going to be one hell of a fight. He raised his arm in the air. The final match between Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. Hajime. The two continued to stare each other down, neither one making a move. The spectators watched. Anticipation was evident amongst them. Hate looked at the two. I said you could start. If you don't start, Hate was stopped when Sasuke brought up his hand. Sasuke then smirked as he looked at Naruto. Naruto, you and we are so much alike and yet so different. We both grew up alone, we both have potential for power, and we both will not hesitate to use it when the condition arrives, of course. Sasuke looked at Hate and the Sandame-sama. I call for a clan honor duel with Uzumaki Naruto. Those who knew what Sasuke was talking about were shocked. The Jinchuriki were smirking at this opportunity. Sakura, who had recovered from her match, looked towards her sensei. Sensei, what is Sasuke-kun talking about? Kakashi was wide-eyed from Sasuke's demand. He turned his head towards Sakura and answered. A clan honor duel is a duel between two combatants. It is just like any other match, but it falls under a different set of guidelines. Sakura looked at her sensei, but snapped her head towards Guy, who continued. A clan honor duel is the closest thing Konoha allows to a death match. The duel must meet certain criteria. 1. Only members of one's clan can interrupt the fight, no matter what happens in the duel or how close the opponents are to death. 2. There's to be no holding back. All possible attacks are to be used, even lethal ones. And 3rd and final. Guy went silent for a moment, clearly uncomfortable with the last criteria. The loser, everyone turned their heads towards Asuma, who had remained to watch the matches, is the winner's eternal slave and master of both their clans. Everyone was shocked at the final criteria, a slave, but slavery is illegal. Kakashi must have understood their confusion because he continued the explanation. Slavery is illegal in Konoha, unless it pertains to clan matters, which is exactly what this is. The only way for either of those two to ever be free of that fate is if a tie is brought, but according to clan laws, that means both of them will advance to the final rounds. Kakashi looked up to the Sandame, who nodded his head at Sasuke. And the worst part is that since it is a clan matter, the Hokage cannot say no to it. Naruto looked at Sasuke and smirked. Except the two began running through hand seals. Hate jumped out of the way, knowing this was going to get messy. Katan Gokaku no Jutsu. A ball of fire blew out of the Uchiha's mouth. Futon Daitapa, a massive rush of wind went straight for Sasuke. Boom! The two jutsus collided with each other as the fire was suddenly redirected back at Sasuke. Sasuke jumped out of the way as he pulled out a shuriken. He threw it at the blonde, who nimbly dodged it. Naruto suddenly placed his hand in his favorite hand sign, Kagebunshin no Jutsu. A dozen clones appeared. Half of them turned into Fuma shuriken, as the rest grabbed each Fuma shuriken in midair. They threw the changed clones at Sasuke. Sasuke jumped away from the shuriken that were dotting the area around him. Sasuke was about to run at Naruto when he suddenly felt pulse of chakra from each Kagebunshin. Oh shit. Boom! The clones that turned into shuriken exploded. Sasuke crossed his arms to block some of the shrapnel, but when he looked up he saw the 6 remaining Narutos coming at him. Since he was in midair, he couldn't do anything. 3 of the Narutos shot under him. Yuzu, the first one, kicked him. The second one followed up with a strong set of kicks in the same spot, eliciting a cry of pain. The third one delivered a spinning kick that sent Sasuke farther up. Sasuke opened his eyes to see that the other 3 were above him. 2 were sticking to the ceiling while the last one came at him. Naruto, the first, delivered a strike at Sasuke's ribs before adjusting himself in mid-air, sending him back upwards. Sasuke was wide-eyed when he saw the other 2 Narutos jump off the ceiling and grabbed each other's hands as they spun towards him. Rindan. Sasuke went straight for the ground, but he quickly adjusted himself so the landing would be less painful. He looked up to see that the clones were gone and only one Naruto was remaining. He ran towards him as he got into a defensive stance. Sasuke threw a strike at Naruto. He dodged to the left and sent one at Sasuke. Sasuke grabbed the incoming punch and charged forwards. Naruto spun to the right as Sasuke charged. He was still holding Sasuke in and delivered a strike. Sasuke saw it coming and flipped out of the way, delivering 3 consecutive kicks to Naruto's face before he rolled out of the way. Naruto clutched his face with one hand as he used the other one to knock away an incoming punch from Sasuke. He jumped back as Sasuke pulled out a kunai and threw it at him. Naruto finally shook off the pain as Sasuke came running at him. Just as Sasuke was about to hit him, he ducked out of the way and kicked Sasuke right in the face. Sasuke rolled before he slammed against the wall. Naruto began panting as he coughed up some blood. He turned to walk away, but he suddenly felt a dark presence. He turned to find that Sasuke was pushing himself up, but he was being surrounded by a tornado of black chakra. Sasuke looked up and had a sadistic look in his eyes. Naruto could not react as Sasuke charged forwards with inhuman speeds. In a stance, Kakashi was about to jump into the match to stop it before Sasuke got out of hand when he was grabbed on both arms. He looked to find Han and Karabi holding him back. "What are you doing? If Sasuke's curse gets out of hand, then we will lose him for good." Han tightened his grip on Kakashi's arm as he spoke. "Do not interfere." The 3 turned their attention to the match. Kakashi tried to use chakra to escape, but he felt as if it was being drained as fast as it was being put out. But how? Kakashi never noticed that the steam coming out Han's back was increasing with each time he pushed out chakra. Back in the fight, Naruto was thrown to the ground. Sasuke smirked as he brought his foot up to crush the blonde's head. As he brought it down, it was caught by the blonde's hand. Sasuke snarled, "Why can't you just?" He was cut off as the blonde suddenly twisted in the air and delivered a kick to the side of the Uchiha's face. Sasuke spun for a second as he righted himself in mid-spin. He looked back at Naruto, who was struggling to get up. He wavered for a second left to right until he shook himself off. Naruto then shot his head up, revealing his eyes had gone from blue to red. Suddenly the arena was covered in killing intent as Naruto roared to the heavens. "RAGGHH." Stance. The Jounin began to quake in fear. It did not take a genius to figure out that the chakra Naruto was emitting wasn't human. Sir Toby got up to stop the fight, but he was stopped by a gentle hand on his shoulder. He looked down to find Amaru, standing there as if the killing intent was not even there. "Let go." He was about to push her off of him when she spoke. Clan Law states you cannot interfere. Sit and enjoy the show. Sarutobi wanted to shove the girl off of him, but he knew she was right. He had no say in clan matters, so he could do nothing for the fight. Back to fight. The resulting roar sent a shockwave through the arena, sending Sasuke off of his feet. Sasuke managed to land as Naruto ran at him. Sasuke barely blocked it, but a tremendous amount of pain shot up his arm. He jumped back as Naruto began swiping at him with his newly grown claws. Sasuke began performing hand seals, but he was kicked down by Naruto. He tried to get back up when Naruto delivered a crushing strike to Sasuke's ribs. Sasuke fumbled for a bit. He began to lose consciousness. Everything was dark. Was this how he was supposed to lose to a clanless loser like Naruto? And oh, Sasuke's eyes shot open as a third tomo appeared in each eye. Naruto was about to slam his foot into Sasuke's chest when he suddenly backflipped in the air and kicked Naruto in the chin. Naruto skidded down the arena as his face was cut up. Sasuke was panting. He was extremely tired from using the curse mark. He tried to get it off him, but for some reason it was like moving a boulder through quicksand, damn near impossible. Every time he managed to push the marks back, he ended up feeling even more pain, and the marks began to take over again. But how? Naruto began to struggle to stand up, but he did not have enough strength to move. Damn it, Kyuubi, what's wrong? Kyuubi was silent for a minute before answering. Your chakra network is still damaged from when I used my power a few days ago. The only way you're getting up now is if I up the dosage. Are you ready? Naruto looked down for a minute before answering. Yes, do it. Suddenly his body was flooded with yuki. It felt so good, but it hurt so badly. He shoved his arm forwards and shot himself up. The spectators watched as the two competitors were wreathing in agony as their chakra level spiked. Sasuke began to wreathe even more as he was clawing at his face, that voice echoing in his head. I am you, and you are me. Embrace me and my power, and we will be beyond what we were. Do it. Sasuke struggled for a minute, but he finally relented. He let all of the demonic power flow through him as he felt his skin burn and his back begin to crack and rip. Naruto felt his flesh burn and his limbs crack as the Kyuubi's yuki flooded through him. It was the worst pain he had ever felt in his life. The crowd watched in terror as a red cloak formed around Naruto. A single tail formed in the cloak, as ears also formed. It looked like a fox. Sasuke's skin turned gray. A black shuriken mark appeared on his face, and his hair lengthened to form a mane. Just when things could not get any worse, Naruto's claws and toenails lengthened, and Sasuke's back began cracking and convulsing. Suddenly his shirt ripped off as two wing-like appendages shot out. The spectators were shivering. What the hell had happened? Sarutobi was wide-eyed. In all his years, he had never seen anything like what Sasuke had become. And Naruto, he was becoming more and more feral with each passing second. The two glared at each other as they began to snarl at each other. Naruto got on all fours and began to skulk around like a lion about to pounce on its prey. Sasuke began to follow his movements as he began to skulk around like a falcon about to take flight. Wrath. Naruto leaped at Sasuke with his fangs bared and his claws extended. Sasuke jumped up off the ground and flapped his wings, shooting towards Naruto. The two crashed into each other as Sasuke began flapping his wings upwards. Naruto slashed at Sasuke as Sasuke kicked Naruto in the stomach. Naruto cringed but slashed across Sasuke's chest. Sasuke jumped back as he tore off the last of his shirt. The slashes began to heal, but there were clear marks still there. Sasuke ran at Naruto and grabbed his throat and slammed him into the ground. Naruto struggled for a minute before he shot his arm out, slashing at Sasuke's face. Sasuke managed to move out of the way enough that it did not damage his eye, but he got a slash mark extending from his cheek to his chin. Naruto took the opportunity and shot his arm out, along with his cubified chakra. Sasuke was shot up in the air and slammed into the ceiling. Naruto pulled downwards as Sasuke came shooting towards him and reared back a punch. Before he could hit, Sasuke opened his mouth and shrieked. Naruto clutched his ears as he fell to the ground. Sasuke used his advantage and swooped onto Naruto before flying up in the air. He let go of Naruto in mid-flight before he began performing hand signs and pulled in a massive breath. Katan, Karyu Inden, a massive stream of flame came shooting out of his mouth as it transformed into a dragon. Naruto saw the incoming attack and simply roared. The two strikes clashed before an explosion sent the both of them into the walls. Sasuke slammed into the roof before he crashed back down to earth. Naruto slammed into the ground before he rolled into the wall. Hate looked to see that the two were not moving. The match between Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke is. He was cut off when another burst of chakra flooded the room. The two fallen demon turned shinobi pushed themselves back up. They looked at each other as they snarled at each other. They quickly got into a battle stance as they held out their primary arm. They began focusing chakra into their arms. Everyone was shaking at the amount of demonic energy being released in such a confined space. The demonic aura was overwhelming. The Jinchuriki gave each other glances as they nodded their heads. Sarutobi was actually terrified. He was terrified for a different reason than just the demonic energy. Admittedly, it was part of it, but it was what they were doing that was clear. The two were going to unleash all of their usable chakra on each other. The resulting explosion of demonic energy would not only be felt over Konoha, but it would destroy their chakra networks, ending their shinobi careers. Naruto winced in pain as his arm began to burn as the skin actually began to melt off. Damn. I don't have much time. I gotta finish this. Sasuke began to feel sick as he coughed up blackened blood. Damn. This power is poisoning me. It's now or never. The two launched themselves at each other as they cried out the name of the technique they were using. Shukai Chakra, Sun 2. As the two got closer, the energy began to strike at each other, as if they were attracted. The two were only a foot away from striking. Now, suddenly the two fists were stopped by the Jinchuriki. Han was standing in between the two, grabbing each of their fists. Yujito was holding Sasuke back, and Yagura was holding back Naruto. Karabi was grabbing Naruto's forearm, and Rashi was grabbing Sasuke's. Utakata was behind Sasuke, holding him from moving, while Fu was doing the same with Naruto, and Gaara was covering both of the two with sand to stop them. The Jounin were shocked. Not even a second ago, the Jinchuriki were standing next to them. Sarutobi was slack-jawed. Come on. He remembered that Amaru was standing right next to him as he saw her jump down and ran towards the two. Han was using as much strength as he could to prevent the two attacks from clashing. It made the job easier since his armor could absorb chakra like a sponge, but he could only handle so much. Just as he was about to collapse, the two opponents began to revert back to their human forms. The chakra cloak disappeared from Naruto as Sasuke's skin turned back into its pale Uchiha color. The two slumped down as the Jounin surrounded the two. Kurenai spoke up. Why did you stop the match? Granted, I did not wish for those two to be permanently injured, but isn't it a clan matter? The Jinchuriki turned to Kurenai as Han answered. That's why we stopped it. Did you honestly think we would let our brother be permanently injured? The spectators were confused now. Who was their brother? As if he was reading their minds, Utakata spoke up. Naruto. He is a Jinchuriki like us, so he is family, and thus we are clan. Granted, it is not an official clan, but in all other terms, he is a member of our clan. The Jounin quirked an eye, but let it go when the medic Nin came out for the two. When the medic ninja came to get Naruto, Amaru got in between them. We will take care of him, tend to the Uchiha. The medics were about to argue against her, but Sarutobi stopped it. Let him be. They know what is best for him right now. The medics turned toward Sasuke and began to help him, while Amaru began assisting Naruto. Yujito came up and began using some of her medical ninjutsu to heal the damage that Amaru could not get to at the moment. Sasuke watched as the Jinchuriki helped Naruto. They're like him? They consider each other a clan. So, you do have family Naruto, just not related to you. Sasuke closed his eyes and dozed off. Neither one would awaken until the next day. The next day, Naruto opened his eyes as he groaned in pain. He tried to move to find himself unable to. He looked and found himself bound down, unable to adjust himself. Damn it. What the hell do they think I'm going to do? They think you will go berserk and kill every innocent in the hospital. Would you stop that, damn it? Kyuubi chuckled at Naruto's outburst. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. But besides that, yes, they think that you'll go demon on them and slaughter everyone in the hospital. I heard the nurses talking while you were out. Naruto sighed in annoyance. When will these people learn that he is not Kyuubi? Kyuubi sighed. He was disgusted with the humans. Not even the damn Oni treated their own like they treated Naruto. True, Oni had a more savage tendency, but even they refused to harm a child, especially one so pure. The nurse came in, clearly feeling a bit frightened by the blonde. Why you can go now? Naruto rolled his eyes at the girl and got out of bed as he went to the door. Before he left, he turned to the girl. If you are so uncomfortable being around me, then don't bother trying to heal me in the first place. He walked out of the room as the nurse looked at the ground, wondering what her sensei would do. Minato sensei. In the Sandame's office. Sarutobi, you must kill that thing for corrupting the Uchiha. Hamura screamed. I agree. That thing should have been killed like the council wanted. Koharu agreed. At the very least allow me to take charge of him, Danzo spoke up. Enough. Sarutobi was severely irked by the elders, so this is why they had Naruto fight Sasuke, so they would try to have a reason to do away with him. Sasuke called for a clan honor duel. As such, all abilities are allowed to be used. That includes a Jinchuriki's Biju. The elders were fuming that Sarutobi was not doing as they asked, demanded as more like it, and blew their top. That thing is a monster. It corrupted the Uchiha. Look at what happened to him. Sarutobi glared at Hamura. We both know that Orochimaru did that to the Uchiha, and we both know Naruto had all rights to use his power on the Uchiha, and it was a clan matter. None of us could do anything about it. Sarutobi glared at the three. Now get out of my sight. The elders scoffed in annoyance and left the office. Once the door was closed, Sarutobi sighed. Minato, what would you think of these people knowing what they have done to your son? Sarutobi was about to get back to doing paperwork when suddenly the alarm went off in his office. He quickly ran to the security panel and looked to where the alarm had been triggered. It was inside the Hokage monument. Sarutobi wasted no time and shined to the point. Not even a second after he shined did he find himself inside the high security point of the Hokage monument. He quickly threw off his Hokage robes and was standing in his battle armor. He quickly performed hand seals and slammed his hand into the ground. Kuchios no Jutsu. A puff of smoke surrounded Sarutobi. When it cleared, it revealed Enma, the Monkey King. Sarutobi, what is it? He then looked around and saw where he was. So, in here. No wonder you came yourself. Sarutobi nodded his head as Enma transformed into a long staff. That's right, the only living people who know about this are you, me, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru. And with Orochimaru showing up again, we can't take any chances. Sarutobi looked around. He suddenly ran towards the wall when he heard a patter of footsteps. The rock shattered as he began looking around again. Hey, old man. Sarutobi snapped his head toward the voice, his eyes widened at who he saw. He was so shocked, in fact, that he did the one thing he never thought he would do. He fainted. 10 minutes later, the secretary was running through the paperwork that was being turned in since the Sandame had ran off to check that alarm, which only her and the Sandame heard, since it was only heard in the lobby and the Hokage's office as per instructions by the Sandame himself. She was now stuck with the paperwork. She was about to read through another document. Excuse me, she gave a grunt to let the person know she heard them. I would like you to have Uzumaki Naruto report to the Sandame's office. She sighed. She had nothing against the Uzumaki boy, but she absolutely hated his pranks. She nodded and began to type in a request for Naruto to come to the Hokage's office. She sighed as she looked up. Uzumaki Naruto will be here short. Oh, why, thump. The secretary fainted as the person spoke. Thank you. I will be in the office. The person walked towards the office with two individuals walking behind him and another being carried. With Naruto. Naruto was walking down the steps of the hospital. He had checked out and had gone to see if Hinata was okay. She was fine, but she would be in a coma for a few days. Naruto was about to leave the hospital. Hey, Naruto. Naruto turned his attention and saw Kakashi heading towards him. I was looking for you. I came to tell you the matchups for the exam. Naruto looked towards Kakashi with a quirked eyebrow. So who am I facing? Kakashi smiled as he decided to joke with Naruto. What makes you think you are advancing? Wrong idea. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he began to unconsciously release killing intent. I know how clan honor duels work, Kakashi, and I know me and Sasuke tied. So who am I facing? Those who heard Naruto's clearly irritated snap at Kakashi looked at him. Kakashi sighed. Maybe joking around with the student wasn't the best thing to do right now. You will be facing Hyuga Neji. Naruto tightened his grip on his fists as he began to draw blood. Neji. Naruto snarled out the name as if it was a bitter poison. He looked at his sensei. So, what are you going to teach me so I could defeat that bastard? Kakashi sighed as he looked at Naruto. Actually, Naruto, I will be training Sasuke for the next month. Naruto immediately exploded. What? You have got to be kidding me. I have to beat that bastard's ass for what he did to Hinata-chan. Kakashi sighed as he pulled out his book. Look, Naruto, even if I spent the entire month working with you, there is no way you will beat Neji. You just don't have the capability. Besides, Sasuke will be facing that Gaara kid. You saw what he did to Lee. Lee may never be a shinobi again because of him. Naruto snarled at Kakashi. And Neji won't be as dangerous? You saw what he did to Hinata. He has no problem trying to kill his own family. Kakashi I smiled at the blonde. Now don't worry, I got a better tutor for you. He turned his head towards the door as someone walked in. Naruto screamed in outrage at the sight of the person. The closet pervert. Naruto was about to continue his tirade when he simply glared at Kakashi. You know what? You can take your hired tutor and shove it up your ass. I will train on my own. Trash. Naruto turned away and walked out of the building as Kakashi simply shrugged his shoulders. Ebisu looked after Naruto, thinking to himself, does he really deserve what has happened to him? Naruto began walking towards his apartment, hoping he could get his scrolls so he could go and train. Naruto snarled as he remembered who he was fighting. Hyuga Neji, you will pay for what you did to Hinata. Count on it. Naruto was about to turn down an alley when a female red-haired Anbu shined right in front of him. Uzumaki Naruto, you have been requested to go to the Hokage Tower. I wouldn't keep him waiting. The female, Anbu, shined away as Naruto grumbled to himself. What does the old man want now? Naruto began walking to the Hokage Tower, ignoring the hateful stares of the villagers. When he finally arrived, the doors were wide open. Not want to take any chances, he pulled out a kunai and got into a ready stance. He slowly edged towards the office. He suddenly saw a movement in the office that was nothing like the old man's. He performed his favorite hand sign and summoned 3 Kage Bunshin. The Bunshin and him charged into the room, but they stood stock still when they saw who was in the room. The Sandame was sitting in his chair, knocked out cold. The Anbu from before was sitting on the desk. A girl about his age with red hair was sitting in the chair with her legs crossed. And standing in the middle of the room was the Yondaime Hokage himself. The clones poofed out of existence as Naruto stared at the Yondaime. The one person he hated more than he hated the villagers. It was his fault he was condemned to hell. It was his fault he had suffered worse than any criminal ever should. Naruto was about to begin shouting when a Yondaime spoke. Hey Naruto, how are you, oh son of mine? Naruto's eyes widened as he stared at the Yondaime. The Sandame was sitting in his chair, knocked out cold. The Anbu from before was sitting on the desk. A girl about his age with red hair was sitting in the chair with her legs crossed, and standing in the middle of the room was the Yondaime Hokage himself. The clones poofed out of existence as Naruto stared at the Yondaime. The one person he hated more than he hated the villagers. It was his fault he was condemned to hell. It was his fault he had suffered worse than any criminal ever should. Naruto was about to begin shouting when a Yondaime spoke. Hey Naruto, how are you, oh son of mine? Naruto's eyes widened as he stared at the Yondaime. What you in? Story star now. Naruto was blank. The Yondaime was alive, and he was his father? Minato looked at Naruto with that same goofy grin he always used. So how have you been? Stupid question. You were nominated for the Chunin exams right after becoming a genin. That's an impressive resume. Not even your mother or I could claim to have done that. The female, Anbu, removed her mask to reveal a smiling red-haired woman. Her name was Namikaze Kushina. She smiled at Naruto as she spoke. Yeah, once we found out about the Chunin exams happening in Konoha, we came running to see if you were nominated for them. And look at you, you even made it to the final rounds. She walked over to the stunned Naruto and ruffled his hair. You look so much like your father. She smiled and walked back to her husband. The young girl smiled at Naruto and screamed out, Hey Odo-2, how are you? Naruto looks at them with clearly pained eyes, but the 3 do not notice it. Where were you all this time? The 3 look at each other before smiling. Oh, we were training your sister. She has to be strong for her new husband after all. Naruto looked at his parents. What is going on here? I thought I was an orphan, and you were still alive after all this time. Naruto looks down as he sits in a chair behind him. Minato smiles as Kushina answers. Well, yes, it was all a part of the plan after all. Naruto calmed himself, even though he wanted to explode at them. They were his parents. They had a good reason for leaving him, right? They had to. What was this plan? Minato looked at Naruto and answered. Oh, why not? You were a primary part of it, after all. He sat on his desk as the Sandaime began to come to. What? They are alive. We all thought they were dead. And what is this about a plan? Sarutobi tried to move to find that he was too damn tired to move. Shit. Minato looked at Naruto as Kushina and the young girl, who was assumingly Naruto's sister, sat on either side. To fully understand the plan, we will have to tell you about ourselves. Your mother and I were both orphans. We grew up without a family. We scavenged around for food, but we had a crapload of fun. Eventually, we both decided to join the Ninja Academy. Of course, your mother and I did not even meet until the two of us fought each other during the Chunin exams. After all, your mother and I lived in two separate countries. Minato nervously chuckled. But beside the point, you see, Naruto, we were both the dead last of our class. However, both of us were masters in a certain field of jutsu. I was a master in seals, and your mother a master in kenjutsu. Through this, we became the most well-known shinobi throughout the elemental nations. Kushina spoke up next. When your father and I fought, we were basically evenly matched. He finally got a hit on me and managed to injure me. He could have killed me at any time, but instead he kept me safe and got me back up to health. He escorted me to my homeland, Yuzu no Kuni, but by the time we got there, it was destroyed. Your father offered to bring me to Konoha. When we arrived, we began to slowly grow closer to each other. A year later, he asked me to marry him. I happily said yes. A month later, we were wed by the Sandaime, and a week later, your father was crowned a Yondaime. Kushina smiled at her husband as Minato continued. A few months after our wedding, we found out that Kushina was pregnant. We had all planned out training schedules, regiments, and various new weapons to give to our child. But we came at a complication when we found out that your mother was having twins. We decided that the firstborn would be trained in our arts. But then we came at an impasse as to what we would train the secondborn in. After 8 months of planning and thinking, we heard that the Kyuubi was on its way to Konoha. I planned to drag the Kyuubi to hell by using the Shiki Fuin Jutsu to summon the Shinigami. But then I came at a realization. Minato looked at Naruto with immense pride. What if we could control Kyuubi's power? What if our child was able to command it without fail? We decided that rather than send the Kyuubi to hell, removing the chance of power, we decided to seal it in our secondborn. Naruto's eyes widened as tears threatened to fall from his eyes. His head was down, so his parents and sister did not see it. The Sandaime's eyes widened in cold and burning fury. You could have gotten rid of the Kyuubi, and instead you seal it inside of him for power? Sarutobi was trying and failing to move. Kushina continued with the story. On the week before the Kyuubi was supposed to attack, we discussed what we would do about our secondborn. If we brought it along with us, then we could destroy all of our years of planning, and we did not know anybody who could possibly use in using a Biju's chakra. So we decided that our second child would stay here while we trained your sister. But then we thought of something. What if you never found someone that you could spend the rest of your life with? Your legacy would end at you. So we decided to arrange a marriage between you and your sister Sora. After all, who could you possibly be closer to than your own flesh and blood? Naruto was grinding his teeth together. They left him, all because of a plan. Naruto could not hold it in, and for the first time in years, he began to cry. Minato did not stop. We decided that it would be easier to train your sister if everyone thought that we were dead. So we made it seem like both of us died, and after I sealed Kyuubi in you my altered Shiki Fuin, we headed out to train your sister to be the ultimate kunoichi and your wife. Minato looked at Naruto, who was trembling with his head down. So, come here, son. Give your family a hug. The three did classic Naruto-like grins, unaware at how much shit was hitting the fan and heading straight for them. Sarutobi was so angry he was shaking enough to move his heavy-ass chair. Those bastards, do they have any idea what the life of a Jinchuriki is? Minato, you disgust me. When I'm finally able to move, you are dead. Naruto was trembling in pure rage, holding in every last drop of killing intent he could. They left me, they abandoned me. for some plan. Why do they have any idea the life I had to live, the torment I had to endure, and they set me up to marry my own sister. Naruto began to clench his teeth as his canines began to lengthen with his nails. No. Naruto's eyes turned crimson red as his anger was unleashed. Minato expected many things. He expected his son to jump up and HG him. He expected him to run around screaming that he was the son of the Yondaime. He expected Naruto to be thanking Hai for making him so strong. He was not expecting what happened next. The world was silent as Naruto raised his head and stared into the eyes of his parents, his tear-stained face contorted with rage and hatred. I have no family. As Naruto shouted, a massive pressure of killing intent was released. Minato, Kushina, and Sora were knocked over as the glass windows of the Hokage Tower were shattered into bits. Those outside felt the massive output of demonic chakra. The Konoha shinobi ran to where the power was circulating from. The Jinchuriki ran to find their brother and to make sure he was safe. Minato tried to move, but the killing intent was so great that he could not even move. He looked to his son and watched as the Kyuubi's chakra enveloped his body, forming tails, first one, then two, then three. The number increased until Naruto was surrounded in a silhouette of crimson chakra. Naruto, my son. Naruto glared at the Yondaime and pointed at him with his clawed hand. Don't you ever call me that, you bastard. Do you have any idea what I had to endure, what I was forced to do to stay alive? What has been taken from me before it could be given? Naruto's killing intent spiked, unaware that the shinobi and the various clans that felt the chakra were watching the whole thing. Kakashi ran when he felt the Kyuubi's chakra. When he arrived, he saw his sensei and was immediately shocked. He was even more shocked when he used his Sharingan to read his sensei's lips. Sensei? Oh my god. What have I done? Realization dawned on him as he realized he had been forsaking his own sensei's son. Rin had similar reactions, but she was actually able to hear what her old sensei was saying. Everyone that heard or saw what the Yondaime said looked down in shame that they had been ostracizing the son of their hero. Minato tried to speak again, but Kushina beat him. My baby, how could your life have been bad? Naruto snarled at her. How was it bad? How was it bad? Naruto grabbed his jumpsuit and tore it from his body, revealing his chest and all his scars. Kushina's eyes widened in horror. Sora began to cry at the sight of her Aniki's burnt body, and Minato was actually trembling like a scared kitten. I was beaten and tortured from the time I was 3 years old. I was kicked out of the orphanage at 4. I was never allowed in any stores to buy food, and on my birthdays, the days that I was supposed to be happy, I was tortured beyond any possible recognition. Naruto indicated his body, which was so scarred you could not even tell what was natural anymore. Minato saw the scars and was confused. But the Kyuubi's chakra, it should have healed you. Naruto glared at Minato and roared in anger. The shinobi looked at Naruto's scars. They began to retch at the sight of his form. All those who looked at the blonde began to think, but demons, hey, don't scar. And he is crying, demons don't cry. Oh, Kami, what have we done? Your own shinobi found ways around that little problem. He indicated to a scar running from his left shoulder to across his chest. Jounin had charged his katana with medical chakra and severed most of my chakra network in my chest. He then pissed on the wound and covered it with salt. He indicated to a scar on his left breast. Akunoichi had tied me to a cross and rammed a wooden stake into my chest, but she did not stop there. She set the stake ablaze when it was still in my body. Naruto pointed to a scar on his back, and this was carved into my back. When a shinobi used a tri-pronged kunai that he stole from the Konoha Museum and set my own flesh ablaze, and then froze the kunai as he carved these words into my back. The scars did in fact spell something. It was the kanjis for murderer and demon. Naruto turned towards his so-called parents and roared at them. This is the life I was forced to live, and this is what I have become because of it. All because you two left me alone to die. The killing intent from his yell was strong enough that it actually made several shinobi and kunoichi soil themselves from fear. Minato was staring at Naruto with disbelief. But I said you were to be seen as a hero. Naruto scoffed as he glared at Minato with hate-filled eyes. You wouldn't have had to ask that if you had bothered to take care of me for a pair of orphans. I am surprised that you did not want to make sure your children did not suffer that fate. You disgust me. Naruto leaped out the window as he passed by all the terrified shinobi and is followed by his Jinchuriki brethren. The shinobi looked to the yondaime. At one time, he was considered the god of shinobi. They had thought his legacy had ended with him, and now they find that he had abandoned his own son just to make him strong. They had all lost loved ones in the QB attack, and after the attack, they became hateful of anyone that would abandon or hurt their own family. The yondaime was no exception. 10 minutes later, Naruto arrived in the forest of death as his fox cloak began to dissipate. He slumped to the ground as he began to seethe in pain, sadness, and rage. Why do I have to suffer? My own family abandoned me in favor of another. Why? Naruto smashed his fist into the ground as he kept repeating the same question in his head. Why? With each time he asked himself that same question, he punched the ground. At the last punch, he focused a mass amount of chakra into his fist and slammed it into the earth. The result was the ground cracking as his knuckles bled profusely. His eyes were leaking waterfall tears. However, unlike the tears of joy and youth that the spandex pair showed, these were tears of anger and pain, all his built-up pain, all of his torment. It was finally open as the dam had finally burst. He couldn't hold it in any longer. Meanwhile, the Jinchuriki were watching his display of anger and his pain. Fu walked out of the shadows and walked up to Naruto. She had never been good with children, but she knew that right now Naruto needed comfort. So she did the thing her mother always did when she was in pain. She reached out to him, causing him to flinch away. She backed off for a minute before she tried again. She slowly wrapped her arms around Naruto. It's all right, brother. We are here for you. Naruto at first felt weird, being embraced by another. But when he saw the look in Fu's eyes, he relaxed in her grip. The Jinchuriki saw the state of their surrogate little brother. They did not know whether it was their natural human instinct or if their demons were influencing them. But they walked up and went to comfort their surrogate brother, joining in the hug. Back at the Hokage's office, Minato was looking down in shame as his wife and daughter curled up in the corner of the room, crying their eyes out, while his own shinobi berated and put him down. You bastard! How could you do that to your own child? You heartless piece of shit! What kind of person abandons their own flesh and blood for some fucked up plan? I'm ashamed to have ever called you our Hokage. The insults came on, but they were all silenced when Sarutobi finally got out of his chair. Everyone was intimidated by the sheer amount of killing intent being released by the Sandaime. Minato turned to him. Hiruzen, He was silenced when the ancient Sandaime delivered a punch to Minato's face that would have made Tsunade cringe. You fucked up excuse of a human being. How dare you? The Sandaime leaped at Minato and began to beat him into the ground. Kushina got up and ran toward the Sandaime. No, stop it, I said. She was thrown back by a kick delivered by a certain purple-haired Anbu, Kunoichi. Kushina looked up to see the hateful eyes of her apprentice Yuzuki Yugao. Yugao-chan. Yugao snarled at Kushina. You worthless bitch. You forsook your own child, you piece of shit. Do you have any idea how many times he was near death, and how many of those times it could have been prevented if he had a parent? Kushina began to tremble. She steeled herself as she came up with a retort. He wouldn't have been hurt had you all honored my husband's wishes. She got kicked right in the ribs, hard enough that it actually knocked the wind out of her. It should not have mattered. He was your son, and you abandoned him for some shit-ass plan that there was little to no chance of working. You idiot. She was about to kick Kushina in the face again, but she was stopped by an equally angry Hate. This thing is not worth the effort. Hate turned towards a shinobi. Come on, let's go find him now. The shinobi and Kunoichi replied with a sound of highs and immediately went off in search of the blonde, who they now realized was a victim in all forms of the word. Before they left, Kakashi and Rin turned towards their sensei. Kakashi spoke first. I think I speak for Rin here when I say this. I am ashamed to have ever called you sensei, and Obito would have been ashamed of you for abandoning your son. You are worse than trash. Kakashi and Rin jumped out of the window and went to find their former sensei's son. Yugao looked at Kushina with a hateful glare. She sniffed and snorted for a minute, and then spat right in her sensei's face. Bitch, I hope you rot in hell for what you did to your own son. Yugao jumped out the window, with hate following close behind. The Sandaime looked at the two. I have never been more ashamed of you two than I have been ashamed of anyone. Perhaps the villagers were right. Orochimaru would have made a better yondaime. He leaped out after his surrogate grandson. Minato and Kushina fell weeping, knowing that they had done the very thing that they never thought they would do, push away their own child. Minato got up and went to the window. I'm going to find him. As he jumped out of the window, Kushina and Sora followed, praying to Kami to retrieve the last piece of their now broken family. Back with Naruto. Naruto managed to calm down after 10 minutes of letting out his emotions. Fu was now cradling Naruto in her arms while Yagura was on the side, cursing the yondaime. That fucking asshole. I will fucking tear him apart. I will rip out his heart and shove it down his throat. The cursing continued until Utakata slapped Yagura on the back of his head. Would you stop it? You can see he's upset already. The last thing we need is for him to be worse. Yagura sighed, but continued cursing under his breath. Fu turned towards Naruto. Feeling better? Naruto sighed as he looked up at his Jinchuriki sister. Yeah, I guess so, but the pain is still there. He looked down as he snarled to himself. It isn't fair. What did I do to deserve what has happened to me? I never had a choice to begin with, damn it. The Jinchuriki felt pity for their brother. True, some of them had endured pain, but at least they had their families to get them through it. Naruto, however, had nobody. Fu thought on what she could do. Fu, little one. Fu's head shot up when she heard the Shichibi's voice. Shichibi. She heard a buzzing that she assumed to be laughter. Of course, who else could it be? Besides that, I have an idea. How about all 10 of you go training together? It will improve your skills, and it will get your new Otudo away from this rancid village. I know this perfect spot where you all can train. Shichibi continued to speak as Fu's eyes brightened up. Thanks, Shichibi. You're welcome, little one. Fu turned towards the Jinchuriki. Hey guys, Shichibi said she knew this place where the 10 of us can train. She even gave me a jutsu that could transport us there quickly. The Jinchuriki looked at each other and nodded. All right, let's do it. The Jinchuriki gathered in a circle as Fu began the hand seals. Meanwhile, the shinobi were searching around for the blonde now that they realized that he is their hero's son, and the fact that his own family abandoned him for some stupid plan, burned their pride, and destroyed their faith in the yondaime. They were searching everywhere for Naruto. Kakashi checked his apartment to find it empty and cleared of anything valuable. He quickly summoned Pakin, who tried to find Naruto's scent, but the scent smelt as if it was burned away. Rin was looking around the hospital, thinking that he may have come to the hospital after using the Kyuubi's chakra to no avail. Yugao checked the ramen stand he usually was at, thinking he may have come in for a bite. Minato, Kushina, and Sora were looking everywhere, each second feeling more broken as they heard the yells of the villagers. The yondaime has returned. Finally, the demon will die. Now our loved ones can be avenged. Minato felt like dropping himself in a bed of spikes for how stupid he was. Had condemned his son to this, all because of some fucked up plan, and look how well it worked. His son hated him, and there was no guarantee he was getting him back. Kushina wanted to commit seppuku and let herself be dragged to hell. Her only son was condemned to this hell because of their stupid, idiotic plan, and now they were paying for it. Sora's heart was racing. Ever since she found out she was betrothed to her brother, she was ecstatic. She saw nothing wrong with being married to her brother. Who else could she be closer to? She had spent every night dreaming of the day the two would wed. And now they returned to find that her brother was the exact opposite of what their parents had intended. He was not happy, fun, or even loving. He was angry, hateful, and loathing. She looked down as she thought to herself, if I hadn't been born first, this would not have happened. Sora ignored that nagging voice in her head that said she would have suffered the same fate as she sulked over her brother. The three were about to turn a different route When they felt an influx of demonic power, they turned to where it was the forest of death. The other shinobi felt it and immediately ran for the forest. They jumped through the trees, following the demonic aura. When they got to the field, they saw the Jinchuriki in a circle with a bright golden orb in the middle. The young Taki Kunoichi looked at the portal and yelled, "Yuki Shun Shin." The area was blanketed in demonic energy. Once the light disappeared, there was only a crater to show that they were even there. Sarutobi cursed. When he saw Minato there, he walked up to him and grabbed him by his coat. "You had better pray he returns for his match, or it's your head." He shoved the distraught yondaime to the ground as the rest of the shinobi sneered at the fourth lord of Konoha. Minato and Kushina curled into a ball and began to sob, while Sora whimpered in a corner as she began to pray that her brother would return. Back with Naruto, the Jinchuriki reappeared in a flash of light. Naruto's eyes opened to see a blue sky. He was about to move. Stop. He stopped when Fu began waving her arms in the air. He was about to question her why, but his question was answered when he saw what they were standing on. It was the same patch of earth that they were standing on in the forest of death. Before he could say anything, crack, he looked down to find that the patch of earth he was standing on was cracking down the middle. Today just isn't my day, is it? The earth split right in half as the Jinchuriki fell over, making the patches of earth fall downwards. Naruto hoped that they were on a flat surface, but instead found that they were on a point-tipped mountain in the middle of a massive forest that was surrounded on all sides by a massive desert. I was asking for that one. The Jinchuriki screamed as they fell downwards toward the earth. Unfortunately for Naruto, he was on the side of the mountain that went straight downwards. He was trying to reach for the rock, but failed miserably. He was about to close his eyes when he noticed a large spire jutting out of the mountain face. He decided that it was his best bet. He reached towards the spire as he fell. He watched as he slowly got closer and closer to the wall as he sped toward the earth. Finally, he reached as far as he could and grabbed the rock spire. He watched as the pieces of earth fell to the ground and shattered upon impact. That could have been me, he sighed, but his eyes widened when he felt the spire he was holding on to move. Oh shit, the spire cracked as Naruto was swung downwards. But surprisingly, he did not fall to earth. Instead, he was swung right into a nearby opening into the mountain and slid down a slide of grime. He slid down until he reached the bottom and splashed into the water. He immediately swam to the top. Once he reached the surface, he gasped for breath and began to retch at the taste of the water. Ag! Disgusting. It tastes worse than the garbage I ate as a kid. Naruto looked around and saw a ledge nearby him. He swam to it and pulled himself out of the water. Shaking himself off as a dog when he looked around, trying to find a way out. Damn, where am I? He began walking down the cave system, hoping he would eventually find a way out of this place. He kept looking around until he tripped on a branch. He tumbled down a tunnel and slammed face first into the ground. Ag. Damn, that hurts. He pushed himself up. He used the light in the room to wait a minute. Light? He looked up, thinking he would see a hole to get out of there, but instead found the most confusing yet beautiful sight he had ever seen. There was a large crimson-red crystal in the middle of the room. There were vines going into it, pulsing energy into the crystal itself. The crystal was glowing with an ominous red light as Naruto stared at it. But it was not the crystal itself that was catching Naruto's eye. It was what, or a better fact, who was inside it. Inside of the crystal was a girl around 15 years of age. She had long black hair, slender figure. She was wearing old-fashioned kunoichi armor that was worn over 100 years ago. But what shocked Naruto the most was that he knew who this girl was. During his training, he had gone through Konoha's myths and legends, hoping to find something that could aid him in controlling his chakra better. In more unseen ways, in his readings, he found legends, old tales of a woman that struck fear into the hearts of all but two individuals. The Uchiha crest proved it, as well as the markings on her face. The woman inside the crystal was none other than Uchiha Ora, younger sister of Uchiha Madara. Naruto walked a bit closer to the crystal. It was Uchiha Ora. But she was just a myth. Even if she wasn't, it has been over 100 years since she was supposed to be alive. And by the looks of her, She hadn't aged a day. He walked close enough to the crystal to examine the markings on her face. They looked to be tribal designs used by samurai. She had blue tribal designs that branched off from the edge of her eyes and curved down the cheekbones. As he got closer, he looked at the crystal she was in. He had never seen anything like it. The crystal had an energy running through it. It was almost as if the crystal was alive, as if it had a living chakra network. He got right next to the crystal and placed the palm of his hand on the surface. There was a humming sound coming from the crystal. Naruto quickly backed off as the crystal's glow began to intensify. The glow was so bright that Naruto had to cover his eyes, but he saw something in the light that shocked him. The eyes of Uchiha Ora were opening. BOM! The crystal shattered, sending dozens of shards running through the air. Naruto was in the direct path of one of the shards and braced himself for the pain to come. But when the crystal touched him, it completely phased through him. He watched as the rest of the crystals phased through him and impaled themselves into the wall behind him. He shivered as he looked down to where the crystals had phased through him. He then looked up to where the crystal used to be standing. Standing in the middle of the cavern was Uchiha Ora. She had a slender figure that rivaled that of Kurenai Yuhi. Her chest was a little smaller than Kurenai's, but was still noticeable. Her long hair whipped behind her to reach her shoulder blades. Her armor was made up of shoulder pads, leggings, arm bracers, and a skin-tight combat suit. Naruto slowly looked up to see that her eyes were still adjusting to the lack of light, if her constant blinking was any indication. She finally stopped blinking and looked directly into Naruto's eyes. Her own eyes widened as she got in a fighting stance. So, my pitiful excuse of a brother sends an assassin to finish me off. She began to run through hand seals. Naruto began to wave his arms about wildly. No, wait a minute, too late. Keton, Uchiha Kiku, no jutsu. She opened her mouth wide open as it was filled with fire. She then threw her head forwards as a massive ball of fire came hurtling at the blonde. Naruto jumped out of the way as the ball hit the wet rock, sending a large wave of steam in the air. Ora looked around with her Sharingan activated. Come out, assassin. Fight me like a shinobi. She began to walk through the steam, looking for her prey. Naruto was running back down the tunnel he came from. He was almost at the end. I found you. He turned his head to find Ora hot on his heels, her Sharingan eyes swirling with righteous fury. She began to run through hand signs again. Suedun. Sudden, no jutsu, the steam condensed in the air and became a dragon of water. As it roared, it shot itself after the blonde. Naruto got hit with so much force that he was smashed right into the wall. He fell to the ground and began to cough up blood. He tried to get up, but he was pushed down by Ora smashing her foot on his chest. He looked up as her eyes turned into the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. This is the end, assassin. Her right eye began to spin as she stared at the blonde. Naruto awaited the black flames to come. He had studied the history of the Sharingan and found that the right eye shot out black flames that would burn for 7 days and 7 nights. He was doomed. Ora screamed out, Amaterasu, but as the chakra flowed through her eyes, instead of black flames, she got a white flood. The water kept coming and sent the two of them back out through the hole in which Naruto came in. They shot out of the hole like a geyser. The two landed on a soft patch of earth. Naruto pushed himself up and got into a fighting stance. Ora was looking at the white water. Water? Where's the black flames? What good is this garbage? She turned her head towards Naruto and could not help but find herself blushing. His form was sinewy, and the water that was covering his bare chest glistened in the sun. She looked closer and saw scars. There were scars covering the entirety of his chest. He stood in a fighting stance. She broke herself out of her trance and charged at the blonde. She swung strike after strike at him, but he kept blocking them. Naruto swung a punch at her and drove it in her chest, but she also delivered a kick to his chin. The two flew back, both trying to keep themselves up from their opponent's attacks. Ora looked at Naruto, and her left eye began to spin like a vortex. I am through playing with you. Now I will make you suffer. Her eyes spun wildly. Tsukuyami. Naruto's eyes widened when the two made eye contact. Oh shit. Where the hell am I? Ora screamed out as she looked around where she was. She was in some kind of sewer. She began to walk through the water and down the many tunnels as she looked around. She stopped when she saw a chamber that said memories. She walked to it. I wonder she opened the door and looked inside. There were hundreds of shelves with vials with different dates on them. But in the center of the room was a pedestal. On it was a name, Momochi Haku. She walked up to the vial and smirked to herself. This must be a precious memory for it to be standing on a pedestal. I wonder. She reached for the vial. Stop! She turned and saw the same blonde running right at her. She grabbed the vial and kicked Naruto right in the stomach, sending him crashing into the ground. So, this memory must be precious to you. She looked down at the ground to see a bowl made of stone. She walked over to it and looked inside. It seemed like she was supposed to pour the vial into the bowl. Let's see what it is. She opened the top and poured the vial into the bowl as Naruto screamed. No, I beg you, stop. But it was too late. The bowl lit up as the memory washed over the room. Ora saw everything about this Momochi Haku. She saw the two talking, holding hands, kissing. She looked to where the blonde was standing as he screamed in pain. She did not know why he was screaming until she saw the next part of the memory, a ball of lightning, going through her chest. She opened her eyes to find herself back on the mountain. She looked around, wondering what the hell that was. How dare you? She turned around to see Naruto trembling on the ground. Red chakra began to come off of his body. How dare you? He kept repeating that phrase as the chakra became more intense. Ora fell to the ground at the amount of killing intent being released. What is this power? Her eyes widened as the man snapped upwards and screamed. How dare you show me that? How dare you play with my emotions? He ran at her and swung his open fist downwards. Ora moved out of the way as he began to slice and attack the ground that she was on. This chakra is not human. What in the hell is he? She jumped out of the way and began to run up the cliff face. She saw as Naruto began to climb up the cliff face as well, with his 3 tails of crimson chakra burning the ground around him. She looked at Naruto, dyed demon. Her left eye began to spin like a vortex. Kamui, she expected a vortex to open in front of the blonde and rip him into another dimension. She did not expect a portal to open and a girl wearing a rather short skirt, riding on a 2-circled item to come out. Naruto's eyes widened as the object's front circle pile drive into his face, sending him careening back to earth. The girl looked around and answered in a beautiful feminine voice. Where am I? She looked down at the blonde she was sitting on, who was now unconscious and had swirls in his eyes. Ora looked at the blonde, and then the girl, then the blonde, and then the girl. She then screamed to the heavens, what the hell is up with my eyes, damn it? The young girl who was sitting on the blonde looked at his face. She then saw the blood trickling down his face from where her bike impacted. She suddenly smelled a sweet scent in the air. She could not help herself. She opened her mouth and bit down on Naruto's neck. She was in ecstasy as she drank his blood. It had so much more flavor than any blood she had ever tasted in her life. She continued to drink as she began to moan at the taste, not noticing the blonde waking up. Naruto's eyes slowly began to open when he felt a sudden stinging sensation in his neck that now felt extremely good. He looked to find that something or someone was nibbling on his neck. WH? Mocha let go as the terrified Naruto got a better look at her face. She had a soft set of facial features, emerald green eyes, and a long set of flowing pink hair. The features, however, were far superior to what he saw on Sakura, whereas Sakura had a more childish cuteness to her. The girl in front of him had a beauty that rivaled the most beautiful women in Konoha. He found himself blushing as he looked at her. She tilted her head in a fashion that practically screamed, kawaii, and he proceeded to pass out. The girl and Ora looked at the blonde, each having different thoughts in their head. There is no way this guy is an assassin, but what was that power from before? Ora pondered this as the girl began to poke Naruto to wake him up. He has tasty blood, and he seems nice. Maybe he will be my friend. She smiled at the thought of friend as she grabbed Naruto's arms and began to drag him off while Ora followed her, hoping to get some answers. Next day, Konoha. News that Naruto was the Yandame's son had spread like wildfire. The entire populace began spouting on how they shall honor the son of the beloved hero of Konoha. Or all hail the Namikaze who commands QB. Well, almost the entire populace. And stay out. Minato was literally thrown out of Ichiraku's by Teuchi, while Ayam threw out Kushina. How dare you show your face in this store after you abandoned him? I don't want you two to even look at this store. You are no longer welcome here. After Teuchi's proclamation, he spat on the ground in front of him, while Ayam nailed up a sign with a picture of Minato and Kushina on it that said, "Not welcome." Minato pushed himself off the ground and then brought his wife up. They turned and walked away from Ichiraku's, knowing they had been evicted from their favorite restaurant for good. They began walking down the streets, getting appraising looks from the civilians, or at least most of them, and intense glares from a good portion of the shinobi. Meanwhile, Kakashi, Rin, and Yugao were drinking their asses off in a nearby bar. Kakashi had been whining and crying how not only did he forsake his sensei's son, but his sensei had also forsook his own son, when he had practically burned it into their brains that Obito was right in that those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash. Rin was sobbing to herself on how the only man she ever admired was nothing but a hypocrite who forsook his own son, and how his son had been tortured and tormented for something he could not control. Yugao was cursing so much she would have made Haiden and Tayuya blush. She had been saying she would shove certain spiky objects up a certain red-haired child abandoning fuck's pussy and ass. Meanwhile, Guy, Hate, Asuma, and Kurenai were watching the group to make sure they did not go too far off the deep end. They had been drinking since they came into the bar the night before. Wait, where was Anko? The group finally realized that Anko was not there when the waiter came up saying that the purple-haired lady took her sake and did not pay. Kurenai ran out of the bar and looked around left to right. She then ran to the closest place she thought Anko would be, the perch where Anko would spy on Irika. Meanwhile, with Anko was sitting on her perch looking into Irika's window. She was drinking a new bottle of sake and was trying to get a good look at Irika. She had been in love with Irika after he had saved Naruto and her from a mob when Naruto was 6 and she was 18. That was over 6 years ago. Irika had gotten a scar from a kunai that was about to be driven into her chest. After this, she began to follow him and saw that he did not hate Naruto for his burden. In fact, quite the opposite. He actually thought the blonde was a great influence. She began to stalk him so much that she began to fall for him. In her eyes, why wouldn't someone like him? He was kind, well-skilled, had a good paycheck, and he was willing to risk his life for others. She had planned to confess her feelings to him after the Chunin exams, but now that she found out her heritage, she began to doubt herself. Having stalked him for over 6 years, she found out that Irika absolutely hated Orochimaru for the experiments her performed on young children. There was no way he would ever accept the love of that monster's daughter. Anko curled into a ball on the roof as she began to cry. Why won't you love me? Why does my life have to be so horrible? She was so wrapped up in her own self-pity that she never noticed Kurenai walk up behind her until she was wrapped up in a warm hug from the red-eyed brunette. It is all right, Anko. It is all right. She held Anko, who was crying to herself. Meanwhile, inside Irika's home, thwack, Irika was throwing darts at a dartboard with a Yondame's face on it. You asshole, I hate you. Because if Naruto had a little life, he should not have lived. He threw a kunai right in the middle of the Yondame's eye. Thwack. He threw a 6-point shuriken into his forehead. Thwack. And finally, he pulled out a long throwing knife and threw it right in the center of the target. Irika collapsed on the couch as he looked at a picture with him, Naruto, and the Ichiraku's Naruto was about 10 years old. He had not eaten in over 5 days, and his stomach grumbles could be heard around the entire class. He was the only teacher that paid any attention to it. The other teachers did not care, even when the other students had said something. He sat down and looked at another picture. It was of him, Naruto, in an ANBU wearing a snake mask with purple hair. He had saved her life when a mob had ganged up and attacked her and Naruto. Thus, he got his trademark scar across the bridge of his nose. He subconsciously began to trace the scar as he looked at the picture. He knew who the woman was, but he just could not place his finger on it. What was going on in the village varied, but one thing was certain: Minato made a mistake, and now he was paying for it. Back with Naruto, Ora was looking over the blonde, wondering who the hell he was. She had spent the last few hours checking him over, tracing his scars. He can't be more than 3, maybe 14 years old. maybe even younger. Where did he get these scars? She began to trace a scar that ran down past his waistline. She slowly began to lift his pants. Hello. Aura jumped in the air as the girl from before came up behind her with what was at a tree she was dragging. Listen, she looked at the girl questionably, not having asked for her name. Mocha, Akashia Mocha, it is so nice to meet you. She went to shake Aura's, and when Naruto suddenly began to mumble in his sleep. Haku-chan, Haku-chan, I love you. He rolled over in his sleep as a single tear fell from his eye. Mocha looked at the blonde, but when she got a little too close to Naruto's neck, Aura snatched her long pink hair. Whoa there, girl. I don't know what your problem is, but I don't think the kid will take kindly to someone drinking his blood in his sleep. By the way, why did you drink his blood in the first place? Mocha looked down as she answered. I am a vampire. I smelt his blood, and I just couldn't control myself. She looked at Naruto with a blush on her face. Aura looked at Mocha as if she had grown a second head. What is a vampire? Mocha looked at Aura and smiled. A vampire is an S-class monster. We feed on the blood of others. This Rosario, she indicated the cross on her neck. It acts as a seal for my full power. If it were to be removed, I would become a true full vampire. But not even I can remove it. Mocha looked at Naruto. What is he? His blood tasted human, but there were qualities on it that tasted monstrous. Aura looked at Mocha and then at Naruto. I don't know, but whatever he is, he sure is powerful, but he is no way an assassin. Mocha looked at Aura and smiled. Oh well, the good news is that he is safe. Mocha reached for Naruto. Well, look at what we have here, boys, a couple of nice young girls that we can have some fun with. Aura and Mocha turned around and saw a group of large lumbering beasts. They were humanoid, but had bone spikes jutting out of their body. Their skin was a pale gray, and their eyes were pitch black. Aura got into a ready stance. Mocha, stay back. Whatever it is you are no match for these creatures. Mocha looked at the lumbering beasts, and then back at Aura. What are they? Aura looked at Mocha for a second. Ogres, stone ogres to be precise. They're well known for air fetish with human girls. The head ogre gurgled at Aura and began to lumber towards her. So true, and mighty you two look quite stunning. We will have a lot of fun with you tonight. The ogre pulled up its axe and swung it down on Aura, who jumped out of the way. She began to perform hand seals until Mocha jumped right in front of her. Mocha, what the hell are you? She was silenced when Mocha delivered a kick to the ogre's chin that sent it flying into the wall. She looked as the ogre fell to the ground. The ogres looked at Mocha. Looks like we got a fighter, boys. This will be very fun. The ogres charged at Mocha as she blocked another one's axe. She barely managed to dodge a second one's strike. She was about to jump out of the way when another ogre smashed his club into her side. She slammed into a tree right next to Naruto. Aura looked at the ogres surrounding her and performed Shunshin to get out of there. But her chakra reserves only allowed her to get right next to Naruto and Mocha, who had finally gotten up. The ogres began to skulk towards them. Let's fuck Pinky up first. The ogres agreed as they began to walk towards the girls. Over my dead body. The ogres looked to where the voice came from to see Naruto pulling himself off the ground as two tails of chakra began to form behind him. He threw his arm out and grabbed a nearby ogre and then threw him off the nearby cliff. Naruto grabbed another ogre and pulled him straight towards him while he threw another arm of chakra right at him. The resulting strike crushed the ogre's face. Naruto dropped the ogre to the ground as he collapsed, the red chakra dissipating from his body. He looked up to see that 3 ogres were still left standing. Damn, I'm still weak from when QB took over. Damn, this wasn't how I was supposed to die. He tried to push himself up, but only managed to fall into Mocha's arms. The ogres began to walk towards him again. All right, first I will kill the runt, then I will bring the 2 of you back to my cave for some fun. Naruto tried to move and accidentally grabbed onto the Rosario. He did not have enough energy to get up and fell to the ground. Damn it, why am I so weak? As he fell, he pulled the Rosario off of the chain around Mocha's neck. Mocha saw this, and her eyes widened. He removed my Rosario. Suddenly, a large flash of crimson light engulfed the area. The skies darkened as a massive demonic aura became present. The ogres watched as a swarm of bats descended from the skies and began to swirl around Mocha. Her body was engulfed by the bats as changes began to take place. Only Aura was able to see it, though. Her hair went from the light pink color it was to stunning silver. Her already impressive bust grew a bit. Her hips became more accentuated, and her eyes went from emerald green to scarlet red. The bats suddenly landed on her body. They then began to fly off, revealing her form to the ogres. The ogre leader was still trembling from the demonic aura from before. What is she? She isn't human. She is... The ogre's thought was cut off when Mocha suddenly appeared in front of him with her foot raised in the air. Remember your place, vermin. She kicked him in the face with such force that while his body was sent through the air, his head was torn from his shoulders. The other two ogres were about to run when Mocha grabbed the two by their hair and then threw them off the cliff. The ogres' screams continued until they finally died when they slammed into the ground 500 feet below. Mocha looked towards the frightened Aura. "Don't worry, I will not hurt you, as it would make my other half very sad." She walked up to Naruto and kneeled right next to him, grabbing her Rosario from his hands. Such a strong boy. He will prove useful in the future, I wonder. She clipped the Rosario on her neck as Naruto slowly began to wake up. As she fell, she expertly landed so that Naruto's face was right in between her breasts. The Jinchuriki jumped down the cliff and slid down to where Naruto was now suffocating by Mocha's impressive bust. The male Jinchuriki looked jealous while the females were mumbling to themselves about perverted men. Aura saw the 9 other Jinchuriki looking at Naruto, and she sighed to herself, "Somehow, I know this is going to get hectic and soon." Konoha, the room of Hyuga Hinata. Hayashi Hyuga had arrived at the hospital room of his daughter. Each second he looked at her, he felt more and more ashamed. Many people knew Hayashi as a cold bastard who cared nothing for his daughters. They were wrong. The reason he was so cold to Hinata was because she looked so much like her mother, but she had his eyes. The truth was, Hayashi loved his daughters more than anything, and the person he was ashamed of was not Hinata. It was himself. Why was he ashamed of himself? He was ashamed because of why his daughter was in this condition and what he could have done to prevent it, had he only paid attention to what the elders were doing. Flashback. Hayashi sat outside of the emergency room. He had been called here a few minutes after the preliminaries were finished. He had been told that his daughter was in critical condition. He was awaiting for the light over the door to shut off. He sighed as he awaited for the doctors. What happened this time? Suddenly the light turned off. He sighed as he got up and walked to the door, the head doctor walking out with a few tears on her face, which Hayashi did not notice. "So, what has my firstborn encountered this visit?" The nurse turned to him, smack, and slapped him right across the face. "You bastard! How dare you put those seals on your daughter?" Hayashi's eyes widened. "What seals? What are you talking about, nurse?" The doctor snarled at him as she grabbed him by the front of his shirt. "I'm talking about the submission seal on her forehead, the static seal on top of her primary chakra gates, the pain intensity seal on her spine, and the poorly crafted bloodline seal on the back of her head. Do any of those ring a bell?" The doctor threw him to the ground and walked off. "Go look at her and see your handiwork." The doctor stood up and walked away in a rage. Hayashi stood up and walked into the emergency room. He looked inside to see his daughter hooked up to several machines, and he saw a few of the seals applied to her body. He walked up and was shocked at the seals. Impossible. These seals were Hyuga made, but the only ones in the clan who know seals are members of the Elder Council. And, oh Kami, that didn't realization struck Hayashi on what he had been doing for years. He had been punishing his daughter for being weak when it was not her fault in the first place, but why had he not heard of these seals until now? By the looks of the seals, they had to be at least 10 years old. Hayashi snarled in anger. Someone was covering up information, and they were having the doctors of the hospitals assist them. Hayashi turned and marched out of the room, fully intending finding out who did this to his daughter. In flashback, he had spoken to the head doctor, who was quick to supply him with the documents on all those who had worked on Hinata's injuries. It was the same 5 people for the last 10 years. He had quickly called in an ANBU squad to investigate who had sealed up his daughter without his consent. So far, he has not left his firstborn side. On the chair next to him was his other daughter, Hanabi. who was looking at Hinata with worry etched on her features. She turned to her father. Tusen, is Nei-chan going to be all right? Hayashi looked at his daughter and sighed. I don't know, Hanabi-chan. I don't know. The two went back to looking at the steady fall and rise of Hinata's chest, when the door behind them opened to reveal the Anbu Hayashi had charged with investigating the seals. Hayashi-sama, we have found the criminals. Hayashi looked at the Anbu. Have someone come and protect my daughter, and I will deal with them myself. Hayashi stood up. Hanabi followed close behind, while the Anbu looked at Hinata, a pitying look in his eyes. I am so sorry, Hinata-sama. A closer look revealed his eyes were white, and one could just barely see a bit of bandages through his eye holes. Training ground. Neji Hyuga was attacking the training post with fervor, while Tintin sat off to the side, looking at her teammate. Neji had been training like a madman, trying to perfect his technique, the one he used to try and kill Hinata. Damn it, Jukin. Kazekin is extremely difficult. I barely managed to cut any of that girl's nerves, but I will make up for it by killing her beloved Naruto-kun. He smiled evilly to himself, while Tintin grew a bit scared at the look in his eyes, and Guy was watching him with an emotionless expression. What is with him? Ever since the announcement that he was to fight Naruto, he has been training like a madman. And his eyes, I haven't seen eyes like those, except in the eyes of a murderer. Neji, how unyouthful have you become? Guy sighed as he turned to Tintin. Come on, Tintin, let's go. Guy began to walk away. Ichiwai, sensei. Guy turned to see Neji glaring at him. I called you out here so you could train me, not leave me here to train by myself. How else am I going to kill that blonde? Guy did something out of his normal character and glared at Neji with hatred. I refuse to be part of any training that would give one the strength to kill a comrade, and for you to even suggest that I would support your endeavors is foolish. I will have no part in training from here on, until you change your attitude. I am no longer your sensei. Guy walked off towards the village. Tintin got up to leave. Tintin. Tintin flinched as Neji snarled at her. Get over here and help me out with my Kaiten. Tintin looked at Neji, the hateful look in his eyes, the promise of pain. She steeled herself and answered, No. She began to walk off, but Neji grabbed her by her hair and threw her to the ground. How dare you say no to me? An elite. You should be honored to help out me. Neji spat in her direction. Bah, I don't need you. I will find another person who is far more useful. Failure. Neji walked off as Tintin pushed herself back up. She watched as Neji went back to attacking the logs. What did I ever see in you? She turned and walked away, limping toward her home. Neji attacked the log with increased fervor, aiming to destroy it completely. He fell over as he felt his chakra calls tighten from overuse. Damn, this power. It is not enough to defeat that blonde embarrassment. I can't just defeat him. I have to utterly humiliate him. But where can I attain power to accomplish that? Neji got up, about to strike the log again. I believe I can help you with that problem. Neji snapped around as he heard the voice and got into a fighting stance. Who are you? Show yourself. Neji heard chuckling as a shadow appeared from the forest. Neji watched as the figure's form was revealed. He was clearly humanoid, but the aura emitted by the being was foul. Call me Melchia, and if you want to utterly defeat that infernal Jinchuriki, then you will listen to my offer. Ninjin. The being raised its head to reveal black pupils with sickly yellow slits for eyes. Neji smirked at the offer. I'm listening. Meanwhile, Naruto was sitting by the fire, looking up at the darkening sky. He let out a few choked sobs as he remembered what he had to see over and over again. Haku-chan, Naruto whimpered out as he curled his legs inward, sobbing lightly into his knees. The Jinchuriki, Aura, and Moko watched as the blonde, carrier of the Kyubi no Yoko, was reduced to a simpering man. Aura felt guilty. Had she known what Naruto's life was like, she would never have done what she did. Moko was sad for Naruto. She knew what it was like to be alone. Since she went to a human school, she often felt like there was no one who cared about her. The Jinchuriki felt saddened for their surrogate brother. Yujito turned to Aura. Aura, how old do you think that memory was? Aura pondered this. She had managed to see a few reflections of Naruto in the image. So, she knows that Naruto could not have been too much younger than what he was now. I would say about half a year at most. I am not sure, but it could not have been that long ago. Why? Yujito looked at Fu. Fu, I have an idea. Fu nodded her head as she stood up. Me and Yujito will be back in a little while. She looked at Naruto. Keep an eye on our brother, please. The Jinchuriki nodded their heads while Aura and Mocha smiled. Fu and Yujito walked away from the group as they headed to a nearby clearing. They waited until they were far enough away from the group before Yujito began to speak. Fu, we need to bring Haku back to life. Fu looked at Yujito as if she was crazy. Yujito, are you crazy? There's no way we can bring a girl who got a Raikiri ram through her chest back to life. Yujito looked at Fu with a raised eyebrow as she indicated to her stomach. Fu, Nibi is capable of such a feat. This is why I want you to bring us there. Fu sighed, knowing this argument would lead nowhere. All right, but what if she doesn't want to come back to life? Yujito got a steeled look in her eyes. Then we will have to get Naruto to move on. Fu nodded her head as she began the hand seals. Yuki Bunshin, the two were engulfed in a bright light, and they were gone, along with a chunk of the earth where they stood. Nami no Kuni. In a field in the borders of Wave Country, a great pressure was felt that sent many small animals scurrying before the field was bathed in a golden light. When the light dissipated, it revealed Fu and Yujito standing on a piece of earth that quickly cracked in half. The two jumped off of the pieces of earth as they landed in ready stances. Fu stood up and looked around. So, this is Nami no Kuni. I must say it is quite beautiful. Yeah, now, where are those grave sites? The two began to walk towards the forest, hoping they could find some sort of marker. They found themselves on a street that led to a village. They followed the street to find a vibrant city. But what surprised them was the number of children dressed up in Naruto's outfit and a number of girls wearing shirts with pictures of Naruto on it. Yujito and Fu's sweat dropped as the thought, Naruto has a fan club? The children ran up to them as they began to speak. Hey, who are you? Did you come to see the village our hero saved? The two Jinchuriki quirked their eyebrows. Naruto saved this village? The kids' eyes widened. Why, you met Naruto-sama? The two Jinchuriki girls nodded. Cool. What is he like? Can you get his autograph for us? Tell us. These questions and more came from the group of children, attracting the attention of the groups of girls wearing t-shirts and such that had Naruto's face on it. Hey kids, what are you all doing? A young girl about 16 years old asked the kids. One of them turned around with a smile on his face. These girls know Naruto-sama. Say what? The girls yelled before they flocked up to Yujito and Fu, asking questions about him. Three girls were having a conversation off to the side. Oh my god, I cannot believe it. I wonder how cute Naruto-kun has gotten the last few months. The girls grinned lecherously. Oh man, I would love to ride him until we pass out from exhaustion. She shivered as a perverted grin graced her features as a blush spread across her face. Fu and Yujito stepped away from the perverted women. Hey, you two. Fu and Yujito turned around to see an old man carrying around a bottle of sake. Just what the hell are you doing here? And what is your connection to Naruto? The man looked at them as Fu walked forward. We came here because Naruto, our surrogate brother, is in severe emotional pain, and we think we might be able to fix it. The old man looked at them before he spoke. All right then, come with me. He began to walk off as the two girls followed. So, how might I ask, is the little squirt? I haven't seen him since he saved my life a few months ago when Momochi Zabuza tried to kill me. Fu and Yujito looked at each other before Yujito spoke. Well, Naruto has been in better shape, the man sighed as he rubbed his forehead. I should have known. One day, I brought him in after he had passed out from training, and he had been mumbling in his sleep about no more pain and such. It was kind of shocking to see. But besides that, what could you possibly do to heal Naruto's emotional pain? Yujito and Fu were silent. They both took deep breaths as Yujito looked at the man before them. We believe we may be able to bring the woman he loved back to life. Crash, the man dropped his sake bottle as he snapped his head towards the two. Bring someone back. To life. Are you insane? There is no possible way to bring anyone back to life unless... The man was cut off. Unless someone used the power of a demon, and the body was no more than 10 months old. The man looked at her. I have the power of the Nibi no Bakaniko, and the body of Naruto's love is less than half a year old. We can bring her back. The man looked at her, thinking she was crazy, but he sighed. If it was to help Naruto, he would risk it. Sigh, all right. But who was the girl Naruto loved? Fu walked towards the man and bent down to whisper into his ear. Momochi. The man's eyes widened. He then stood up and spoke. Very well, follow me. The man walked towards the nearby forest. Fu and Yujito ran after him. Fu chose to speak up. By the way, what is your name? The man smiled as he answered. I'm the super bridge builder, Tazuna. Back in Konoha. Neji fell over in pain as a set of canine, like fangs, removed themselves from his back. The shadow of the canine head went back to Melchia, who was snickering. So, how do you like my gift? Neji slowly stood up, clenching his fists, and then threw a strike at a post, hitting it hard enough to shatter it, and sending the splinters soaring at the trees, and impaling the trees with such force that they were halfway in. Neji looked as his arm grew fur when he punched, and then it reverted back to his usual pale complexion. He smirked as a dark look came across his face. Oh, perfect, it's magnificent. With this power, I can crush that blonde shit stain, and the main house too. Neji chuckled darkly as his pupils turned black briefly, and then reverted to his natural colorless white pupils. Melchia chuckled. Now remember, this power will give you the strength to crush that blonde brat, but make sure you kill him before he kills you. Melchia disappeared in a swirl of black chakra as he thought to himself. Soon, my lord Yamato, you'll be free of that annoyance Kitsunji, and then the rest of the Biju will follow. He smiled as an aura of 5 demonic tails surrounded his aura, and a dog silhouette graced his back. Mitarashi Compound. Mitarashi Anna, mother of Mitarashi Anko, was looking through several documents, all of them encoded in a language no member of the clan but her could read. She looked at the documents and smiled a wicked smile. How intriguing. Soon, my lord, we shall ascend to power. Her eyes turned slitted and green. Together, she got up and began to walk towards the door when she keeled over, clutching her head in pain. Damn Ninjin, I should have just destroyed her soul before I possessed her body years ago. But it doesn't matter now. This body is only useful to me until I can free my soul. An aura of cobra erupted behind her, and then I will have no need for the body of the failure's mother. Anna got up and headed for the door, her serpent-like fangs showing, and her eyes becoming slits with the silhouette of her own face screaming in the background of her retina. With the Namikaze family. Minato sat on top of the Kage Tower, thinking on everything he had done. Kushina was at his side, trying to find where they went wrong. Sora sat far away from them, thinking of the brother who she had met and lost in one simple meeting. Minato clutched his hair and growled to himself. Where did I go wrong? What did I do to make my son hate me? Where did I mess up enough to make my son be considered a monster? Kushina rubbed his back. I don't know, Minato Koi, I don't know. Meanwhile, Sora was thinking to herself. Otudo, you had such a terrible life, but I promise you, when you come back, your life will be more spectacular than that of the daimyos. She clutched her katana as she looked at the sunset. Back in Wave, Fu and Yujito followed Tazuna through a brush of forests, and they could see that at one point drops of blood stained this path. Tazuna pushed away some incoming branches and looked upon the clearing ahead of him. A small ledge, looking over the country of Wave, the most beautiful sight in all of Nami no Kuni. And near the tip of the ledge were 2 beautiful, ornate headstones, carved from the very trees of Nami no Kuni itself. The one on the left read, Momochi Zabuza, Kirigakure no Kijin, Demon of the Mist. Shinobi warrior, swordsman father. May he rest in peace in the splendor of heaven, and may his legacy as one of the Kiri no Shinobigatana Nananin Shu, 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, forever be remembered. The one on the right read, Momoji Haku. Okami no Kori, mistress of ice. Warrior, daughter, lover. May she rest in peace, and may her heart find splendor in heaven, for one's heart will forever belong to her. Yujito walked up to the two grave sites. Nibi spoke in her mind. Focus my chakra on top of the graves, and let me do the rest. Yujito mentally nodded as she placed her hands on top of the graves and began to charge her chakra through her arms, then through her hands, and finally into her palms and fingertips. Fu and Tizuna stood back as Nibi's chakra swirled around her and focused onto the two bodies in the ground. Yujito closed her eyes as she inhaled and snapped them open to reveal golden pupils. Nibi no Bakaniko Revivaru. Her chakra seeped into the ground and wrapped around the bodies of the two fallen warriors. The ground split apart as the two were brought to the surface, as their flesh and bone and blood were reformed. They all felt an ominous presence, but only Yujito/Nibi could see it. A demonic arm, wrapped in prayer beads, waved its hand, two balls of energy flowing from it, and into the bodies of the two deceased. The ominous feeling disappeared, and the eyes of the two warriors shot open as they breathed the breath of life once more. Next day, Naruto was sitting on the side of the mountain, looking at the vast expanse of nature. He sighed to himself as he let a few more tears fall from his eyes. Haku-chan. I wish you were here. He looked over the landscape, and suddenly a cold chill ran up his spine. Your wish. He heard a voice that made his eyes widen, and his skin pale. Is granted. Naruto swallowed and slowly turned his head around, and his eyes widened even further, for standing in front of him was Momochi Haku and Momochi Zabuza. Naruto was quivering as he looked at Haku and Zabuza. Unconsciously, he began to back away. Impossible. Haku stepped forward. Naruto koi. Haku had to jump back when Naruto suddenly pulled out a kunai and slashed at her. Zabuza caught his adopted daughter. Snapping his head at Naruto, he gave the blonde a hard gaze that spoke death. What the hell, Naruto? What the fuck do you think you were doing? Naruto threw a raptor shuriken at Zabuza. His eyes had narrowed into slits. Back off. How dare you impersonate the ones I cared for most? Naruto began to unconsciously leak his chakra, which was quickly darkening in color. Showing his rage, I saw it. Tears began to fall from his eyes. I saw that damned Cyclops run his damn Raikiri through her chest. I saw them both die. This is all a lie. Naruto's chakra began to thrash around as it cut up the and around him. He charged at the two and swung at Zabuza, cutting the bandages on his face. Zabuza grabbed Naruto to keep the kunai from going deeper. Damn, this is insane. How much power does he have in his body? He did not have time to think as Naruto kicked him square in the ribs while he was not looking. As Zabuza fell over, Naruto turned his attention to Haku, snarling with anger and rage. He swung at her, but before he could complete his swing, Fu and Yujito grabbed his arms and tried to hold him back. God damn it, you baka, they are real. Fu yelled at her surrogate brother. Knock it off, you moron. Yujito was starting to lose her grip. Shut up. Naruto broke free of Yujito's grip and delivered a punch to her face, then quickly turned towards Fu and struck her in her sternum, sending her falling over. Naruto roared to the heavens as he turned his attention towards Haku, who was quivering with fear. Elsewhere, Karabi was about to start rapping out another tune. Yagura raised his staff to bludgeon the Kumo Jinchuriki to unconsciousness. Rashi and Han were busy applying earplugs. Amaru actually was sitting still, looking forward to it. Gaara and Utakata were trying and failing to keep their composure. Mocha and Aura were conversing. Everyone suddenly perked when they felt a demonic aura, and not just anyone's, it was Kyuubi's. They turned to the direction they felt the Yuki in and saw a pillar of twisting chakra. Karabi turned towards everyone. Let's go. Everyone got up and ran towards the pillar where they knew Naruto would be. Mocha and Aura tagged along, not wanting to let their new friend get hurt. Back with Naruto. Naruto began to sculpt towards Haku. His teeth bared as saliva was dripping from his jaws, his nails lengthened into claws. He raised them to strike her down. Haku was trembling. She knew of Naruto's status as a Jinchuriki. When she found out, he cried so much because he thought she would hate him. But it was his status as a Jinchuriki that finalized that she did care for him. She loved him. She closed her eyes, but then remembered something Naruto knew of her Kekkai Genkai, and how she was the only one with it, and how nobody could recognize it. She looked at Naruto. Please let this work. She performed hand seals and began to gather chakra. Naruto swung his claws down, intent on ending the imposter's existence. Makio Hyosho. Naruto stopped in his tracks. Impossible. How can she? Naruto's thoughts were silenced as mirrors of ice began to appear around him. No, but Haku-chan was. He looked at where the imposter was and saw her stand up and begin to gently walk towards him. He was so shocked he did not even move. Naruto Koi. Please, she reached for him, but curled back when the chakra around him burned her. She held in her tears as she reached again. This time she pushed through the chakra and grabbed Naruto's arm. Naruto's demonic aura began to dissipate. His eyes began to return to normal. His nails shortened. His whisker marks went back to normal as well. He shakily reached his hand towards her face. Haku-chan. Haku clutched Naruto's arm tighter. She reached in her shirt and gently pushed part of it aside, and showed the Chidori scar on her chest. Naruto reached forwards, his eyes never leaving the skin where the scar was, not believing what he was seeing with his very own eyes. The other Jinchuriki jumped into the clearing, all of them ready to release their demonic power in an instant, but they stopped when they saw the sight before them. Mocha and Aura leaped into the clearing and blushed a little bit at what they were seeing. A young woman, truly a beauty, was partially disrobing in front of Naruto. Naruto was tracing something on her person. His eyes widened. They then noticed the ice mirrors surrounding them. Aura gasped as she remembered the memory, showing how Haku would use that technique. She looked closer at the woman with Naruto, and her eyes widened. She's alive? Naruto had not yet noticed the other Jinchuriki. He was too focused on the woman before him. He looked in her eyes, eyes that showed nothing but love and compassion. Emotions only Haku had ever shown him. Haku-chan. Haku nodded as she wrapped her arms around the blonde. Yes, it is me, Naruto Koi, and I will never leave you again. Naruto could not take it anymore. He broke down into a myriad of sobs as he clutched Haku like she was his last remaining lifeline, sobbing into the shoulder of the only woman he has ever truly loved. Back in Konoha, Hayashi delivered a strike to the chest of his father, sending him backwards as he coughed up blood. His mother stood up in anger. Hayashi, what is the meaning of this? Hayashi kicked his mother in the stomach and then quickly rounded on his aunt and uncle. Isn't it obvious? I am pulling the cancer out of this clan, once and for all. His uncle stood up. Cancer? What cancer? The only cancer in this clan is that failure daughter of yours. Hayashi shoved his fingers into his uncle's eyes, delivering a small dosage of chakra, enough to destroy the retinas. You elders are the cancer. I went to see my daughter in the hospital, and I find that not only was she injured by techniques that should only be in the main house family, but also that she has several seals on her which I never approved of. His father stood up and spat out the blood forming in his mouth. So what? She is just a useless weakling, unworthy of the Hyuga name. It, however, is fortunate that she loves the son of the Yondaime. We can claim even more power if we marry her to him. Hayashi kicked his father in the face. His mother shouted, Hayashi, as your mother, I am ordering you to cease this at once. Hayashi snarled at his mother as he began to perform hand seals. You haven't been my mother since you allowed my brother to walk to his death. He finished the hand seals. Futon, de Tapa. Hayashi spread his arms out as a wall of chakra smashed into the elders, sending them through the paper walls behind them. His father looked at Hayashi with disgust. How dare you? How dare you stain our clan by learning such a technique? Hayashi grabbed his father by the throat and forced the now crippled man to look at him as he activated his Byakugan. hate flowing from his eyes like a river. Because unlike you, I don't have such high arrogance that I believe I am unbeatable. And this is a perfect example. Hayashi clenched his hand around his father's neck. Goodbye, father, and shot chakra right into the old man's neck, severing his spinal cord, ending his life. Hayashi turned his attention to the other elders. Suiten, Sun no Jutsu. The nearby pond exploded as a dragon of water began to swirl around Hayashi. His mother was trembling. Using a jutsu without hand seals? Impossible. Hayashi looked at the dragon, then back at the elders. Kill them. The dragon roared as it charged at the elders with raw, unbridled fury. It tore into the ground and ripped apart the landscape before it plowed itself into the elders. Hayashi sighed as he turned back towards the house, but before he left he knocked down a candle that quickly set the paper house ablaze. Hayashi walked out of the house as the Branch family gathered to watch the elder house burn, seeing Hayashi walk out with a look on his face that nobody had seen in years. Contentment. That night, with Naruto. Naruto sat in front of the fire, stroking the hair of the girl he loved. He hummed a sweet tune to her as he cradled her in his arms, having no intention of letting go. The other Jinchuriki looked at the sight before them. Karabi turned towards Yujito. So, how did you do it? Yujito smiled as she looked at her surrogate brother. Nibi-chan has a special power. She is capable of reviving those who have died 6 months or less ago. Haku and Zabuza were probably dead for about 4-5 months tops. She revives them by sacrificing one of her 9 lives for each individual that dies. Karabi looked at her in shock. Fu practically shouted, "What? She sacrificed part of her life force. How much time does she have left?" Yujito grinned at Fu. That's the beauty of it. Nibi is capable of a process called phoenixification. She got the power when she devoured a phoenix before he could reform himself. Or, so she tells me. Nibi huffed inside her mind. That blasted phoenix was a bastard. I would have done worse, especially when he tried to grope me. Yujito, sweat dropped at her Biju. Nibi, you are something else, I tell ya. Nibi smiled a cat-like grin as she purred. I know, but if I wasn't, then we wouldn't be so close. Yujito shook her head in exasperation, but smiled at her comrade's antics. Yagura quirked an eyebrow. What the hell is phoenixification? Yujito turned towards the standby, Jinchuriki. Well, phoenixification is a process in which when someone dies, they're capable of rebirthing themselves from their charred remains. Phoenixes can do it over and over again. And if someone were to devour the phoenix's remains before such a thing occurred, then the one who devoured the remains would be capable of reforming themselves when they are killed. Nibi, however, has taken this a second step. The Jinchuriki leaned in closer. Bakeneko naturally live 9 times longer than any other Yuki type. The only type of Yuki that lives nearly as long are Kaide game Yuki. But even they do not live as long. Amaru looked at Yujito. Wow, it is just like Rabi's ability to regenerate itself, albeit not quite as advanced. Yujito looked at Amaru. I don't know, but I know that Nibi transferred 2 of her 9 lives to Haku, and Zabuza, she now has. Yujito began to count in her head. I believe that she now has 5 lives left, or was it 6? She began to ponder. Oh well, the fact is that Nibi can only use that technique a set number of times before she can't use it ever again. Utakata looked at Yujito. If she just lost 2 lives from bringing Haku and Zabuza back to life, how did she lose the other one? Yujito cringed as she looked towards her seal. She lost her first life when she was first sealed inside my grandmother by the Shiki Fuin seal. The next day, Konoha. The Konoha shinobi were all gathered out in front of the Kage Tower. They had been called here via a message by the Yondaime. Most of the shinobi, except for those who practically worshipped the ground the Yondaime walked on, arrived with extreme protest. The Sandaime had completely and utterly refused to go. Instead, he sat in his office, violently attacking the paperwork, all the while cursing Minato for being such a moron. Minato, Kushina, and Sora walked up to the balcony and looked over the group of shinobi. He saw the angered expressions on their faces. Once I tell them why I left, they will understand. Minato raised his voice. Citizens and shinobi of Konoha, I wish to announce as to why I left my son, Uzumaki Naruto here. Years ago, the crowd roared in anger. Minato looked at them. You all may think I left him out of favoritism for my daughter, but I left because my son needed to learn this power on his own. Me being there would only serve to impede both of them. The crowd slowly began to quiet, albeit it was extremely slow. When I left specific instructions that my son, the one who held Kyuubi in his body, was to be seen as a hero, but not one of you even followed that. The civilians who abused Naruto looked down. I am not saying that you should have worshipped him, not that you should have kissed the ground he walked on, but he should have been seen as a human being, the one who keeps you all safe from the Kyuubi's wrath. He is a living scroll with the power to command the Kyuubi at his will. What made you all think he was the Kyuubi incarnate? The civilians looked down while the shinobi began to think, falling for their leader's words. One civilian that was either really brave or really stupid spoke up. How could someone contain a demon in their body and not become it? There is no way that it could be possible. Some of the civilians began to whisper, while the shinobi grew angry at the civilian. The reason that is not possible is because the seal was reinforced by the Shinigami himself. Gasps were heard throughout the crowd. Do you honestly think I would seal a demon inside my son and not assure my child's safety from it? The Shikifuin seals the demon's soul and power inside a given host, and with the Shinigami's power, makes it impossible for someone to break free of it. The crowd looked down in shame, knowing that most of them had tormented Naruto. One civilian spoke up, Yandame-sama, please give us a chance to redeem ourselves. Let us make it up to your honored son. Screams were heard in approval, especially from the civilian populace. Minato sighed. Unfortunately, I cannot at the moment. My son AHS left the village for the Chunin exams, so you will not be able to ask him of his forgiveness. The civilians looked downtrodden at this, but I assure you that when he returns, I am positive he will accept your apologies. The civilians roared in approval. Ebisu spoke up. Yandame-sama, why don't we locate him and bring him back? Surely we cannot risk him getting hurt out there. Several roars of approval were heard, making the Yandame smile. Of course, if anyone wishes to locate him and bring him back here, you may go. Report back here in a few hours. The crowd roared in cheers. Minato smiled. He had won them back to his side. In his eyes, he knew that his son would be able to forgive him, just like all of his shinobi have. Well, not all. Yuzuki Yugao, Gekko Hei, Tsurutobi Isuma, Yuhi Kurenai, and Gai Mato were not so forgiving, and Tuchi and Ayum were still glaring at the Yandame with hatred. Back to the mountain. Naruto was lying on his back, all his clothes except for his boxers off. Nearby, Haku was trying to hold in her tears and nosebleed when she saw his scars and his ripped abs. Mocha and Aura were also blushing, as well as crying for the same reasons. Utakata was looking over the seal on his stomach and taking notes. His Biju had been curious as to why it was so difficult for Naruto to draw on Kyuubi's chakra. Most seals were not meant to completely cut off a person's chakra, and even seals that did were nowhere near strong enough to contain a Biju's power. So how was it that Naruto's seal managed to do such a thing? Utakata traced the seal, each minute growing more and more agitated. This is probably the most complex seal network I have ever seen, but there is no way Naruto could be capable of safely drawing on the Kyuubi's chakra with this. He traced over a set of lines, and I can tell that this is not the original seal. In fact, it looks like several other seals were slapped together within the original seal. But what was the original seal? Utakata heard his Biju speak. Utakata, I want you to perform the following hand signs. The six-tailed slug sent the hand seals to Utakata via mind link, causing Utakata to smirk. Thank you, Namakuji. You're welcome, Ninjin. Utakata performed the hand signs. He finally ceased as his fingers began to glow. Ninpo, Fuin Kaiseki, Ninja Art, Seal Analysis. Utakata began to trace all the markings that made up the seal, the information on it transferring to his mind, and what he saw shocked and disturbed him. This is an abomination. Utakata was disgusted with the seals used to alter the master seal. There was a filter seal that turned any and all Yuki in the body in a natural chakra, but because of the shoddy work done on it, it actually created a poison. There were also 3 suicide arrays. If the Master Seal, the one keeping QB in, were ever to be destroyed, it would automatically kill the host, and by the shoddy job on it, it would be an incredibly painful death too. Along with that was a specialized chakra locking seal. This one kept Naruto from ever possibly using the QB's chakra in the proper way. By the looks of it, the seal was partially altered to allow some leakage of QB's Yuki. Finally, and this one was what disgusted Utakata the most, it was a specialized leeching seal. Any Yuki caught in the seal would immediately be transferred to Naruto's reproductive organs. The resulting offspring would face one of several possible outcomes. The Yuki would prove too poisonous and would kill the infants before they were even born. The resulting offspring would become pseudo-Jinchuriki, making them incredibly short-tempered and eventually leading them to become Yuki themselves. Or the Yuki would cause a new bloodline, but the former has a 7 out of 10 chance likelihood of happening. Utakata finally began to receive the information on the Master Seal, and his eyes widened in cold fury. The seal that was used to seal Kyuubi and was basically bastardized by the original sealer was the Shiki Fuin, but unlike the original Shiki Fuin, this one was altered so that the sealer would not lose their life. But the problem was, the one who altered the seal made no attempt to find out what happens when he did this. The Shiki Fuin was an offering to the mortal world by the Shinigami, but the price of using the scroll is one's soul, no exceptions. But with the altered seal, the seal's caster got around that. But because Naruto is the one with the altered seal on his body, when he dies, he will go directly into the Shinigami's stomach, forced to endure eternity in torment and suffering. Utakata stood up and began breathing extremely quickly, trying to compress his anger. Yagura walked up to his friend. Utakata, what happened? Utakata sighed as he began to describe the seal used to hold in Kyuubi. Everyone was both shocked and disgusted at this, especially since they now knew that the person who sealed Kyuubi was Naruto's own father. Haku ran over to Naruto, who was grinding his teeth in anger at the knowledge that his own father has condemned his afterlife to be an eternal nightmare. Haku sobbed into his shoulder. "Oh, Naruto-koi, I am so sorry. Because of your father, you..." Haku was not able to finish. "He is no father of mine." Haku looked at Naruto as he continued. "Fathers don't abandon their children in favor of another. Fathers don't curse their children with suffering for some stupid plan, and fathers don't use an experimental seal on their children." Naruto stood up and pulled out a kunai. "From this day forward, I am Uzumaki Naruto, and no more." Naruto stabbed the kunai into his palm, letting the blood flow. "I am no son of the Yondaime. I am no family of his. I swear that I will never, not ever, carry the name of Namikaze or Uzumaki ever again." Naruto tore the kunai out of his palm, letting his blood drip from his hand. "This, I swear." The Jinchuriki looked at Naruto in pride. Yagura especially looked at him with pride. Yagura was a very honor-bound man, and he saw what the Yondaime did as an act of dishonor beyond all others, and he hated the fact that Naruto's own father, no, sperm donor, made him a sacrifice, just because he was too cowardly to accept the Shinigami's deal. Amaru walked up to Naruto and chuckled. "Naruto, don't worry, we're going to fix that seal. Right, guys?" She turned towards the Jinchuriki, who nodded their heads. Utakata pulled out a scroll and began to draw up seals. It was a difficult seal, a combination of storage seal and unification seal. It also contains a defect repair seal to remove the traces of toxins in Naruto's body. Utakata turned towards Naruto after 30 minutes of drawing up a seal. "Now look, Naruto, this seal is going to be extremely painful to apply. Frankly, it is going to feel like 1,000 eyes are being stabbed into your stomach. So unless you have a pain tolerance to resist the damage caused by an S-rank fire jutsu, you're going to die." Naruto looked at Utakata and lay down. "So, I am overqualified. Let's fix this seal already." Utakata was about to tell him that they need time to properly do this, but Haku stopped him. "Naruto-koi has been through physical torture that would drive the most malicious of the 7 swordsmen into insanity." Zabuza looked at his adopted daughter, wondering exactly what she meant. If he says he is overqualified, then you had better believe he is not joking around. Utakata sighed. All right, but I need a few people to hold him down. The Yuki will slip out a bit, enough that it may cause some severe damage. So I need a few of you to hold him down, preferably people who either he'll not attack or he will not be able to harm. Haku stepped forward. He is my love. I will hold him down. Zabuza stepped up. I have no intention of letting my daughter be harmed. Mocha walked up. I am more durable than any other creatures, and I don't want to see him get hurt. And the fact that we want to possibly taste more of his blood has nothing to do with it. Mocha inwardly shushed her inner and stepped forward. Ora stepped up. Why not? It means I can rub it in his face later that he couldn't hurt me. The four of them each grabbed a limb while Utakata stood over him and began to trace the area the seal would be placed with a mixture of his own and Naruto's blood. It began to sear into the seal, causing light wisps of smoke to come off. Naruto cringed lightly at the sudden burns, but quickly began to ignore it. Utakata finally applied the last seal. All right now, FUIN. Utakata slammed his palm into the seal that contained QB and forced the other seal to begin meddling with it until it completely took its place. Naruto screamed as the pain began to tear through his abdomen. The red chakra of the QB began to lash about like a barrage of whips and explosions. Zabuza grabbed his arm while Haku grabbed his other arm. Ora and Mocha did the same with his legs. Naruto was thrashing about as the ground beneath him burned from the raw chakra output. Haku cringed as her own arm was partially burnt, but was surprised when she saw her arm begin to regenerate as ash fell from her body. What the hell? She was drawn from her thoughts as Naruto began to convulse in pain. Mocha was regenerating from her wounds, but she was starting to become lightheaded. I need food. She began to collapse, but held on as tightly as she could. Ora was not even burning. She attributed it towards her eternal manjikyu, granting her immortality, but she was confused as to the water shield surrounding her limbs. I really need to figure this out later. Zabuza was having the same thoughts that Haku did, but paid it no mind. Finally, the seal had fully covered the area where the old seal used to be and pulled the Yuki in with such force that it sent a backlash wave of chakra. The Jinchuriki managed to stay standing, while the four partially regular beings were thrown off. Zabuza managed to stand up, but fell to one knee when he began to feel the pain from holding on to the burning blonde. Damn. Not even Kisame caused me this much pain in our sparring matches. However, Naruto, Haku, and Mocha were out cold. Naruto was out cold from the seal's alteration. Haku was out from the chakra damage and sudden regeneration, and Mocha was out from being hungry. Han walked over to them and picked Naruto up. The three of them need their rest for now. Let's make sure they're okay. Yujito and Fu picked up Mocha and Haku. The three headed over to the campsite and placed the three on a medical station Amaru had built by finding a large flat stone and covered the three in a blanket, nobody knowing what would happen the following morning. Next morning, Mocha's eyes fluttered open, groaning in hunger. She tried to move, but found her movements limited. She was so tired that it hurt to even move. Baka, if you don't feed, your strength will be useless. You won't have the energy to use it. Mocha cringed as she attempted to move, but her nose suddenly twitched when she smelt the faint traces of blood. She looked to where she smelled it to find Naruto laying next to her. A source of food. Now is the perfect time to feed. Mocha did not know if it was consciously or not, but she began to move closer to Naruto's neck. Unbeknownst to her, Haku had awoken and was now watching her. Her body seems weaker, and it looks like she wants something for Naruto Koi. She ready to connive from her pouch. I will wait and assess her threat level. Mocha was right next to Naruto's neck and began to breathe on the bare skin. She felt her heart pulsing as she inched closer to Naruto's neck. She was about to bite into his neck and begin drinking. But she stopped as soon as she saw one of the scars. Her heart began to ache as she pushed herself away. No. If what he said is true, then he has lost enough blood against his will. Mocha tried to get up, but felt a shooting pain go through her body. She held in her shriek of pain as she clutched her body as tears began to form at the brim of her eyes. Haku saw this and wondered, What is wrong with her? She got up and gently reached to Mocha. Mocha felt as if her body was on fire. She was in so much pain from a lack of sustenance and trying to resist her own instincts that it felt as if she had received a punch from her father. She then felt a gentle touch on her shoulder. Turning her head as much as she could, she saw Haku looking at her with concern. Mocha, what's wrong? Mocha tried to smile at Haku. It's nothing. Really, ugh. She clutched her stomach as she bit her lip, trying not to screech in pain. Mocha, you're all right. Damn it, what's wrong? Haku jumped over the still, sleeping Naruto and began to look over Haku, trying to find what was wrong with her. Mocha was groaning as she tried to answer. I need blood. Haku's eyes widened. My K-kind F feeds on BL blood to survive. Haku nodded her head. The W is G going to drink in Naruto's blood, but he has lost enough blood AG against his will. Mocha began to twitch as her body began to try to enact her instincts on their own. Haku looked between her and Naruto. Shit, this is bad. If what she says is true, then she doesn't have enough movement in her body to move close enough to Naruto to get blood anyway. But maybe... She looked down at her own arm. Clenching her fist, she made a snap decision. A little bit of blood is nothing. Grabbing a kunai, she cut open her palm. Wincing in pain, she held the palm above Mocha's mouth. Here, drink. Mocha looked at the blood, and without any hesitation, she grabbed the hand and began to drink up the falling blood. Haku winced, but felt an odd sensation in her palm as the blood was being sucked out. It felt good somehow. Mocha finally stopped drinking and sat up. Delicious. Almost as good as Naruto's was when I first got here. Haku looked at Mocha with a quizzical look on her face. Mocha's sweat dropped as Haku was beginning to make her uncomfortable. I will tell you later. Back in Konoha, Kakashi Ataki was standing in front of his sensei, beaming with happiness. How could I be so stupid? Of course sensei would not abandon his son so nonchalantly, and besides, it was our fault his life was like it was. I intend to make up for it. Kakashi had completely bought the Yandame's speech, as did Rin. Minato stood in front of the gathered shinobi. All right, I want you all to search any area my son could possibly be. If you find him before the Chunin exams, bring him back here. I am sure he will come on the day of the Chunin exams, but I don't want to take the risk of him dying out there. My daughter will accompany you. Sora walked out and joined Kakashi's group, made up of Yamato and Rin. Hi Yandame-sama. The gathered shinobi scattered to look for Naruto. Minato and Kushina smiled to themselves. Once Naruto was told as to why they left in full, he would surely forgive them. Or so they thought. Back on the mountain that afternoon, Naruto had woken up and was now marveling at his new seal. He had always wondered why the seal applied to himself to hold Kyuubi looked wrong to him, and now it looked stable. He turned towards the gathered Jinchuriki. All right, so what are we doing now? Full stepped forward. According to Shichibi-chan, this place can house our demonic chakra while we properly release our Biju. This way, we can properly train for the next month. We will spend a few days training here, then we will go our separate ways and head back towards Konoha. In that time, it is assured that we'll be much stronger. Naruto nodded his head. All right, so how do we do this? Karabi stepped forward. Everyone, gather around in an organized circle evenly spaced apart, and repeat after me. The Jinchuriki did as was told while Mocha, Ora, Haku, and Zabuza stepped backwards. Once everyone was in place, Karabi slammed his palms together. Everyone, charge chakra into your palms and follow these hand seals. The Jinchuriki did as told and charge chakra into their palms, finally performing hand seals. Naruto was having slight difficulty as he had never been properly taught hand seals, but he managed to keep up. Finally, they all finished on a snake seal. Karabi yelled out, Kuchios no Jutsu, Kuchios no Biju. The Jinchuriki slammed their palms into the ground as a series of symbols and kanji appeared before them, setting part of the grass on fire. They all fell to their knees as their seals began to convulse. Finally, the seals began to shift as various chakra colors appeared before each of them. The chakra began to swirl about and begin to take a solid shape. The shapes began to solidify as their forms of chakra became that of flesh and cloth. Finally, a flash of light later, blinding everyone in the vicinity, and the jutsu was complete. Once the light disappeared, it revealed 10 humanoid figures standing in front of each Jinchuriki. They were the 10 Biju in human form. The Jinchuriki, vampire, Uchiha, and Hayaton users stared in awe at the sight of the Biju's human forms. The Rabi no Minharu had a black full cloak that covered everything from the top of the head to the bottom of the feet, full black gloves, and a no mask with a kanji for 0 on it. The Ichibi no Shikaku, surprisingly, was a woman. She had sandy blonde hair, with vein-like markings on her face and arms. Her eyes had black where the white usually would be, and her pupil was golden with 4 stars inside it. She had a beautiful C-cup bust, and her skin was rather pale. She was wearing a sand-colored kimono and had a large halberd in hand. The Nibi no Bakaniko was also female. She had long black hair with blue highlights. As the sun shone on it, the hair appeared to glow with an ethereal fire. Her figure was equal, if not greater than that of Mitarashi Enko. Her eyes were golden and slitted like a cat, but not as much. She had a slightly larger bust than Shikaku. She was wearing a seductive dress with a tri-blade claw glove in hand. The Sanbai no Kaede game was male. He had extremely short sleeves and had green hakama pants on. His hair was slightly green and spiky, and his body looked like it had been scarred and burned many times over. He was missing his right eye, and his left eye did not make any motion to blink. He had a large staff with a camellia at the end hoisted over his shoulders. The Yambi no Saru was also male. He had dark red dreadlocks and had a rough exterior. His arms were bulky and scarred. He had a 2-pronged headband that swung to the back. His eyes were round, but had a light fire in them. He wore a full set of what appeared to be slimmed-down samurai armor and a pair of red hakama pants. He had a metallic gauntlet on his hand with claws on it. The Gobi no Irakama was a woman. She had extremely pale skin and long white hair. She had red markings under her blue eyes and a strong figure. She had slender arms that had a defined muscle structure to them. She wore a white kimono with wave and wind designs to them. Her bust was probably a mid-B cup. She had a large fan on a pole that she held like a staff. The Rokubi no Namakuji was a bloated male. His eyes were black and beady, and his white hair was slicked back. His skin was so pale one could practically see through his body. His arms seemed rather weak, as did his legs, but he had an aura that said otherwise. He was wearing a white full silk kimono and had a bubble pipe in his hands. The Nanabai no Kabutamushi was also a woman. She had spiky hair and a large grin on her face. She seemed to be in her late teens, early 20s, at least by ninjin looks, and she had a tan complexion. She was wearing an outfit similar to Fu's, but there was more spiked armor around the wrists and legs. She had no weapons they had seen before, but the wrist gauntlets had pretty long curved spikes that may have accounted for weapons. The Hachibi no Kyogyu was a giant of a man. He had dark skin, and his hair curved back somewhat akin to horns. His arms and legs were bulky to the point one could question if he could even move. He was wearing a form of old war gear that nobody had ever seen before, and it looked like he was carrying a battering ram in his left hand, in the shape of a bull's skull. And the Kyubi no Yoko was a slim, but still strong-looking man. He had slightly long crimson hair, red eyes with slight slits. His nails were elongated to a point, and he had a light bit of facial hair. He wore a male's battle's hakama, with black markings all over it. This seemed to signify some semblance of importance if he was the only one wearing such marks. He had no weapon in his hands, but around his neck was a necklace with a single black claw. Naruto looked at them. Whoa, so this is what your human forms are? Sanbai snorted as he looked at their Jinchuriki. Oh, don't be so shocked. All demons who have gained a substantial amount of power can gain a human form. Yagura chose this time to speak up. Sorry, Sanbai-sama, but we were unaware of this. Rabi spoke up in a feminine voice. We would prefer it if you called us by our names. My name is Aburamushi. Ichibi spoke up. My name is Shikaku. Nibi sauntered over to her Jinchuriki and wrapped her in a warm hug. My name is Kokanai. The Sanbai snorted and spoke up while pointing to himself. Call me Ase. Yambi did a curt bow. My alias is Yamazuru. Gobi walked forward and gently spoke. You may call me Suijuki. Rokubi waddled over and spoke in a kind voice. My comrades call me Hidoro. Nanabai skipped over and with a big grin shouted, Call me Senyo baby. The other Biju winced at her tone. Even in her human form, her voice is annoying. Senyo looked at Yase and growled. You want to repeat that? Yase simply snorted and looked away. Hachibi sighed as he pointed to himself. The name is Kanazuchi, and don't you forget it. Kyubi sighed as he walked forward. My name is Kitsunji, but for now, you can call each of us sensei. Everyone looked at Kitsunji as his grin widened, and he suddenly looked a lot like a certain snake mistress. Let the torture begin. All 10 Jinchuriki gulped as similar grins graced the faces of most of the other Biju, except Rabi, unless the crazed aura around her meant she was grinning. Make that all the Biju? With the Naruto retrieval squad. Sora was jumping through the trees, her katana on her back, and 2 tri-pronged kunai ready to be launched. Kakashi followed behind her, his Sharingan at the ready to be used. Yamato followed up behind, reciting every last bit of his demon suppression technique. And Rin came up from behind, her medical equipment waiting to be used. Sora stopped on a branch and looked around. Kakashi, Rin, and Yamato did the same. Any sign, guys? Kakashi shook his head. No. We have checked everywhere, and I have sent out my Ninkin to try and locate him. But it seems as if Naruto just vanished off the face of the earth. Sora turned to Kakashi with a fierce glare. I am not losing my brother. Do you hear me? I will kick your ass if you so much as suggest that again. Kakashi lightly stepped back. From what Minato had told him, Sora was on low Jonin level on her own, but when she was pissed, it was doubtful that they could stand against her. Hey, calm down, you two. They turned to Yamato. Kakashi-senpai just says he is not in this region. We will find him soon. Don't worry. Sora sighed as she stood up. Fine, let's go. She shot into the trees as the other 3 followed them. Oh, Tudo, we will soon be a family again. That night, back at the mountain, Naruto collapsed in front of Haku, who was already readying some medical herbs. They had trained ever since this morning. When Kyubi said torture, by hell he was not kidding. They had all been trained by their respective Bijus. While each Biju was more powerful than another, they each carried skills that made their Jinchuriki equal opponents. Kitsunji-sensei had made Naruto run laps up and down a mountain using only chakra while he randomly blew up parts of the mountain. He had fallen off like 6 times. Kanazuchi had made Kirabi balance 8 weights on his arms for several hours while he randomly shook the ground. Kirabi had dropped the weights on his feet a couple times. Senyo had done a mass acupuncture of Fu while simultaneously tickling her in places as she hummed a tune. Fu had been saying for hours how much she hated needles. Most likely after this, she will never allow a needle near her again. Hidoro had forced Utakata to water walk over his slime. At first it may not seem hard, but Hidoro's slime seemed to shift density every 5 seconds. Suijuki had tasked Han with warming up a bunch of hot rocks and then placing them on her back with his bare hands. Yamazaru tasked Rashi with holding 2 pieces of coal in his hand, then flooding both of them with fire chakra without letting them go. Yase had told Yagura to hold his breath underwater while carrying 5 cinder blocks on his back. Kokanai had made Yujito climb up the rock face with only her hands and no chakra at all. Shikaku had ordered Gaara to do repeated jumping jacks for 10 hours straight, with 3 sets of weight on each arm and leg. And Aburamushi gave Amaru a leech treatment and kept feeding her blood-replenishing pills. All in all, IT fucking sucked. Naruto looked at Haku. Haku-chan, did Zabuza ever put you through something like this? Haku shook her head. No, but he did have me do regular training sessions every day. Naruto sighed as he snuggled into Haku's lap. Don't worry. I am sure they had a reason for why they did those things to you. We did. Everyone turned around to see the Biju walking towards them. We were testing the limits of your abilities and how much your body could take. Karabi jumped up and spoke. So now what? Each of the Biju pulled out a metallic orb. Kanazuchi spoke up. Charge your own chakra into this. It will form into the weapon best suited for you. The Jinchuriki looked at each other. Shrugging their shoulders, they walked towards their respective Biju. They each grabbed their orb and charged their own chakra into it. Amaru's orb shifted into a small weapon to be held in one's hand. On the side were two curved blades, and in the center, right in between her ring and middle finger, a short spike came out. Gaara's orb shifted into a naginata with purple vein-like markings traveling up the side, and the kanji for love etched on the naginata blade. Yujito's orb transformed into a pair of gloves with metal spikes at each fingertip. Yujito tested one, and the nails lengthened. Yagura's transformed into a simple bow staff, but there seemed to be a long tube inside it filled with water. Rashi's transformed into a set of armored gloves that went all the way up to his shoulders. On each fist there was a set of brass knuckles. Han's was a large fan with the design of an irikama on it. Yudikata received a long tube with 3 bubbles filled with water. Fu got a bladed fan connected to a 2-bladed broadsword with a spike chain. Karabi got a simple black tanto that seemed to arc with lightning energy. Once they all examined their weapons, they turned to look at Naruto, whose orb was constantly shifting, apparently not able to properly shift. Kitsunji looked at the orb. Curious. This should only happen if you come in contact with a similar material that is synchronized with your chakra. He looked at Naruto. Tell me, by any chance did you come in contact with such a substance? Naruto tilted his chin and got into a thinking pose. Not that I know of. Realization passed over his face as he looked up in the direction of the cave. He found aura in... Wait, there was this weird crystal that held aura as a prisoner. When I touched it, it seemed to glow as some sort of vibration ran through it. Then it exploded. Kitsunji smirked. It seems young Ms. Aura was held prisoner by a leech crystal. Naruto looked at Kitsunji. Leech crystal is a special type of crystal that can synchronize with a person's chakra. It is also unique in the fact that it can synchronize with 2 people rather than just the one our demonic metals can. So he turned to Aura, who was confused. This means that you and Aura have synchronization between your 2 chakras. What? Naruto and Aura shouted in shock. Your 2 chakras have been synchronized, did I stutter? Aura walked up to Kitsunji. So what does that mean for... She looked at Naruto. The 2 of us? Kitsunji got into a thinking pose. Well, I honestly don't know. I have rarely ever seen 2 humans synchronize their chakra, and the last time I saw 2 humans synchronize their chakra was when the Rakuto Sennin and his brother fought. Unfortunately, the results were less than favorable. Mocha chose this time to speak up. What happened? Kitsunji seemed to shiver. I would rather not say. It is vulgar to even think about it. Naruto looked at Kitsunji. Well, what could happen to us? Kitsunji shrugged his shoulders. Don't know. You could possibly gain telepathy to each other. You might become dependent on each other's chakra. Who knows? I sure as hell don't. Naruto snarled as he snapped at the fox demon. Oh yeah, that makes us feel so much better. Kyubi looked at them. Really, because I wasn't trying to anyways. He looked up towards the cave. For me to forge your weapon, Naruto, I'm going to need those crystal shards. So, hop to it. He grabbed Naruto's collar and threw him up toward the cave. Kyubi, I fucking hate you. He landed in the cave and in a much deeper pit of water. He breached the surface and made a grab for the ledge. Great, and I tried so hard to get out of here the last time. Perfect. Naruto pulled himself out of the water and walked down the cavern. Back to the chamber he found Oro in. Once he entered, there was a faint red glow about the cavern. Naruto looked to find the glow was emanating with several crystal shards in the wall. Pulling out a sealing scroll, he quickly began to pull them out of the wall. Once he got all the shards, he moved to head out, but suddenly stopped when he saw an last shard. But this shard was smooth, almost like a gem. Naruto picked it up and examined it. The shard was glowing from the chakra. It must have absorbed from Naruto and Aura. Carefully placing it in his pocket, he headed towards the cave exit. Once he got there, he used his chakra to gently climb down the cliff face. Landing on the ground, he handed the scroll to Kitsunji. Here are the crystals. Now what are you going to do with them? Kitsunji unsealed the shards and began to look them over, carefully using his claws to scrape against the surface of the gem. He spent several minutes examining it before he turned to Naruto. There seems to be a piece missing. Are you sure you got everyone? Naruto reached in his pocket and pulled out the smooth shard he found. Kitsunji took it from his hands and looked it over. Marvelous. It seems his thought this gem was practically made for you too. He gestured for Ora to come over, who did so, albeit apprehensively. Naruto, Ora, I wish for the two of you to charge your chakra into this gem. Ora quirked one of her eyebrows. Why? Kitsunji shrugged his shoulders. Just testing something. Shrugging their shoulders, the two began to charge chakra into the stone. At first, nothing happened, but then the stone began to glow brightly, sending scattered light colors out of its center. Everyone watched in fascination as the gem glowed brightly from the two's connecting chakra, causing Kitsunji to grin. Kitsunji snatched the gem and held it up, the glow still present. Amazing. I have never seen such a phenomenon before. Kitsunji looked at the two. Now, as to what I'm going to do with these shards, I'm going to construct a weapon for Naruto, and by the looks of it, Ora as well. Next day, everyone had fallen to sleep after they had done some last bits of training. Naruto was sleeping under a tree, with Haku cuddled against his chest, and Mocha lying in between Naruto and Haku. Ora chose to sleep in the tree. Rise and shine, you guys. Naruto woke up with a start and pulled out a kunai, ready to attack, when he saw Kitsunji standing in front of them with an object wrapped in cloth. Naruto groaned as he put away his kunai, carefully trying not to awaken Haku. What is it, Kitsunji? Said QB rank. Biju smiled. I finally finished yours and Ora's weapon, and I have to say, it is quite a beauty. Ora cracked open her eyes a little and yawned. Really? Jinchuriki. Okay, hold on. Ora proceeded to flip up on her feet and jump off the branch. So, let's see it. Kitsunji grinned as he removed the cloth, revealing the object beneath it. Behold your new weapon, one of only a few weapons forged by a Biju that has been allowed in mortal hands. Naruto and Ora marveled at the weapon. The weapon was a lustrous red color shaped into a long staff, but at one end, it had 3 prongs in the shape of a side blade, while on the other end was a crescent moon-shaped blade. In the middle, there was a black grip lined with grooves to improve gripping power. Ora noticed that there were several grooves on each end of the weapon, making her curious as to whether they had some purpose or were just decoration. Naruto could not think of anything to say and looked at Kitsunji. What does it do? Kyuubi smiled as he grabbed the grip and placed it in front of Naruto and Ora. Charge your chakra into it and find out. Naruto and Ora looked at each other uncomfortably. The hen turned to the weapon before them and grabbed it. They began to charge chakra into it, causing the inside of the pole to light up blue. Kitsunji looked at Naruto. Naruto, why don't you try it first? Naruto looked at the weapon and examined it. Just let it flow with you. Naruto nodded his head and stepped back. He decided to start with a simple bow staff technique, as that seemed to be the easiest thing to do at the moment. Doing a simple strike, he expected there to be a bit of difficulty, seeing as he had never done this before. But instead, he found that it was like moving an extension of his body. Naruto tried again and felt the same sensation. Deciding to take it a few steps further, he tried to do a few katas and ended up doing several movements with such fluid motion that it felt like he was moving with the wind. He took it further and went through motions that looked to be used by masters. Ora watched in fascination. Naruto's movement had a grace to them that was simply hypnotic. She found herself staring at him, not even bothering to close her eyes. Naruto ended his kata with a thrust, but what happened was that he heard a slight click before the sai end of the weapon shot off, a blue chain of chakra connecting it to the staff. The sai slammed into a tree in its path and sent splinters flying everywhere. Naruto stared in shock. How did he just do that? Ora was having similar thoughts. Kitsunji chose to explain, the weapons we gave each of you are naturally synchronized to your specific chakra. The result is that even though you have never used the weapon before, the synchronization between your chakra and the weapon guides you to the correct motions. Ora should be able to do it as well, albeit with slight differences. Naruto and Ora looked at each other. Now, the two turned their attention back to Kitsunji. You two had better get ready. because for the next 2 weeks, all of you are going to be referring to us as Sensei. Kitsunji's grin widened, causing Ora and Naruto to feel dread crawl up their spines. Oh shit. 1 week later, the Jinchuriki, Haku, Mocha, and Ora all trained from sunup to sundown. While the Biju trained their respective Jinchuriki, Zabuza trained Haku, Mocha, and Ora, while Kyuubi trained Ora in the use of her and Naruto's new weapon, which they had decided to call Shesma. Off to the side, Mocha watched as Naruto, Haku, and Ora trained together. Baka, you are clearly hungry, yet you only take the blood offered by the young girl. Why not the blood of the young blonde? His blood is so much more succulent. Mocha snapped at her inner, because I'm not going to take any more blood than he has already lost. He has endured enough. Her inner part was about to speak up when Mocha keeled over in pain. Aghh. Naruto stopped mid-kata and looked at Mocha, screaming in pain. Mocha. Naruto dropped his weapon and ran over to Mocha's side, who was trembling like a leaf in a hurricane. Apparently, Mocha's screams had been heard by the others, as Utakata and Amaru came running over. What is going on? Utakata saw Mocha screaming as her body began to crack in places. He then noticed that the rosario on her neck was splitting in two while releasing uncontrolled amounts of energy. Amaru got down on her knees and began to perform a diagnostic jutsu, and she did not like the results. Shit. Her body is trying to separate itself. How could this have happened? The only way this could occur is if she had two personalities and absorbed a portion of demonic Yuki. Naruto's eyes widened, as did Ora's. Naruto looked at Amaru. Amaru, is there any way to help her? Amaru looked at Naruto as Mocha's skin continued to crack. Yes, it would require some of her natural body, an untainted sample of the same type of Yuki that is doing this to her. And we need to build up a secondary body. Naruto pulled out a kunai and slit his wrist. Then what the fuck are we waiting for? Amaru nodded as she pricked Mocha's finger while Utakata kept watch on her rosario. We have 30 seconds before her body completely breaks down. Amaru began to mix Naruto and Mocha's blood while taking several various elixirs and mixing them in. 15 seconds and counting. Amaru began to stir the mixture quicker. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Amaru began to perform hand signs.